Previously on the LCS.
Oh, he off the Southwest Rice jumped right into it and said, let's go. Dominate. Almost gets out of that one, but pulled back in by Bubba. PewDiePie falls to the ground, and CLG picks himself back up and puts themselves right in the game for the win.
Constantly have to adapt or else you'll just get figured out.
Evil Geniuses are going to take down Cloud9 and start to work their way back up the standings. They go for the engage. That's a glebe down in just a half a second.
Everyone's definitely capable of beating every other team right now.
TSN able to take down Curse. They drop the Nexus. Welcome everyone to week 4 of the North American League Championship Series. We're coming to you live in front of this amazing audience from our studios here on the left coast. Hello, I'm Rivington Business III here with Joshua Jatlees.
And we've got 8 big games this weekend. Teams looking to make moves and solidify their standings in this league.
All the moves to be made. And to start off the week, we once again have Dignitas and LMQ leading the pack.
Yeah, LMQ had a commanding start to end week 1 with first place. Then in week 2, it was Dig's turn to hold the top spot. But after week 3, they're doing the generous thing and sharing.
That's nice of them. But the first place Do-si-do isn't the only news, of course. This week, we've got a few shakeups to talk about, starting with the word that North America is getting their second Korean player.
Yeah, EG announced that Snoopy would be out this week, and Helios would be taking over in the jungle to see how he performs with the team. It's being positioned as a tryout, but Helios is a veteran who fans will know from the CJ, Entis, Blaze, and Frost organizations, as well as a stint most recently with the Najin organization, so he's a very experienced jungler.
And for complexity, Kez will be back for another week as Broken Shard is out, taking care of some visa issues.
And honestly, Kez looked very comfortable slipping into the complexity roster last week.
Yeah.
He even picked up some of the responsibility of the shot calling and stepped up with a ton of wards around the map. Once again, though, he's going to face some tough competition. Complexity takes up against CLG.
We'll see. If history repeats itself, CLG can beat some big-name teams. Finally, a cold wind will be blowing onto the Rift this week. We're on 4.9 now, and the heart of the Freljord, Braum, is now available.
Yeah, we're actually going to have Braum and Rengar both ready for competitive play this week. But if the European LCS is any indicator, he may spend a little bit of time banned, and that's not a surprise for anyone predicting it. Braum had a 100% pick and ban rate combining them, and he saw the Rift 3 times over in Europe.
That's right. There was a flood of #LCS big plays coming out of Europe's week 4, but one stood out from the crowd.
Yeah, it had people kind of scratching their heads a little bit. The end-of-game base race between Fnatic and Alliance. @Q Getsuki writes, the Alliance finished against Fnatic. So breathtaking, nothing this week could ever top it.
And I'm Not Mad Life writes, I can't believe it. What the heck? That was the most ridiculous finish I have ever seen in the EU LCS. Here is the very best of this week's European #LCS big plays.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, you can see Reckless. He's on the inhibitor turret as well. He's keeping on down towards there. Froggen catches down Soas. The Destiny comes around. Cynide's going to come around the side here. They're going to keep on pushing because in the bottom corner, that's the inhibitor turret going down. Alliance are keeping on pushing. The inhibitor turrets are dropping. They're going to keep on shoving through. And Fnatic have to back away desperately, but that's a second Nexus turret going down. They're on to the Nexus. Can they finish the game right here? A 23-minute game.
It's the Nexus.
Alliance, they're going to get blocked off. They can't finish it, can they? One more. They've done it. Alliance take down Fnatic.
Just because you have Peke in the base race with the back door doesn't mean you're going to be the winner on it.
Yeah, some reason he doesn't give a vulnerability to his own Nexus turret. Who would have guessed?
So let's be on high alert for more of those huge moments and share them by tweeting at LOL Esports. Be sure to use the #LCS Big Plays. Looking at the European table, Alliance held on to first place throughout the
And
week.
in second place, it is SK Gaming, followed by, surprise, Millennium. Then Suba Hot Crew and Fnatic each have a piece of 4th.
Right, and taking the bottom 3 spots are 6th place Gambit, Roccat in 7th, and the Copenhagen Wolves in last with 2 wins. Back here on the home front, we've got a tie for first with LMQ and Dignitas sharing the top spot.
And then in third place, it is a tie between Cloud9 and CLG, followed 1 game back by TSM in 5th. And in last, we have a 3-way tie with Complexity, Evil Geniuses, and Team Curse, each 2-6.
That's right, but all that can change after our 4 games today. Up first, it's going to be Team Solo Mid versus Cloud9.
Followed by EG taking on LMQ, and then Dignitas will face off against one of the only 2 teams to beat them this split in Curse.
That's right. After that, CLG will do battle with Complexity, and then we'll throw it over to the North American Challenger Series with Team LOL Pro versus Nien and Frank Fang Gaming. As always, you can get our full season schedule over at lolesports.com, as well as share your predictions for which team you think will win. Remember, votes are anonymous, so you can always just tell your friends you correctly picked the winners. Chat, I'm 64-0 this split.
Me too. Just click on schedule and start locking in your votes. And while you're there, check out our coverage of the European, Chinese, Korean, and Southeast Asian teams with player profiles, stats, and a little bit more.
And if that's not enough to just read about the pros, then come and meet a few. You can get all the details on how you can join our audience here in Los Angeles by clicking the tickets link. But for now, we're going to send it over to Freak and Kobe at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. What's up, guys? I'm David Freak Turley alongside me, Sam Kobe Hartman Kessler.
Thank you, Freak. And we are now a third of our way into the summer split, and there are 5 teams all within 2 games of first place.
It's going to be fun. So with such a competitive league, we're going to be breaking down a few of the players that could help their teams make moves this week. Up first, who else? Helios, who will be taking over the jungle for Evil Geniuses. Now, whenever you say a foreign player is getting imported, it automatically triggers a lot of anticipation to see how well they'll perform in North America. And for EG fans, they'll be anxiously waiting to see if Helios is the next Seraph or the next Dexter.
Up next is Hive. Since the start of the split, the team has been inconsistent in their quest to reclaim the top spot in the LCS, and central to the team's resurgence is their man in the mid lane. After another week of practicing together, we'll see how Cloud9 show up today.
Then from TSM, we have another mid laner in Bjergsen. Since the team's roster swaps, they've been looking for someone to step up and lead the team. Their support, Glebe, was trying, but it actually might fall on the spring split MVP Bjergsen to be that leader.
Up next is a player that's always fun to watch, Shifter. He's played amazingly so far. He is tied for the most kills for a mid laner at 41, and he's only died 3 times in 3 games, earning himself a 26 KDA. We'll see if he can continue to deliver this week as Dignitas face off against Cloud9 and the team's Kryptonite, Curse.
And finally, the second Evil Geniuses player, Crepo. We've slowly seen them reshuffling their personnel. Altex joined them, now Helios has as well. And with all these new guys, it really falls to the Ancient Sage and Crepo to provide steady voice and veteran leadership as the team assimilates with the new players.
Ancient Sage, that's pretty strong words there. How old is the Ancient Sage?
24.
So not that ancient.
Pretty old for league player. Anyway, guys, speaking of the pun Padawan Crepo, we turn ourselves to the Twitter question of the day, and it's which North American LCS player brings out the best in his teammates and why?
Just send your thoughts over to @LMO Esports, and we'll be sure to hunt through the best answers and share them later in the broadcast.
Now let's eavesdrop on the LCS preview show as they eavesdrop on the pros in a segment we call the All Chat. It's like voyeurism for your ears.
5, 4, 3, 2.
League of Legends!
Ganja, hello. How are you?
You wanna do Nash? We could do it really fast if they don't have a ward.
Do you think we do Nash really fast?
Don't do Nash, don't do Nash. We can sneak the Nash. We don't have pink on it.
I'm just crashing. Can't they be on Baron right now? No. No.
But they're doing Nash or like...
I can steal Nash easily.
No, we cannot.
Nice.
Now we do it.
Okay, now we can get Nash.
I have TP up.
Dragons, not tigers.
Dragon.
Embrace your inner dragon.
Dude, you know they had a picture of you and a dragon, right?
Did they really?
Yeah. It's just like...
Oh, really?
The chat was like, nerds, nerds.
You just want to be on that like all chat thing, right? You just want it to be like 5 minutes of Pro Belter going. I'm on tonight, you know that.
Hips don't lie and I'm starting to feel this right.
Getting the Drake. Nice guys, nice one.
We have TP here now.
Nope.
YOLO.
YOLO in this. One goal, one dream.
Finish the game.
Okay, finish the game. Finish the game. Good job, guys. Good job.
Yes, no, I wanted 7.
Hell yeah.
Let's go Afro.
Shut up. Let's all do it. Let's go Afro.
Nivea is still open, guys.
Yeah.
We have the free win if we wanted.
I don't think Nivea makes sense.
Frogan, what can you pick where we would actually win teamfights here? I don't think he does anything.
Nivea did. I just think to handle it, Mal is the 2 carries in teamfights. 6.
Nivea and Aurelia. Oh, Twitch fucking really predicted this, guys.
I love these.
Yeah.
Let's go, Freak.
Let's go, Kobe.
No.
With the European League hitting the road and setting up shop in London's Wembley Stadium, the North American LCS will be hitting your browser Thursday and Friday next week.
So be sure to tune in at a special time this Thursday at 11:30 a.m. Pacific and 8:30 p.m. Central European Summer Time for the LCS preview show, and stay current on all the up-to-date news.
So we've got to take a quick break before the game train starts rolling down the track, starting with TSM versus Cloud9. Don't go anywhere.
to the North American LCS. All right, we're launching into our first game of the day. Team Solo Mid versus Cloud9. And looking back at the spring split for this one, this was the headline match to see. And it usually meant these two teams were playing for first place on the line. But now, we're 4 weeks in and both of these teams have struggled from game to game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Riv. For TSM, the growing pains of the new lineup really show that they're in need of a true captain. Their new support, Glebe, has tried to step up in a lot of ways and be that voice.
Yeah.
He talks in champ select, he makes in-game calls, but it's a lot to ask of a young player who's still new to the LCS himself. And Reginald, honestly, will be in a tough position to know how long the team needs to reach their full potential, and then whether it's time to step in and make another change or not, or just let these guys develop on their own. Last week, they actually added an analyst to the team, or coach Loco Doco.
Right.
So time will tell if that's what they need to turn things around.
We will absolutely get to see. And for Cloud9, they've got the same winning formula that for the past year has proved successful, taking them to the Worlds and made them back-to-back champs so far. Now they're having an up and down year, conquering some of the best teams in the North American League and then losing to some of the worst teams.
It's really strange because we've seen Cloud9 take down COD twice and LMQ once, but then they've also lost to Complexity and EG, two of the teams that are now tied for last place. And in their interview after their hard-fought victory against COG, Cloud9 acknowledged that they were dealing with morale issues and still working their way back to 100%. So hopefully another week playing together will help rebuild some confidence and maybe even this game, because their all-time record against TSM is 14-1.
Right. Cloud9 are still a formidable team, and they're in-game calls and focusing on objectives. So TSM say they'll be looking to take a strong lead in the early game.
We were known to be really consistent last split, but now we can pretty much lose to any team.
Their early game is definitely one of their weaknesses right now, and if we can exploit that, we'd be pretty good.
Well, we basically research whatever things we can. All the information we can, we use to kind of create an optimal, pick-ban situation.
Mechanically, we're able to go head-to-head and not necessarily be outclassed, but the big thing that gets C9 wins versus a lot of teams is their pick and ban and in-game decision-making, so we really have to keep that up if we want to be able to do well versus them.
If we get snowballed on off of a dragon fight or two or lane phase, it's very hard for us to come back, so we just can't get snowballed on it, and they're very good at that.
C9 knows where to be on the map at the right time, and if you hesitate and you don't know where to be, you're going to get punished for it. You're going to lose towers, you're going to lose dragon, you lose baron, and then you just lose the game with them.
Basically, you just have to get a lot of wards out and try to just keep taking their buffs over and over.
Not letting the game snowball. That was kind of the biggest one for me. That's kind of the reason Complexity took out Cloud9 so quickly, the early game that both these teams are mentioning.
And it's very interesting how TSM says they want to win the early game because they've probably been one of the worst early game teams in the entire LCS. They got to make moves there.
That's true. Well, they have the time now. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Team Solo Mid. It's going to be Dyrus in the top lane. Amazing in the jungle. Bjergsen in mid lane, a turtle that is wild on AD, and Glebe at support.
And on the red side, of course, it is Cloud9 with balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle. Happy birthday yesterday, he turned 21, high in the mid lane, Sneaky on AD carry, and Lemon Nation on support.
That's nice. Happy birthday to him. In today's featured matchup, however, we'll be keeping an eye on the clash of the carries. Well, Wild Turtle versus Sneaky.
And Riv, in the past few weeks, Sneaky has been a clutch player and carried Cloud9 in their victories. He actually accounts for 37% of his team's damage. The next highest damage dealer comes from COG's Doublelift with 31% of his team's damage. On the other side of the coin is Wild Turtle, who has been a bit of a liability for his team lately, and particularly in this matchup. In their previous games, he's averaged a 1.1 KDA against Cloud9, where Sneaky has a 9.7 KDA against TSM, so it will be incredibly important for Wild Turtle to step up if TSM's going to have a shot at taking the win.
And more even so in this featured matchup, but both of these AD carries kind of have the same teacher from down the road. Lemon Nation kind of trained both of these guys to the point they are now. And Lemon has even said in the past that he feels Sneaky is one of the strongest AD carries that he's ever had a chance to bot lane with.
Exactly. And at this point, he's actually had much more experience and high pressure experience with Sneaky, who was this guy who was really... He didn't have a lot of backing behind him. No one was really talking this guy up because he just kind of was the guy who sat back and did his job. But especially this split, he's really stepping up into the main damage dealer. And that's always the big thing about AD carries. You don't want the AD carry who sits back and does nothing but get kills and stays safe.
Yeah.
You don't want the guy who flies in and dies every fight. You want a guy who maximizes his damage, and that's what Sneaky's doing.
We'll see how they can maximize pick and bans. Another very big point we just saw that the teams kind of conversing back and forth at the camera saying pick and bans is really where Cloud9 can throw you out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, in the first week, they banned out all the junglers for Amazing.
Yeah.
This week, actually, both Meteos and Amazing have been doing a lot of Rengar practice in the jungle. He had been disabled all the previous weeks in the LCS, and the fact that Braum is going to be a pick ban threat, as well as Rengar kind of taking Kha'Zix's place as the fourth big jungler in the North American LCS, I think, will be very interesting to watch throughout this pick ban.
Amazing has been trying to help get the team going. A lot of team solo mid in the solo lanes has been a little lackluster, as it usually is. There would either be one big win for them in a solo lane and a carry to the objective portion. We'll see if they can get the lineup they need for that. Banning out the Lucian. Little last ban there.
Braum is up.
Braum is up.
Is the big thing. And every time he was up in the European LCS, he was picked. Not necessarily first, but he was picked. I think a lot of it actually has to do with, since he hasn't been out in the LCS, teams haven't been focusing practice on him.
Yeah.
And if they want to focus practice on him, he's banned all the time in solo queue if they want to actually do that avenue of practice. So a lot of teams actually haven't played him, which is why I think he wasn't necessarily a first pick priority.
Well, he's definitely a dangerous pick once he does get into that lane. So much defense and offense to be had on both sides of the coin from Braum. And we will see if TSM or Cloud9 try their hand at that today. Lemon Nation has kind of been on a Morgana Thresh run, as well as Glebe.
Ooh.
Nami's also through on this one. That's something Lemon's been playing, and it looks like Turtle, he plays Corky, but he really takes away from Sneaky on this one. First pick priority.
Yeah, what a strange first pick. With Lucian banned and Twitch and Braum available, these teams could potentially be afraid. Well, there's Boom. Of course. I thought maybe TSM would be afraid of getting Zyra picked into Braum because Zyra is actually quite good against him, but with Morgana banned, if Braum lands one nice Q onto Zyra, it would be the death of her in lane. So it's a very curious first pick there from Team Solomon.
Glebe is not one to be afraid to play aggressive. He's got quite some deaths on the support role. We'll see if he can keep himself alive a little longer or get the 2v no lane going. We see Balls pick up Shyvana as TSM locks it in their side. Balls has 3 straight games on Trundle and then all Shyvana, so he keeps the Shyvana train going for himself. Holy speed picks going on
Cloud9 is fast with their picks and bans. They always have been. I mean, we did bring up that Rengar was the jungler that Meteos and Amazing had been practicing, so they didn't necessarily care if Elise went by the wayside. They have a tremendous combination in Braum and Twitch because Twitch can open up and Braum can just stand in front of him, or Twitch can stand behind him while his shield is on, and it's a ridiculous combination to try and fight through.
This, oh my word. Cloud9 has just built a composition where you cannot walk out of line or fall behind for 1 second in any fight. That is a scary comp. On the other side as well, control the map. TSM is trying to get a lot of that.
Yeah, I mean, TSM had the Twisted Fate pick planned to go against all the stealth on Cloud9.
Right.
So they were hoping to bait out the Twitch and the Rengar pick. We'll see if that strategy works, because sure, if they timed their destiny properly on Twisted Fate, they would be able to see a Rengar who's on the hunt or Twitch who is in ambush. But that is just a really risky strategy because of all the things they gave up and how comfortable Cloud9 is going to be on pretty much everything.
Yeah. Awesome picks. It seems like the team's coming together a little bit more in their comfort level and where they're going outside the box here. Cloud9 was definitely having a bit of trouble getting high back into the mix, but with these picks right now, it shows that their coordination should be top-notch as well. First pick priority for Team Solo mid. We'll see if that is really something that kind of gets under their own skin. We're going to quickly head over to lolesports.com and see what you think and who will be taking the W. 63% of that vote right now is going for Cloud9.
Yeah.
I'd probably put my vote that way right now, too. Those
Team
picks.
Comp is looking rather strong. Keep sending those votes throughout the game by sending either hashtag TSMWin or C9Win to @LOLesports. And a little update throughout the game, so you can get your pick in after First Blood just to say, oh yeah, they got First Blood, now I think they're winning.
And Cloud9 has pretty much what they want. I mean, Balls hasn't had a super high kill lane. He hasn't been getting a lot of kills this year either. Lowest kills as a top laner, so him and Dyrus are kind of going on the taster's choice of picks, Renekton and Shyvana when you need to. But High's pick of Fizz, super kill potential on that TF in mid lane. There's a lot of outplay potential there, and High loves to play aggressive.
Especially because High is going to try and jump up on the pole every time he would get gold card stunned or anything. So tricky bit of matchup there.
Well, we'll see who has more tricks up their sleeve. We are on to the match here. Week 4, first game. TSM versus Cloud9 is underway.
And in this Week 4, you can see Cloud9 taking full advantage of the 4.9 patch that we're playing on. Rengar and Braum, both enabled this week. Bam! Right off the bat, Cloud9 always a team to try and adapt quickly as possible, especially in the playoffs of the Spring Split when the heal patch came in and everyone was doing the Soraka mid lane. Cloud9 was doing that before everyone else and was the best at adapting to that. here comes Braum and Rengar.
Slowly walking out. We'll see how much Cloud9 feels comfortable with this in the beginning. I'm sure Meteos wants to get a solid jungle start on this. And the rest of the team has a lot formulated. But TSM says, let's try to make this a little harder. Let's get in their hair and see what we can do. Some knowledge of their movement. And they know this is just going to be kind of for the stay and the steal.
Yeah, so I do need to talk about the Braum lane a little bit. Because yes, he was seen in the European LCS. But this is the North American LCS. So one thing the teams were able to do against him in the European LCS and was expected is he's a little bit vulnerable to getting shoved in lane early. So if the other team can get a little bit of wave advantage and keep the minions at Braum's turret, he has almost no kill threat. Because the only way Braum gets aggressive is if he lands a Q on the enemy. And also he doesn't want to engage on a giant minion wave. But in team fights, because of his ability to apply stun passive procs on so many people and also block so much of the damage with his shield, he's an absolute monster once he gets to that phase. So I actually think if Cloud9 can get a 1v2 completely to their advantage, because they won't be getting shoved in, and it will give Braum an easier early laning phase.
Let's see how the ward control goes down this game as well. Wild Turtle was speaking a lot about that, and the pink ward control is going to be even more in their minds this game with the Rengar and the Twitch pick. Going to the top lane, they're actually waiting for Dyrus to make a move here. Start getting himself some CS.
Well, especially in these 2v0s, they're hoping Dyrus actually starts the wave off hitting creeps, because that will allow Cloud9 to deny him. But as long as Cloud9 is getting last hits, the wave should slowly push towards Dyrus. It's just going to be a little while.
Just one hit off from taking some extra stun damage on that. Looks like Meteos and Balls making their way into the jungle, and they may be able to find Dyrus on this, but they split right off the bat. They're going to be pinching him in on this one. It looks like he will be quite safe after seeing Meteos on the side. No, he had full on that one, so it looks like Dyrus going to be hit up. Slice dice. He held first skill that long.
Yeah, but even so, he was just trying to keep tabs on what was going on in the jungle. It did delay them very slightly. He wasn't going to be getting experience anyway. That wasn't a mistake by any means by Dyrus. It just means that TSM knows exactly where the Cloud9 roam would be coming from if they do it.
Also means Amazing is going to be getting some solo experience as he goes around the jungle. Balls not with Meteos is going to be stealing that up, and you can see High already aggressive under the turret. Gets that lane pushed up just enough so he can be in and out.
Yeah, dodged every last bit of damage there. Didn't take the turret shot or the wild cards from Bjergsen. He's going to have to be afraid of the Elise pretty shortly, but that's why they have the early ward coverage in the lane. And that's also why Lemon Nation is roaming around on Braum. He's actually hoping to get some type of counter gank.
This is usually their level 2, 3 that they're trying to get. Glebe and Dyrus actually going to answer on this as well. They are perfectly set up. Lemon Nation throws out the cube. It isn't going to be enough. 1, 2, 3 after the other. High throws himself into the fire, but the whole team has come down. Lemon's a tick away, but he stays alive. Turtle's now here, and that's going to be Amazing going down first. Meteos is back and forth. That's going to be his buffs really helping in this fight, but they know they can't help High anymore. It's going to be the quick 1-for-1. First blood to Meteos.
Wow. I mean, we've been talking a lot about how in this 2v0 lane setup, you can have a lot of roamers from either side of the map kind of arrive in mid lane. That's exactly what we saw. TSM had 5 people there. Cloud9 had 4. Which means that the double buffs being transferred to Meteos and the fact that it was a 1-for-1, while Twitch was able to farm freely in the top lane, means Cloud9 comes out ahead on that trade.
Getting some stacks on that bone tooth for himself already. Let's take a look at that again.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like just the bait from Cloud9. It was a sixth sense in Lemon Nation kind of thinking there was something there because they'd been gone from the bottom lane. He checks it a little aggressively, but just barely staying alive, and that gave time for Cloud9 to come down. Meteos did a really nice flash jump out of the brush there, making it so you could still jump out of the brush even after the flash because there's a short delay, and he allowed himself to pick up that quick kill on Rengar.
Good refresh on the buffs. That'll definitely put a hindrance on Amazing's lane pressure as he comes in, but it looks like he's still going to be roaming with Dyrus as they take over the top bottom side of the jungles respectively here in this 2v-none. Let's see, Dyrus is now level 2 on that fight. Balls and Dyrus both getting assists on that, so as we're looking a bit at the top laners, both help there for each. The AD carries in our matchup didn't really get anything out of that, just kind of a walk around for them. Miss some CS.
Well, the kill from Wild Turtle will definitely make up for his missed CS, I think.
I looked right past it.
Luckily, picked it up on the backside.
That's
and
right.
Actually, surprisingly, last week we saw a sub 4-minute dragon in 7 of the 8.
That's true.
Which is actually more so what Lemon Nation was checking for when he walked down there, because he was hoping to get a little bit of harassment down onto TSM. You can see if Dyrus is very low, maybe they could have disrupted that. But now that they've swapped up into the top lane. There's no disruption to be had, even though Dyrus is a little bit low.
Very smart play by Team Soul Mid right now, controlling the map as much as they need to here in the early game as they trade 1-for-1 in the kill just a bit ago. That's 8.2k for now for the 7.6 of Cloud9. No type of snowball to be had here. The TSM is starting to grab a bit of a lead in that mid lane. Bjergsen is 44 CS to High's 29, so that aggression is not really paying off for him just yet.
Yeah, well, the Twisted Fate range advantage over High definitely has something to say about that. And the ward coverage that TSM has in the Dragon side of River really makes High play a little bit uneasily. So he's just trying to survive.
Something that TSM said they would do is continue to place wards against Cloud9. The pink wards actually have not come out yet, something, or at least for Cloud9 rather, on that side to the Dragon. They're still defending their side instead of trying to move that line forward. It shows how kind of weary they are at TSM's control of the map so far. High doing quite well in the mid lane as he tries to get himself back up in that CS. And this Fizz play is not something we've seen of him yet, so he is still trying to show what the champion pool is in the summer split.
Yeah, but honestly, High, despite Cloud9's struggles, has kind of been impressive with his champion pool and what he's been able to bring out. Playing LeBlanc early on, he had a Twisted Fate game, a Soraka game, a Lulu game. Kha'Zix is Nidalee, we'd never seen him on before last week, and he landed pretty much every spear. He is showing a fair bit of champion diversity.
Looks like some of it is the kind of confidence that the team needs as well. It seems like everybody else has been bringing their play style up just a few notches to follow up with, the, like you said, the Kha'Zix play, the great LeBlanc and Nidalee play that he can bring out.
Yeah. I will say it's very interesting as well how this Cloud9 matchup has kind of evolved over time, with Cloud9 winning pretty much every single one. 15 games, they've won 14 of them.
It's true.
But if we think back to the playoffs of last split, and even the first game from this split, Cloud9 plays very reserved against Team Solo Mid. It's actually like they've kind of swapped places in a sense, because Cloud9 will be content picking a late game composition, farming up their waves, and then kind of waiting for the team fights to come to them, and really relying on their laning ability against TSM, which isn't the way it used to be approached, but it's been working extremely well lately for Cloud9 against TSM.
Definitely a team that they need to stay ahead of, both one game away right now as they match up. Like we said in the beginning, this is usually a game we'd see for first place, but not yet. Not yet at all.
They're fighting for 3rd/4th place, depending on who wins. Actually, despite all of TSM struggles, and Cloud9 has been struggling as well, you look into this match and think, oh yeah, Cloud9 is way better than TSM, is what you're thinking right now, because everyone's just been on the TSM hate train. But I mean, they're 4-4 versus a 5-3 team. If TSM wins this game, they have exactly the same record in the LCS, and a 1-1 season record against them. I think the big difference perception-wise is the fact that TSM has lost to every team ahead of them in the standings. Good damage from Turtle. Wow. And beaten every team below them in the standings, whereas Cloud9 has been much more inconsistent. So you tend to give Cloud9 the benefit of the doubt in their inconsistency, and you only remember their victories over CLG and their win over LMQ, and you kind of forget about the fact that this Cloud9 team lost to Complexity and EG.
And it's kind of like situations as we just viewed in the bottom lane. Wild Turtle pushing balls out. That's usually a balls 1v1 solo situation where he comes up with a kill.
TF right into Rengar as well.
Bjergsen coming to the top lane. They were trying to catch Cloud9 feeling comfortable, and they got what they wanted. The Lantern so close. The Lantern is taken. Turret's bent down. There's the Dragon's descent right into the fight. The crowd control from Bjergsen will be there with the blue buff on the gold cards. Does he have enough time? Draws one out. Pulls the flash from the rest of the team. Bjergsen almost going down. Turns at the last second. There's the fish, High with Chum the Waters, and he comes to clean up on janitor duty. A double kill now on Glebe, and he's going to try to get himself out of a tight situation here. Dyrus and Amazing, both at 5, are still going to have enough without the ulties. Oh my god, there's the ultimate from Pro! What an amazing play from Cloud9 in the end.
What? That was a big, crazy fight. And this was actually Cloud9 collapsing 5 people into the lane before TSM could really spawn, and it could have been a lot worse if it wasn't for some really nice play from TSM.
One more time.
Watch how difficult it is for Cloud9 to get a solid grasp onto TSM. Glebe's plays and amazing stunts just continually kind of kept them back. Right there, the play onto balls couldn't get in. They flashed right at the last second, right as the skill shots were about to land. Another bowler was dodged. Amazing stuns, Highs is coming in. So much delayed. meaning this final engage had to happen under a turret because it was an extended 5v4. Even another play by Glebe to keep high at bay. Yes, that he did eventually get the double kill, but it could have been a lot worse. And now the gold, dead even.
Good call by Bjergsen to run away from the team with the fish on. That was real close to hit a lot of people and make the best out of a bad situation there. But like you said, all tied up. Cloud9 absolutely making moves that time. They were definitely playing that lax play, making sure that TSM wouldn't get the upper hand, but felt like they could turn it on for a quick moment there.
And that was the mid-game move that TSM tried to make with the Twisted Fate pick, and it arrived right as the Rengar gank was arriving. So in that case, they did it quite well. Ball struggling a little bit with the CS on the top lane. But after all is said and done, it's probably going to be about this next dragon fight. Balls needs to charge up his ultimate as quickly as possible on Shyvana, and they need to get some position around that pit. Otherwise, TSM could gain control of it. They're really fighting the board game right now.
And this is really big for Cloud9. You see that High, his first pickup is a needlessly large rod. They are ready to impact any fights that happen right now.
Yeah, he wants his Zhonya's as quickly as possible. That's the build he always goes on Fizz, all the way back to when he played it in the NA playoffs in the summer split of 2013. And actually amazing going up for a gank on Balls while the dragon is spawning. Dyrus would have his teleport to come down, but that gives up a lot of vision control around the dragon and might just prompt Cloud9 to rush it down.
Meteos coming up to help the team, already on 3 stacks, so he's getting some stats out of his Bone Tooth already with that movement speed in and out of combat in the brush. Only going to help him be that much more of the controller for his team.
And they don't even teleport down afterwards. The missed fish by High. I'm really surprised by that TSM move. I think they missed a big opportunity there. They took the first dragon. Obviously, both teams had the timer, but it's kind of on them. When you take a dragon so early, to get the timer and position yourself for the next dragon, you add to the fact that they had the teleport advantage in the top lane as well, with Dyrus having his and Balls without his. That was TSM's dragon to lose, and they actually gave it away.
One thing we've seen a lot of this split is shaken confidence that can quickly happen in a game. A wrong initiation, something here or there, and you instantly see second guessing on it. Looks like Cloud9 is definitely really on the first guess right now.
Yeah, that's a problem Cloud9 has been having a little bit. They said they had a little bit of infighting just as they've been losing. They're so used to being the top team in North America. When they start to struggle, that stuff happens. But week to week, they say they are getting better. And TSM, we saw it last week as well, especially in their game against LMQ. Just an indecisiveness and being afraid of making a mistake more than anything else. I think that last dragon was just no one making a decisive call to say, hey, let's go down for the dragon, because they didn't even gank top. They just spent a bunch of time running in between point A to point B.
Waiting for that next objective to come up. Both teams pretty much back into the solos. We see Twitch going down. Sneaky's going to farm up in the bottom lane. Turtle and Glebe at the top. Cloud9 is going to try to open up the middle of the map here with pressure. Bjergsen does not have any help.
It's a push and a counter push right now. Bjergsen does have substantially good wave on Twisted Fate. So it is very hard to push that down, especially when you have a Fizz. It's not exactly a tower sieging composition. Cloud9's team across the board is atrocious at sieging turrets. So that could be a very good way of TSM stalling out this game.
That's one thing TSM was talking about. If you're out of position, TSM will take towers. So if they're in position, they have a real good chance to stop any push Cloud9 would bring to the table. We'll see towards the top lane. Cloud9 is actually forcing TSM away just for now, but it all stays safe, and we may actually have them coming right to mid for a side swipe here.
So I do have to point something a little bit strange out on TSM's side. Amazing has built a Sightstone on a lease. And we might see a fight in the mid lane here just because everyone is there. But I will want to talk about that Sightstone in a little bit because it's a development that I think we might see more of in the 4.9 patch. All right, so
it's really played a big role.
Yeah, one of the big things about the 4.9 patch is the bonus experience on jungle monsters was removed. It was an old experience mechanic that was around in Season 3, so especially between the levels of like 7 and 11, the experience junglers can get is diminished. And I think that makes the fighting power of junglers around level 7 and 9 more important because they're going to be around that experience level for a longer period of time.
Right.
And I also think it's going to lead to slightly more supportive style junglers. Because they're going to be lower level, the vision control they provide for the rest of the team is substantially more important. So Lee Sin would obviously get a Sightstone, but we might start seeing it on stuff like Elise.
And crazy stuff coming out of High as well. The Deathfire Grasp instantly put together for his first buy.
Didn't go Zhonya's. That's very unlike him on Fizz. He's definitely going for the one-shot kill. Meteos is in stealth.
Whole team is ready there.
Missed the bola.
Oh man, TF ball coming in. Ball's a little too deep on that one. He does have the ultimate to get out. Flash is used, so keeps himself safe, but it looks like he used saves the ult, I should say.
Wow.
They're gonna fight again. Now this could be that out of position that Cloud9 wants to work with. They don't exactly have the wave where they want it, but they should get some damage here.
Yeah, but if they go to hit this turret, they will be all in on
Right.
it. So that's actually why High is waiting in the wings with the sweeper, looking for the one shot.
Oh dear, there it is. It's gonna be that extra magic damage coming out, and he is able to trickster over the wall. He's gonna need some help on this one though. They do have him quite locked up. Lemon Nation comes in for a big amount of crowd control, but it's not gonna be enough. 2 for 1 though. Quite
Yeah,
nice.
a 2 for 1 when pretty much only 2 people of Cloud9 were involved in that. High played that just the way he wanted to. Him and Lemon pushed back pretty much everyone. He got his kills. It cost him his life, but he doesn't necessarily care about that. Cloud9 gets a lot of jungle pressure with that as well.
And that's perfect. Taking down Wild Turtle, has a kill in the game. You want to start shutting down that power.
Yeah, and this was a really great post
Flash to
there.
Trickster.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's a flash Trickster. You can do that on Fizz. A lot of the European Fizzes were doing that as well.
Wow.
And then Lemon just came in for the help afterwards, adding some crowd control so High could finish off the second target.
Nicely played. It looks like the aggression of High back to normal. 3, 2, and 2 for himself. A little lower in CS, but he is known to not have the highest CS in the mid lane. It's not really his priority. It's getting the team control of the map, and now they're back to help control mid as TSM looks to make their move now to rebuttal that little attack.
Oh, is High thinking about going in a little bit? Because Lemon did have a slow landed, and this is kind of the team fight phase where you'd expect the Braum to come in with a bit more strength. So look for Lemon Nation to make a lot of plays jumping in with the Fizz, and look for Meteos to have a better ultimate next time on Rengar. That was a very lackluster ultimate he had around the Dragon Pit. Most Rengars, if you're looking for the high amount of damage, you go into stealth, you actually activate your Q before you use your leap in, and then you just press your Q a bunch of times, and in between Qs you use your other abilities. That time, because he didn't want to jump into all of TSM, he tried a long-range Bola stun, because it was empowered at the time, to hope for the rest of the initiation, but once it missed, he had just lost all threat.
All right. Keep an eye on Meteos as well as the positioning of Lemon Nation and High in this. A ferocious team composition by Cloud9 really starting to take effect, but the gold's quite even. So TSM is staving off a bit of this power, and they've still been able to drop 2 turrets on either side of the map for both teams. Coming up on 20 minutes, that Dragon is 2 seconds from being back alive. And it looks like we're going to get a pretty good fight out of it.
Oh, and actually TSM cuts them off, they go!
Flash Flay coming in. It looks like it's going to be one back and forth. These slice and dice for Dragon's Descent. And nothing really going down for too much damage. They follow down Meteos, gets a bit of heal back. It's going to be a 1v1. Bjergsen gets out the card. Wild cards as well. Enough to take it down with the Q from him. And TSM Bjergsen's auto attacks, but it's only the one on each, not even each side, it's just Meteos. What a chaotic fight.
Great decisiveness right there by Glebe. Whoever was making the call was the right one.
Whoa.
And even jumping up from the fish there, gets High into the fight.
Not a good move by High there. Definitely an error he did not want to make.
Plus the Dragon after all of that. So Cloud9 overreached a little bit, but was mainly because TSM caught them off guard by going in. The reason it was a good initiation here is Balls did not have his ultimate up, and there was no setup for the stealth from Rengar, so they could not get snuck up on, and they were the ones doing the fighting. Look at that. At this point, yeah, so never mind, the Balls ultimate was up, it's just he used it very early on for not much effect. And then Lemon had a very poor Braum shield. He actually faced it away from TSM, so he couldn't block any damage. And High wasn't even in the fight, so it started as a 4v5. They didn't let Meteos get anything off because they used the Twisted Fate ultimate to control his vision. And it was really just TSM catching Cloud9 in between spots again and again.
2,000 gold lead coming in for Team Solo. Mid there is High. Throwing out Chum the Waters on Amazing. Getting instantly repelled on that. The Deathfire Grasp not having too much effect either, but this gives Bjergsen a huge jump now in the ability to make plays. Almost with the Zanya's finished, that means TSM can start to initiate things that they want to do. This also helps Wild Turtle get back in the game. Another kill to him is Cloud9, we just saw focus him in the jungle solely to stop that.
And I honestly have to touch back to our featured matchup as well right now, because we see Wild Turtle at 8,200 and Sneaky at 6,500. Sneaky is also yet to be involved in a kill or an assist. If you're doing 37% of your team's damage on average, being 0-1-0 is not living up to what the team is expecting of you. So he hasn't been in position. in part because Bjergsen's vision control with the Destiny has kept him in bad places, and also because TSM has been pushing very strongly and decisively as a team.
I also have that tower taking power, Jat. We talked a little bit about it. Cloud9's a little lackluster, and with a very early Deathfire grasp, it's not going to be a Lich Bane fizz that fast either.
And in addition to not having wave clear, Cloud9 doesn't have any good anti-siege.
Yeah.
You know, they can maybe initiate on you if they get a flank, but as far as clearing waves, as TSM's coming into their turret, they don't have much. So they're really needing to find fights in the map, and TSM hasn't been giving them to them as of yet. He does land the bowl this time, though.
So they're going to get the Chum the Waters out. Do not.
Right where they need
on it. Waiting on the Lantern. Very nice from Glebe to always be in the right spot at the right time with those so far. Cloud9's running a 5-man squad. This is not normal that we usually see from them. They're trying to figure out what they want to do right now.
So Cloud9 is a team that has pretty strong initiation here, but no turret sieging potential. So that means the objectives they can control around aren't turrets. It basically means they need to fight around Dragon and Baron. When they were setting up for Dragon the last time, they didn't have the proper vision control and got initiated on. That was really Cloud9's window to try and jump ahead in the game. At this point, it's actually TSM who gets to make all the moves until the next Dragon or Baron is up, because if TSM can ward up properly, they can keep their distance from Cloud9, use their range advantage, and play it safely. It's just a little bit difficult to avoid the flank attacks from Cloud9, which means TSM needs really good wards, which of course is why they have 2 Sightstones. So it's actually really smart by TSM right now.
Perfect that you mentioned the wards. Even the pinks and the greens that sit in TSM's inventory right now, and they're not just being placed willy-nilly. TSM's moving up, knowing when they can control those positions with the pink wards, and then they'll be placed. Very nice control. Just a line right down the river. Nobody's going to get into their side of the jungle without their knowledge.
Yeah, it's so nice. The Sightstone on Elise is a very uncommon purchase, but it makes so much sense in the context of what TSM is playing against in Cloud9, a team that is all about trying to find picks and initiate on you, and nothing about sieging. So TSM knew what the priority was this time, and amazing, made the adaptation.
High still waiting to build up a bit. Wes Bjergsen finishes his 2nd item now, having that Deathfire Grass kind of plateaued him as it didn't work out the way he thought it would. We'll see what TSM has in mind here, Jad. It does not look good for C9. Looks like they'll be able to back off, though. Quickly seen with the minions in mid. It's Cloud9 now clearing out some wards. That 5 seconds it takes to hit a pink ward is very dangerous.
They can't even get it at this point. Balls wasn't near. And they do not want to get another flash play by Glebe, right? That was such a great initiation last time. Also, Wild Turtle's at a very strong item threshold right now. Trinity Force Bloodthirster on Corki. It's probably Corki's strongest point in the game, whereas Sneaky doesn't even have his Phantom Dancer yet. If he did the patented Twitch open up next to the enemy AD carry, he would just die. He wouldn't actually kill Wild Turtle. Wild Turtle will blow him up.
Wild Turtle could definitely show some numbers this game. The lowest amount of kills in the game is an AD carry, 4. That's the highest Wild Turtle's had in a game so far.
Not this split, he hasn't even had 5 kills in a game. How crazy is that?
Yeah. We talked a little about that 1.1 KDA versus Cloud9 last time. That was a 1-4-3 Twitch game. So now he takes that Corki away from Sneaky and shows him what for, even though we had the same teacher.
Teacher was on Braum right now. He needs to do some nice defensive moves the next time TSM initiates on them. But if they keep getting caught out like this...
Oh no, teacher, look out! He's to be alright. He's safe.
Nah.
The students help the teacher.
Well, is he actually? Shyvana's not there.
That's Zanya's play. This is what they said they would be available to do. Just throwing out the Destiny makes Cloud9 scatter, and they're not able to control the kill to elimination.
Cloud9 is out of sorts, and TSM is the team playing together right now.
Yeah.
Meteos used his jump onto a ward that was being TP'd on right there by TSM, and Lemonation burns his ultimate for the death, and with the vision control that TSM has around this Baron, with pink wards and all, it just makes the Twisted Fate, Elise, and Thresh picks even more threatening. Cloud9 has lost control of the map.
The game became a lot about vision once all these wards started coming out, so it doesn't hurt to have a global Destiny from Twisted Fate. Really putting the pressure on Cloud9. They're not going to be able to respond to a 25-minute Dragon take here by Team Solo Mid, already up 5,000 gold in the game and starting to put their foot down.
Yeah, and I don't know if the gold lead is controllable now for Cloud9, because they want to posture around objectives and force TSM to come to them, but they're pretty far behind right now. So they're clearing pink wards. They're trying to do this with Baron. They should probably just start the Baron right now because they know that TSM just took the Dragon. Just not the guts to make that call.
Great composition coming in.
That was probably Cloud9's window to get back in the game right now. They didn't have complete vision control because they didn't have enough sweepers to really check. Only watching the replay will they realize what a great opportunity they missed there. But now TSM's just getting control back, and it's the pick game all over again.
It's just like all chat. Can we do Nasher? Do we have vision? Do we know if we have vision? Do we have a panic button? Do we have vision? It's almost so chaotic you don't even know when you actually know. 42,000 to sit at 36,000. We'll see if Cloud9 can actually just push through that mentality and get it done for themselves. Good wards coming out. Great sweeper there coming from Lemon Nation as well. TSM setting to put themselves up in a great just poke spam. You have Wild Turtle, Bjergsen, amazing and Gleave, can get long catches as well, kind of just like the Elise and Morgana. You have the Elise Thresh Hook here. They are ready to work the composition and disengage if they need to.
But we do have to point out that Cloud9, as far as just overall damage and in-team fighting power, the composition is much greater. So if they can keep the goal close and it goes super late, Cloud9 would be great, but they don't have the tools to stall at the moment. They're going for a fight.
Looks like Meteos goes in very hard. They get not even the Lantern out. Meteos still alive, getting himself the heals for High coming in with the kills. Sneaky in the backside. They slowed things down as TSM didn't like the damage they were seeing on the front end of that fight. But now that Iris comes in, High to the backside. He gets flayed out of his Q. Does a bit of the damage, but he's not able to apply the rest. Shots onto balls in the top side. He might go down the last rocket. Just missing the Dragon Tail. The big one missing as well. He uses the Valkyrie and can't get into range. Burnout keeping balls alive.
Even though TSM hasn't finished off balls, that might do it for the game because they just wrecked Cloud9 3-4-0, nearly 4-0 in a team fight. No one in Cloud9 could get into the position they needed to. TSM completely had control over that fight, even though it was in the jungle, which should be Rengar's backyard. And they're too low to end up doing the Baron, but the kills are still good.
It's almost too much gap for the rest of the team to follow up Meteos here.
Yeah, I mean, Meteos went in so deep trying to chase here. He got hooked, played, all that stuff, and then he tried to run away from Tyrus. But he ended up getting chased down, and watch how Sneaky could never get in the proper position to fight. Cloud9 was half in and half out, and when the Twisted Fate ultimate came in, he could never get involved. No one could close on Wild Turtle because it was just the Fizz trying to get in there, and TSM just cleaned up. Zhonya's at the right time, ult's at the right time, and great finishers.
That was a great play by Bjergsen. Came in, gold carded and wild carded the majority of the fight instead of just trying to solo Sneaky. Great mindset by everybody on Team Solo Mid, working together and not just focusing the same target with crowd control, but the damage instead. 47 to 38 now. It's looking more and more grim for Cloud9. 5 turrets to 3 as TSM starts to open up the map like a Christmas present here, and they're about to find out what's inside quite soon. Not getting to the mid inhib now. Baron's going to be there, and then maybe to the bottom turret if they want.
TSM needs to start baiting around Baron as well. They know that just now. They pushed out the mid lane, they see Sneaky in the bottom lane. It's not a matter of baiting when they can just take it right off the bat.
Strong play all around. This kind of control, you definitely know TSM is back on the rise in their gameplay. Sneaky doing what he can to kind of counter that gold and stats that TSM just grabbed a hold of. Is 3 of 4 dragons, and the first Baron of the game is in their pocket.
What a turnaround for TSM. I mean, considering how bad they looked last week, they looked completely uncoordinated against LMQ.
A new coach.
They had some of the worst early games. They did win against Curse. But the fact that they lost to every team above them and beaten every team below them, it didn't seem like TSM could go very far. But now the fact that they've only beaten Cloud9 once in 15 tries, and they're looking to beat them very handily here in the second game they played them this summer. It's going to be great for their momentum.
Look around the board at how many teams have grabbed an extra coach or a coach in general. It's almost a momentum push for the team. You get a coach. Dignitas now has 2. It seems like they surged in power. TSM figures, let's grab one of our own. We need kind of an outside look on the end.
And I'm sure we'll get to know a lot more of Loco Doco as season progresses. But he is a guy who's had a lot of ups and downs in his career. He's been around since the very start, really, of League Esports. He's played in the OGN Champions Final in Korea. He's had 2 stints in North America, once playing for CLG, once trying to qualify with a team of Korean players. Now he's back coaching TSM, so he has experience. It's just a matter of making it work.
We'll See if his knowledge and power can really give the team what they need. Ball's putting on the blue suede shoes for a set. They are dedicating quite a bit to taking him down. They'll get a turret out of it here. But what can they lose out of this? A lot of their crowd control is down, and it looks like they're just too powerful. Really, Cloud9 to even give it a second thought.
Yeah, pretty big mistake there by Cloud9. Balls can't be out there trying to defend that turret. They want to get a flank attack, but now they have no Shyvana.
Oh, boy.
High's coming in from behind. They might just try and go for it.
Beautiful.
Maybe?
Oh, he got out! Threw it on. He has the Quicksilver Sash for himself. Chum the Waters doesn't do anything here. Bjergsen goes into the Zanyas, and they are still ready to formulate the fight. Already taken down Lemonation. The huge crowd control for the team is down. High is going to try to do what he can now, and I don't think it's going to be enough. Uses the Q to dodge out and kind of do a little bit of a trickster, but it's not going to work. TSM reads it like a book.
Try as Cloud9 might, they're just one step behind. A McHale's and a QSS on Wild Turtle, so good luck.
I was wondering what all those
getting a
circles
shark
were.
to stick on that guy. They also have they also had the heal from Wild Turtle that came in at just the right time. They had Zanyas on Bjergsen to keep him safe, and Cloud9's initiation was not together, really. And look at even the health when they start this fight. Cloud9 is lower than TSM is. When you QSS the shark, you don't stop the shark, but you stop him from following you. Then they put the shield on him as well, so Wild Turtle was completely safe. Lemonation tried to frontline, but they had no initiation from Shyvana ultimate, so they could not punish TSM for grouping as well as they wanted to. Sneaky for the first time gets a great Twitch ultimate off, but they're behind so much at the time, it just doesn't matter. And then barely Glebe survives through the Twitch poison because of his shield. So just a series of unfortunate events for Cloud9 in that team.
This composition becomes almost impossible for High to hit a fish on. You got a Zanya's, Turtle's gonna get his silver, or the Mikhails, and Amazing can just dodge out of it. The other two have the HP to take it. It's becoming harder and harder for Cloud9 here. They went through picks and bans so fast in this one, but did not get the start in the game they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, they picked themselves into a corner with the team composition. It's not a bad team composition, but it's just when they fall behind, they don't have much to do. There's a jump.
See what can happen here. There's the 1-2, a 3 possibly coming in. There's the Zanya's denying that. Can he get over the wall? And he does, but the Glebe is there! The rest of the team is there! Oh my god, Bjergsen stays alive! 41 seconds on Meteos, 45 seconds on High. They are running amok right now, and TSM's gonna be looking for the Nexus soon.
Yeah, Bjergsen does have 2 Void Staffs, and I think that's one of the reasons that play was so impressive for him right there. No need to have the 2 Void Staffs, but he at least, he's keeping them. He's fully committed right now, doesn't want to lose the AP.
I like it.
Still, the Zanya's baiting into everything else is great, and you can see the gold difference over time in this game is just trending upwards and upwards. It was close until the team fight started going for TSM. Ever since, they got the vision control from the Elise and the nice initiations from Glebe.
Cloud9 really not being able to stay on par with that gold increase. And it looks like a few more kills. Shuts down Meteos and High. Very vocal players for the team as well. Hopefully Cloud9 keeping their heads in this one. TSM's looking to close out the game quite soon. They have everything they need to continue diving on these turrets. And Wild Turtle on the backside.
No wave clear from Cloud9. They might just have to fight right now.
That's a one. Cleaved onto the Dragon. The set with the flay. Very nice. Ball's trying to do what he can from the back line. Dyrus level 16 with Dominus on in the front. Sneaky gets a kill that he needs. Bjergsen sidestepping back and forth. No Zanya's for that, but it hardly even did damage to him from the Chum the Waters. It's a turnaround somehow now. Cloud9 is getting shredded. There's the 1. There's the 2. A triple kill coming in for Wild Turtle as he throws on the shell. And the first pick, Corky, comes up huge.
Triple kill right there from Wild Turtle, and it was the peel of TSM. They moved back as a unit as Cloud9 tried once and again, dive and dive and dive, and they just couldn't make it to the targets they needed to. Now, they're trying to kill the Nexus.
Turret's going down. That's 1 Nexus turret. Not even gonna have time to get back to the Baron because they don't need it. Team Solo Mid trying to come out big on this one. Focusing completely on the turret. That's gonna have to be a gold card from Bjergsen. Oh, he gets the Flame Breath. And they're gonna have to be getting out on this one. We said it before. Wild Turtle only got the 4 kills before.
Real fast right now and invisible.
There's a repel. Phosphorus comes out for more vision. That's very nice.
You can see how scared Meteos was of Wild Turtle right there. Just so much damage from Corky. He could not wait around for the repel. We got to take another look at this fight, though. And the play on the Shyvana ultimate was just right. Doesn't even get close for the damage. And that may well have decided a large portion of this fight, because if we look at the open that Sneaky had, it was rather impressive, as there was a Flaming Dragon in there throughout that. Wild Turtle may have been a lot lower, the Shark onto Bjergsen may have done a lot more work, and the turn would not have been possible. But as it was, teleporting right next to Sneaky and getting that stun is what allowed Wild to be so aggressive. So they had to do that as a unit in order for it to work.
Turtle back to his roots on this one.
10-1-5. So much for not getting 5 kills or more in a game.
Looked like he changed that one. We can say this KDA is definitely better than his first game against Cloud9 at the 1.1.
Oh, Amazing would have seen
that's not yours.
During that repel. He's in a bit of a pickle.
Uh-oh.
One would say.
Uh-oh. There's one.
Where's he going to go?
He has to do a lot here.
He's going to Zhonya's? Yeah.
That was
and he
nice.
jumped back over the wall.
Oh, wow. He's not even ready to put out damage himself.
Yeah, there wasn't much he could do with 5 people chasing him, and the amount of crowd control TSM has. Now with no Nexus turrets, this is looking like Game Rift.
Yeah, just in the middle, Bjergsen is 5,000 gold over high by himself. There's quite a discrepancy here between these players across the board in our featured matchup.
Oh, no!
Wild Turtle versus Sneaky.
He walked right past the pink ward while trying to get an open.
Wild Turtle versus Sneaky, and that's Wild Turtle, to say the least. There's another kill for Turtle coming in. 13-1-5 on the first pick, priority Corki pick, as the rest of the team goes for the Nexus. A 36-minute game as TSM takes down Cloud9 convincingly.
And most importantly, they tie them in the standings.
Yes, they do.
So TSM always sees Cloud9 as their biggest rival here because they've won the last 2 splits and destroyed them in the playoffs. But that win is so important for TSM's confidence.
That congratulatory hug as well looked like the old Team Solo Mid. Whenever Team Solo Mid would have wins lately, they kind of get up and be stressed about it. They wouldn't be able to celebrate that win because it was a hard-fought win. This one was methodical. They went at it, and they knew what they wanted from the get-go. Wild Turtle coming out very strong in the game. And the laning phase for Team Solo Mid, a safer laning phase than usual, and it was enough to carry them.
And honestly, so much pressure has been on this Team Solo Mid team, especially during their struggles, because Amazing and Glee joined a team that is just expected to be one of the best in North America. And because they are on Team Solo Mid, they have to be that good immediately. One of the big things Ro4 did as soon as he joined the house for the coach is he stopped them from reading social media right off the bat to hopefully alleviate some of that pressure. And it did look like TSM was playing much more freely this game. Instead of being afraid of making mistakes, they were making informed decisions based off of their heavy ward control and initiation potential.
Great play around the board. Everybody, really. Glebe was the one with the most deaths, the way it should be. The team positioned correctly. Well, support's going to go down. You got to make the plays. But like you said, everybody was making plays. They really built correctly for the entire matchup. Dyrus did a great job of not being the dude. Obviously, it's a top laner, but the guy that was focused out at 5-6 minutes when he was trying to get himself safe. This TSM play was completely different from the start.
And it's another reason for Cloud9 to say, hey, they're not really back yet. If we actually look at their season as a whole, you know, they now just moved to 5-4. But if we remember some of their victories, their LMQ game, so close. Their COG game, there was a 6,000 or 7,000 gold disadvantage at one point. It could have been a very real possibility that Cloud9 has a losing record at this point of the season. So they're really needing to start to worry about this right now because we're nearing the halfway point in our season. We're getting close to that point. Obviously, we're only in week 4, but this is 9 games in. And they're still not looking like their old selves.
That's right.
So they got to be worried.
Got to be worried. Indeed. It's going to be, they have a while to go, but things need to be fixed fast. For the lowdown on Team Solo Mid's win, let's hand it over to Freak and Kobe at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv, and we're joined by the man of the hour, Coach Ro4 from TSM.
Hi.
So, coming into that game, right, you know you're facing Cloud9 team, historically very big favorites against you guys. This is your second win ever against C9 in professional play. What was the plan heading in?
We actually meant to first pick Braum. We knew they would pick, we were planning on running a TF comp, and we knew they would run Fizz. Rengar jungle, we didn't really expect, but we just had a really solid plan on how we were going to play TF, and the guys pulled it off.
Why go for why come in saying, okay, it's Cloud9, we want to run Twisted Fate? Like, what is that thought process?
It's not even that we're playing against Cloud9. Like, just watching how they play, I realized they play really well with TF, and that was a comp that I wanted to develop, and I knew Bjergsen could be really good with, so it didn't really matter who we were playing against. I just wanted to play a TF comp, and we did it.
Did anything change in picks bans that you could see, as a coach on the sideline, when Cloud9 are locking in all these assassins and invisible characters, or were you expecting a lot of that coming in?
We expected Fizz. Rengar was a surprise pick, but other than that, like, it was pretty standard.
Okay, well, yourself as coach coming into TSM, coming into a team that's already halfway through a split, what was your game plan just overall, coming over to the United States and joining TSM?
I mean, just get them to be good and make playoffs and go back to Korea for Worlds.
So where do you start with a team like that? Do you come in and you just want to change your scrim schedule, or is it...
Scrim schedule, how they wake up, what they eat, and just the general mindset. Like, Glebe and Amazing, the Reddit posts and Twitter posts, it was wrecking them. So no social media for them, and they played so aggressive, and they actually did their job. Glebe had a lot of great flash plays, and Amazing made early ganks, something they weren't doing weeks before. So really happy with how things turned out.
You mentioned changing around like sleep schedules, scrim schedules. Like, what is the regimen you're putting TSM on?
We're not completely on it yet, but it's like sleeping around midnight and waking up around 8 and 9. This is like, I think that's a really good schedule to be on. Like, wake up in the morning. We live really close to a nice beach. Walk down to the beach and come back in the morning for minimum exercise. Just little stuff like that.
All right, so let's start talking a little bit about the in-game play here from TSM on this game. We have first play coming up is going to be the First Blood, if we can get this on your screen. This is one where TSM, since you guys have the blue side duo bottom around Dragon, you have control of the area. However, Cloud9 come to contest it. As the coach on the sideline, what was going through your mind as this play is happening?
This is a free kill. Like, this is what I thought. Like, this is our First Blood. Great positioning by Amazing and Glebe, Dyrus, all of them waiting there. Dyrus has E learned here instead of W, and he didn't get the double damage proc off on E, which he should have during the CC, and that would have been a kill on Lemon. That's something I would like to see. But still, like, Fizz missing all this farm and him getting killed early, it alleviates a lot of pressure for TF, because TF has a really hard time early game versus Fizz. I think that really put us ahead.
And so, looking at this game and realizing like their whole team is full of assassins, I know no like 2 games of League are ever alike, but like how do you coach a team into playing against sort of different types of team comps, like reacting to a different setup every game?
Realize your own win conditions and realize their win conditions and just pull off yours better. Like, their win condition right there with their comp was just team fights and picks, and our win condition was split push and getting vision and making picks also. And we just pulled it off better. We had better vision control, and when you run TF, it's really important that the AD and TF have good synergy, because the gold cards, the AD and TF needs to stay together in team fights and pick people off one by one, like the front lines, and Turtle and Bjerg pulled it off really well.
So you have to get that coordination kind of across classes then. Is there a way that you kind of up that synergy? You just kind of let them know, like when you're running TF, like make sure you guys do this in the scrims, and you see that kind of progress throughout the games?
Because Bjerg and Amazing will pick a lot of the fights. I always say, like, when we're running TF comp, make sure Turtle is in position before you do it. And Turtle, communicate when you're out of position, and don't let them fight like when we're out of position.
All right, well, we have one more replay. This is going to be a 3 kills for TSM by the red buff here. You can get this one on your screen. This is a bit later, after you guys do have a pretty handy leg up in the game. So walk us through this one.
Okay. Okay. This fight, they committed so much on Turtle, but Turtle still lived, and he can get his full damage off now on Shyvana. And Dyrus got the kill on Meteos after he committed and used all his damage. So now it's just easy cleanup. And then high commits right there, and Glebe gets such a good play off right there.
So you were talking before a lot about win conditions, and a lot of the guys have been using that term. Basically, those are like the strengths of the team comp that you have picked. What fights will be an advantageous scenario for you guys, and you want to obviously fight as many of those as possible. How do you go about coaching a team in that? Do you bring examples of specific team comps and say, this is a team comp that has a lot of mobility, and they're going to want to do X, X, and X? Or how do you bring that to the attention of your players?
We go through the pick and bans like in scrims, and after the pick and bans are over, I talk to the guys like, okay, this is what you need to do with your comp. If you have an Italy, then you poke and you get side vision and make sure you don't get flanked. If you have TF, then you have strong laners that can coordinate ganks with them. Just talk about win conditions, and if they don't pull it off right in game, just go through the replay and show like you should have been doing this and this there. Just go over what they did wrong.
So speaking of going over replays, then you guys just finished your match. You have some time now to collect yourselves and think to tomorrow's game against Complexity. Have you guys thought about that yet, or is it going to be, bounce from this and go?
Well, I want to watch what Complexity plays today and scout a bit. We have something planned, and depending on what they played today, we're going to adjust our second plan on what we use.
So you come into a week actually knowing what you're going to play in Game 1 and Game 2?
Yeah.
That's awesome. It's good to hear that you guys I don't know, I'm always curious to see how teams kind of prepare.
Is the thing you're looking at them to play Rengar and West-Rice, or is it more of a mid-lane oriented I
can't tell you, Cody.
Okay. I think it's Rengar and West-Rice. That's what everybody's looking at.
Well, we'll see that one happens. Okay, so from here, you guys have looked a whole lot better. How long do you guys hit #1?
I mean,
how long?
Because I know you want to hit #1. I know your goals are world. That's a free question.
Yeah.
I want to know how long it takes to hit that.
If we can keep this up, I feel like we're gonna have a positive record versus everyone. How many games does it take for us to get #1?
Right now, you're what, 3 games back of first? So
Okay.
if you can cause 3 losses on Dig.
So it's gonna take 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Okay. 2 weeks first place. I like
Don't
that.
quote me on that. Don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that.
Look at 2014, 2 weeks first place. We got to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to jump into our next match with Evil Geniuses taking on LMQ. The summer split continues right after this. 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
You know you're gonna get hit by my Q.
What does the fox say?
Do you even go Legolas building graves?
Bjergsen almost going down, turns at the last second. There's the fish, high with Chum the Waters, and he comes to clean up on janitor duty. Oh dear, there it is. It's going to be that extra magic damage coming out, and he is able to trickster over the wall. See what can happen here. There's the 1-2, a 3 possibly coming in. There's the Zanya's denying that. Can he get over the wall? And he does, but the Glebe is there. The rest of the team is there. Oh my God, Bjergsen stays alive. 41 seconds on Meteos, 45 seconds on High.
Just Twitch all back. Good job.
I'm on foot.
Get back.
We're fine. Just keep going.
Twitch flashed in.
Get out. Hi.
Yeah.
Meteos.
Meteos, good. Get Twitch troll.
I'm putting on Twitch.
You kill Twitch and you win.
Got it.
All in on Twitch.
Get Twitch. Get Twitch.
Good.
Got it.
That's the last one. We got the last one.
Yes, sir.
we are setting the stage for our next match is Evil Geniuses versus LMQ. And Jet, we mentioned him in our ones to watch, but a lot of Evil Genius fans will be anxiously waiting to see if Helios is the catalyst that ignites EG's climb out of the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, and so far their other new member, Altec, has been stepping up in big ways, as we saw against their game Cloud9 when he had 13 kills last week. But what's different about Helios is he's not some other young gun from the challenger scene or a 17-year-old who's just eligible for the LCS. He is a veteran pro who has played with CJantis Blaze and Frost and has been around the international scene. There's a lot of OJN stats we'll mention about him later. It remains to be seen, however, how quickly he'll be able to synergize and how effective his communication will be with the rest of the team.
Right, and it's quite a welcome, you could say, to the LCS to face off against the first-place team in your first match.
Yeah, LMQ, they've been in the LCS for 4 weeks now and already proven themselves to be a tough squad that can also fix their problems very quickly. For example, in week 2, we saw Ackerman struggle in lane against Zion Spartan and Balls, but then the team made adjustments, and then Ackerman had a fantastic week 3, which is even more impressive since top laners in this meta have been largely marginalized, but not Ackerman.
Not at all. And moving over to the North American League brought many challenges for the LMQ players. It's a transition that made it that's easier because of the closeness of the players as well. So after all, the team that dances together stays together.
每个 MQ 队员都是就最好的朋友，还有兄弟。
我刚加入 LMQ 的时候，不知道会来到这里，这也算是一个很幸运的机会。如果输掉一场挑战者比赛的话，我们就会被淘汰，然后就没有机会。
LMQ are in the LCS, and they absolutely deserve this spot. LMQ played perfectly.
刚来美国的时候，这边就会跟中国的各种风俗文化都不一样。
主要问题是语言方面的话，因为我们在语言方面就不太好。
还有一些就对这些队伍就不是很了解。
基本上每天接触到的，然后生活中每天听到的、看到的全部都是英文，所以说我会努力去学好它。
I think he's the best mid lane in NA.
有时候会蛮想家的，跟家里人就是每天都会在网络上都可能有保持联络。
在美国学英文还有吃东西都会对我来说很有趣，因为有新鲜感。
Last one.
还有
No.
我是觉得这边的天气是比就中国的天气是要好很多的。
我们 RMQ 都每个人都认识很久，所以我们关系都特别好，就像一个小家庭一样。
说我们一起出去玩啊，一起去游泳啊，一起去外面吃饭啊。
你们几个人跳？4个。啊，4个。你们3个够了。一个人就是出门在外，就是跟着朋友一起出国，一个非常远的距离。如果有朋友支持的话，至少在心理方面我们是没有任何压力的，就是感觉会，比之前就更有信心吧。
在一个就是说电竞的队伍里面，就是说关系是非常重要的，不光是游戏上，然后生活上我们也是就是说要一起开心嘛，一起玩。
Amazing to get a look into one of the strongest and competitive teams in the LCS and how kind of lax the everyday life really is.
I mean, they are really showing the benefits of having such a good relationship with each other because they play great as a team.
Well, we'll see how they play as a team right now. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Evil Geniuses, and that's going to be in the top lane. It is NACS, Helios stepping in the jungle, Pole Belter in mid, Altec at AD carry, and Crepo on support.
And on the red side, it is LMQ with Ackerman in the top lane, No Name in the jungle, Xiao in the mid lane, Vasily on AD carry, and more on support.
And as we lock our way into Champion Select, thing to note, Helios and Altec, this is actually their first game against LMQ. It was Yellow Pete on Kog'Maw the first time EG matched up with them. So it's kind of two new players seeing what they can do against LMQ here.
Yeah, and they're going to need a lot of change because LMQ dominated them in that first game.
Yeah.
Helios is another guy we mentioned earlier with so much experience, but just how much, really. He actually has more wins than any other player in the jungle position in OGN Champions throughout its entire history. He's played in every single season of OGN Champions, a streak that will actually end now that he's in EG for the LCS. So it's really a lot of experience. But the question is, obviously, Korean being his first language, how good is his English? How good is his communication? And how much of an impact is he going to be able to have on CG?
I think they'll be all right. Their junglers have always needed subtitles, so they'll be good on the language portion. We'll see what they get for each other coming into the Champion Select portion of things. We saw a real fast Champion Select coming out in Game 1, but not to the best results of the team that picked the fastest. Let's see what they have for each other. We talked a little bit about how Ackerman was falling off, and then in Week 3, he came out big. That's because he played Kale and Lulu and kind of went outside what we thought was his box, but played him to great effect.
And what will he play now? Kale
I don't
Lulu,
know.
both banned. Obviously, demanding respect with that Kale top lane.
Yeah.
I think any top laner who's going to be picking that up will demand the same sort of respect. A very powerful pick in the LCS right now. And the Lulu band against probably Pobelter, because that's also what Pobelter has found substantial success with.
Yeah, he does like his Lulu play. 2 players on that. 5-1-11, 6-1-13. Not too shabby. If you only want to die once in a game, that's a pretty good score. Renekton goes out. The save play for the top lane is gone. Ackerman's been liking a lot of that Shyvana. We'll see if they kind of force that out of his hands here.
Yeah, or if Inox decides to play it. Something so strange about Inox is to start the year when EG was really struggling, he was playing the Kha'Zix and the Lee Sin top lane. Lost.
Yeah.
And then he plays Shyvana, they get a win. He plays Trundle, they get a win. It's almost anti what it was last year, where he's actually finding most of his success on the tank top lane.
Right. And Kha'Zix actually being out, I'd say hurts EG. It's something that they flex between Snoopy and Inox in the top lane, so it kind of shortens their chances to pick, but having Helios in, we'll see what that pool provides. He does as well. Won't be combined with Lucian, as that's first picked up by Inox for Altec. Somebody we've been saying, a very strong player for the EG team right now. Elise gets locked in for No Name with that Braum pick, as you said.
And I gotta say, the Braum thing is going to be really interesting here. He was picked 3 times in the European LCS, went 1-2. This is now his second pick in the North American LCS, and he's so far 0-1, but he remains to be 100% pick banned. And I think a lot of this has to do with teams are recognizing the power of Braum, but they haven't really practiced him. They weren't practicing
how to utilize the power.
They weren't practicing him in scrims before he was available, because that would be wasted scrim time. And they haven't been able to get a good handle on him in solo queue because he's banned so frequently. I think he's actually, if he remains like this balance-wise, follow a similar path of Lucian, where a lot of players are picking him and losing with him until they get really good at him, in which case they'll start winning more.
We'll see what Helios decides to pick up. And with that Jax on the board, I was going to say this could actually go to Inox. Snoopy wasn't somebody that took Lee Sin into the jungle, so this is kind of something that gives EG now another way to pick him up and put him in the game.
Yeah, and with the Renekton ban and the Kale gone, they really tried to get rid of a lot of the adversaries Jax would face up there. So I wonder what LMQ is actually going to be bringing up against Jax to try and neutralize him.
This is almost the greatest part, right? Xiao Weishao hardly ever picks for himself. He'll leave that to round out the team, but he has kind of gone back and forth with what he will play, surprising us and putting smiles on some faces as well. Yeah, Rengar has gone through in these games. We saw Meteos playing it last time. No ban once again here coming into this game. The Caitlyn pickup for Vasily. Safe lane for him. He can punish if he wants to. We've seen a little bit of the aggression come out lately, but he's holding it off pretty well.
Yeah, the previous game that Vasily had on Caitlyn, he had much success. He's won 3-0-4 on it. Easy win there. And the Shyvana picked into the Jax, not the best matchup, but definitely the most comfortable thing for Ackerman to play in that lane.
Back on to the Half Dragon. Easy for him. Crepo loving his Morgana. He just throws out Dark Bindings all day, puts a smile on his face indeed, and something that Pobelter had banned against him quite a bit here in the past few weeks. Has been a Ziggs, but he gets it this time.
Yeah, a whole bunch of damage coming out from that EG team composition, and I think they were okay letting the Braum through, knowing Crepo's skill on Morgana. He can also Black Shield when the stun would proc, prevent the stun from Braum if he gets it on the right target. But still, it's still a dangerous move from him. You know, Krepo's played a lot of Braum. He was one of the players that was spamming him as much as possible in solo queue, so he does know the matchup.
So got some lane control coming in here for Evil Geniuses. Will that Nidalee be the pickup? It was almost, last week was like the influential week. There was a Kayle pick, and then Zion played Kayle. Maybe he was going to, but then the Nidalee pick, and then other people played Nidalee. It was almost like the week of influence, and just carries over now.
Nidalee's all right against Ziggs. It's not necessarily a lot of wave clear, but they can make up from that with Caitlyn, especially if Vasily builds a static shield. It actually opens up a pretty nice poke composition now with the Nidalee, knowing that the disengage and the defensive capabilities of Braum's support are actually tremendously powerful. So it's an LMQ poke comp.
And poke comp, indeed, that Elise taken away from the Morgana composition, so one on either side. You won't get too much long-range crowd control. But they have what they need, it seems. A good, like you said, team to clear out the waves with Ziggs, but a team as well to peel for Altec, somebody we've kind of been putting a note on who has had some great games. His KDA is usually on the up and up, out of the laning phase, though. He's really good in the team fights.
And EG might not necessarily have the standard lanes. Morgana versus Braum, interesting matchup there. Dark Binding versus trying to shove the Braum in. A lot of powerful AD carry picks coming out, especially with the Caitlyn, more of a lane bully. So once again, that lane swap game is going to be very important in this one.
Gotta love it. While the teams are loading into the game, let's check out the fan vote over at lolesports.com, where LMQ leads EG with an 82% of the vote.
Yeah, but remember, keep tweeting your picks to @LOLesports and use either the hashtag EGWin or LMQWin. And we'll continue to update the vote throughout the game. And Riv, something that we do need to touch on is Helios breaking out the Lee Sin. Something EG hasn't really been able to use much in the jungle. Snoopy did put a lot of practice into it, but he never was 100% comfortable with himself on that champion. So a new dynamic perhaps being brought into EG, as long as he can pull off plays with the knowledge of the rest of the team, knowing where he's coming from.
Right, and something that also falls into the consumable, having that sight ward out, or sight stone rather, early in the game is going to fall right into the hands of Lisa.
There's been so much success with double sight stones as of recently, and I'm going to continue to say this until I feel like it's proven wrong. Like the jungle currently, with the bonus experience being taken off the jungle monsters in the 4.9 patch, means the junglers, I feel like, are pushed a little bit back towards the vision control and fighting in lane, which is completely reliant upon ward. So double sightstone is really strong right now.
We'll see what happens. Altec and Helios, like we said, they were not within the first matchup when EG played LMQ, so they are now facing off against that top team in the league, along with their compadres as we jump into the game. You see Krepo, Pobelter, and Helios hip to hip as they make their way out of the base. Game 2 of the day underway.
And EG is one of the craftier teams early game most of the time. Even when no one was invading, EG was the team finding the windows to do so. This time, though, they're just kind of spreading out.
Trying to make some cheeky moves. Pobelter all the way up in mid, making sure he can see anybody dip into the side alleys there. I think Krepo's going to eat more than a spear coming into this one. He might have a cocoon coming at him. Very good setup here, actually, by LMQ. If EG even wanted to move on this, which it doesn't look like they will, this line of scrimmage is going to detect the invade.
Yeah, Krepo sees him, drops ward as they run in, so they don't have complete control. They won't know, actually, if LMQ sticks around. But if they base it on trends, they'll know what LMQ's doing. They're going to run in here and then run out. I get reminded of this at the start of every LMQ game. They do the exact same opening every single time.
You think they're going to ward? Oh, he did.
They're going to ward deep and go back. If they're on blue side, they'll run to the red buff. If they're on red side, they'll also run to that red buff. And they'll take the same path, running through that exact brush when they come through. Eventually, someone is going to stop this. Eventually, a team is going to wait with 5 people and kill them there. This time, if they stay, it'll be the first time they've mixed something up after running in, as they're sweeping to make sure they're not seen, and they're going to steal this red.
Looks like a few may stay as LMQ, Moore, and Vasily head down towards the bottom lane. Looks like we are going to get that matchup, chat. We'll actually see how Morgana does versus Braum. A little bit of a wait, though, by Moore. Actually see how Morgana does versus Braum. A little bit of a wait, though, by Moore here to help out on the red buff. Maybe they may just come straight down for a gank. I don't know. Looks like they'll just go for the regular.
Yeah, so the invade first, coming back down, and I think the 2v2 lanes is the best result of all of this, the most exciting thing. Ackerman did burn his teleport, so if he gets harassed out early by Inox, it will be to his detriment. That should give Inox a bit of momentum. However, they know Lee Sin could be on the way, and Jungler's doing some really strange moves right now because they stole Reds. And now they're... Alright, they're just going straight to the other blues, but they both counter-jungled.
Yep.
So we'll have the delayed timers.
They have the knowledge. We'll see what happens. Ackerman versus Inox in that top lane. Last time Ackerman had this matchup, it was versus Inox on Jax, but he was a Lulu. Well, it was Inox on Jax, sorry, but it was a Jax. So we'll see if his Shyvana play can live up to the same. As I said, both junglers doing their own thing right now until they make their way into the lane. This matchup of Nidalee versus Ziggs. See a little bit of a push in. Xiao Zhao tries to keep himself off the turret, but I don't think it's going to work too well.
Early on, it's just Pobelter shoving and Xiao Zhao trying to keep up on CS. Good ward by Ackerman as well right here, making Helios waste some time. He does have to respect the Lee Sin there, though, so CS at your peril.
Good hold by Inox, definitely waiting to freeze each CS down to the last bit of hope. Helios, a little bit of counter jungling to start from him as well, but this is the first time that really No Name's not taking to Helios.
Was swatted by that ward, so they were expecting a bit of counter jungling. No Name coming up more for the defensive than a counter aggression move. Gets to see his large golem taken away, but will prevent a dive.
Keep himself safe. See how much time Helios spends in this top lane if he can get to the other ones and get some things going. Only a few CS behind right now, so No Name's on the slightly better clip to go back and buy and already start again as Helios puts more time towards the top lane.
Some pretty nice CSing there by Ackerman at the turret. When you consider he's been turtling this entire time and he's only down by 1 CS, but he does have to be very careful right now.
Holy macaroni. Very good pressure there. A few last hits. It's going to be the flash. The red bus ticking. He's going to be having to go 1 for 1 here. Woo! But they do get the first blood to Inox. Somebody they need to have a carry.
And absolutely no hesitation by Helios there. Completely willing to trade that. He had doubles, but he doesn't give them to anyone else. And most importantly, they knew Ackerman's teleport was down. So he has to walk back to lane, and that actually gives a pretty big edge to Inox. So honestly, it's worth it.
He's crushing that top wave into the turret right now. It may be some help called up from No Name here. Back to the golems, which he has the timer on. We saw Helios and him both smite out just a few seconds ago. And with Inox and low mana, this is almost perfect timing. No Name's just going to get golems here, goes back down, and Inox comes out with first blood and a lead in that lane.
Yeah, so some really crazy aggression by Helios in his EG debut.
Yeah, definitely.
It's going to set him back a little bit because he lost those double buffs, but it's a matter of how well he can gank and support the lanes right now.
Well, there was a kill there, but still the second Doran's bought up and not too much CS lead given, if at all.
Yeah. And Helios coming in for another gank. No Name waiting in the wings. There was a big de-emphasis on jungling in this matchup. No Name, a very gank-heavy jungler. Helios with the same style over in Korea. Notice how neither of them upgraded their Hunter's Machete, and they both went for boots and a ward.
Still bottom lane fights going on all over. It looks like Helios made it out safe. That's Vasily with the tick going down. Krepo so close, goes for it, gets the heal. Summoner out of Vasily. A Q coming in from Moore. Does Vasily have the range on his Piltover Peacemaker Qs? They've got himself into a sticky situation. The auto attacks are back and forth, and they could not focus enough damage on just one member.
So 7 of the 8 Summoner spells burned in that encounter. Altec still with his flash. And that lane had actually been going pretty heavily to Vasily and Moore if we take a look at the CS. So counter aggression was requested there by EG, but they were unable to completely convert. The time away from Vasily, even though he picked up a Vamp Scepter and boots, should help Altec get a little bit of CS back.
See if Altec can make it work. Great harassment from Vasily in that lane as he's dodging all the piercing lights. Xiao now in Cougar form. Looks like he takes a bit of damage, and he's not even really worried about pushing Pobelter out of lane. He's staying safe, not really in kill mode right now.
Yeah, he is completely in survival mode, and he's doing a good job of it. Xiao, more studious CSer than any other mid laner in North America. And once again, the junglers crashing into each other. Helios in trouble.
There's the crowd control we were talking about, one after the other. Pobelter's back and forth. He can't decide if he can help or he can't help, and he might have gotten himself into a bad situation. He comes out at 75% HP.
Yeah, Helios still level 4 without ward coverage. A very dangerous brush to be starting in. And because the EG bottom lane had went back, it allowed more opportunity to roam. More roams much more than other supports do. And it is pretty much always in the mid lane to help out Xiao.
And ready to just have their way with the red buff as it spawns. Getting that timer down with the ward as well, so they can go and mess with Helios just a little bit more to set him behind. Hasn't really finished up much. And actually had a Spirit Stone in there, and then he sold it.
Still sitting on those 2 long swords.
Yeah, went backwards.
Yeah, would have just been a buyback.
Yep.
Ooh, Creflo without the binding.
Keeping it safe. Good CSing at the turret, but still down. Still down in that. Keeping himself healthy with a Vampiric Scepter. It's not a position they can really get themselves in to anything tight or scary. Vasili's ready to just act on that.
And one of the key things about this lane is how EG hasn't been able to shove LMQ in. So the fact that Vasili is keeping such good control of the wave is allowing Moore to take a lot more shots with his Braum Q. As soon as one of those lands, it means EG has to almost immediately retreat. Even though they can Black Shield the stun, it's just not enough.
Yeah.
And it's meaning a pretty big lane advantage for LMQ down bottom.
Slight leads, and I'd say almost each lane, a kill for Ackerman, helping him out quite a bit as he was behind in that first kill to NACS. See if he can keep himself safe. It's not the first time he's been behind versus Jax and was able to come out on top.
Yeah.
2-1 as they go for the dragon, 8.5.
An actual 5-man dragon by LMQ. Yep. So Ackerman having surprisingly a pretty shoved in lane already.
Yep.
Wow. So he obviously had the gold from that kill he got on Helios and hasn't fallen far behind Inox as of yet. It's quite impressive considering the early gank kill.
It is interesting. LMQ has that ability to just turn on the switch and keep themselves at bay from having too much aggression. They know they can keep it without tunneling in lane.
Nice bind.
Watch out, Vasili. Very, very close. Good blocks from Moore, and you can see the defense that Braum brings to the lane there after what could have been a binding that would kill anybody.
Yeah, and Vasili's summoner spells will be off cooldown shortly. That lane going to get a little bit more aggressive for EG now that the Morgana ultimate is up. And the all-in potential of Lucian is much higher than Caitlyn if they are able to find a fight. So that lane turning, it's just the mid lane, I think, is a big edge to LMQ. The fact that he played so passive and then was still able to pick up a kill is going to be great for Nidalee as it transitions to the mid game.
And this is really Pobelter, his time to shine. He's been getting better and better throughout each game. So pushing out Xiao here would really put a staple on where his play has come from. Very, very aggressive from Helios once again.
No Name and Helios are on each other's tails. They're running into each other so many times. And honestly, No Name has been one step slightly ahead. Helios all in for that 1 kill up top, which was a bit of a trade despite it being a small advantage. And ever since then, No Name has been there waiting for him. But at the red buff, doing the pink ward stuff, again, they fight.
They pull in No Name. Whoa! A whole bunch of damage. Pobelter had the auto attack passive and the Q ready. Back and forth here. We're going tit for tat. Pretty much bloody nose on Inox.
Ackerman!
He's losing all of it. Ackerman dodges the last counter-strike. Helios now again in the fray. It's going to be Pobelter throwing out the Mega Inferno. The last few attacks, I figure Ackerman to go in on this one. I would rather Helios. Ackerman goes down.
Well,
Pobelter.
Round 1 might have went to No Name, but round 2 definitely went to Helios right there, getting the return kill on No Name at the red buff, and also the fact that Pobelter got a kill and assist off of all that. This duel, while they were fighting down bottom, was pretty interesting. The short hop by Ackerman to make sure all the minions were gone, and then a really interesting move here where Ackerman was trying to bait out that counter-strike, does successfully, but the whole while, Inox is actually just waiting for his backup. Helios and Pobelter make it up there. Ackerman can't run back. Pobelter cuts him off with all of his skill shots, and they end up picking up the kill while Helios tanks the turret. A really nice move for a team that really has only been playing together for a week.
Right, the communication seems to just be, let's get more if we got a little bit. Something EG would shy away from and almost kind of counteract themselves when they went for it. No Name, able to get himself a little aggression.
Gotta be careful with that.
Really going for a lot of consideration on this pink ward, pulling down to Xiao makes it safe enough as they put some resources down in the mid lane. Xiao looking to push Pobelter back just a little bit. He's got the heals to do it safely. Very aggressive play by Pobelter. Ziggs shouldn't really be doing anything different if he can keep Xiao here in the mid lane. No rotations for him. The only chance they have to use that poke is at the objectives.
Yeah, and with that Ziggs in the mid lane being pretty even with Xiao CS-wise, and also picking up some roam kills because he had Xiao shoved in.
Yep.
This is really Pobelter's time to shine. It's the first split where he doesn't have the school obligations.
Yeah.
He's able to demote 100% of his time in League of Legends. So he's been shining quite well in most of their games. No name. Ooh. He was waiting for the point-blank stun. The ward just catching him out.
Nice CS. Getting a bit of gold. So you see the Bloodthirster's almost finished up on the AD carries, and that's pretty much Altec kind of keeping with. Even though he doesn't have the same amount of gold in CS, he's got the items and the power that Lucian as a caster AD can put out. Could definitely push for Silly out of lane. We saw it just a few seconds ago in a good Dark Binding. Minute and 55 left on the Dragon as No Name starts to deny resources in the jungle. So they can get coverage on that and make the Dragon that much easier. Helios still to that top lane.
Yeah, if they can get Inox going, then LMQ could absolutely lose control of this game. So Helios spending a lot of time up here, and for the most part, it has been good time spent.
Yeah.
But Ackerman, while he's at his turret with his ultimate up, not too much he can do unless Ackerman wanders too far from home.
Inox's teleport is up. If they can get this turret down within the next minute and a half, they have an easy run down to the bottom lane. Inox will be able to teleport to the top, and Ackerman will kind of be left hanging. See what they work. Pole Belter, pressure in the mid now with Helios. They are not afraid to continue showing themselves just for the added pressure, even if they're not going to get anything out of it.
Yeah, they're very much both about just having lane and game presence right now. The blue buffs over again and again as well.
Definitely a different style for Evil Geniuses here. A lot of movement from Helios has kind of activated everything in the lanes that we're seeing. Inox and Ackerman again in the 1v1. These guys going face to face here. It looks like Inox has it. If he gets more empowers, that's going to be the hit. Goes for the flash. He already had the ult on. Didn't even need the rest of it. Comes up with a kill. Helios is still up there. He says, let's take this turret. We need more.
A little bit of overkill because Inox had that handled all by his lone self. Pole Belter also threw the Mega Infernal Bomb up there.
Wow.
Will they tango again at this red buff? Helios appears to be applying a lot of map pressure. The game really churning in the side of EG.
You know, something that Crepo said in his Facebook post on social media was that it might be not the time, not the meta to change when teams require so much strategy and coordination, but it looks like the addition here, it was well practiced with Helios so far.
So far, so good. LMQ, a team tied for first in the standings with Dignitas. But EG, maybe they're going to make themselves a reputation of giant killers. They had a big win over Cloud9. They pull out wins when you kind of least expect it a lot of the time. And now with the Helios edition, a lot of experience as well.
Overall, great positioning play.
That would have been a heal bait by Xiao Xia.
Summoner heal up. Primal Surge ready. Death to be had to the opposing team. Pole Belter's Mega Inferno real close, so they have gone a little deeper if that was up. 21.8, 21.9. You can pretty much mark that off as even, except for the turret that EG has right now. They don't really have to head back to the top lane right now. Start that focus in a different area. They're not really focusing on the turret too much. More of the attacks to push LMQ off of this and make what would be controlling the rest of the map that much easier.
EG has a lot of map pressure right now.
Yep.
They've already killed the top turret. Ziggs has been pushing in Italy this entire time. And Lucian has not lost his turret to the Caitlyn in the bottom lane. If LMQ loses these 3 turrets, they very well may lose control of the game, especially when you consider that EG has completed their double sightstone. So ward control and deep wards are not an issue for them.
Helios also rocking out with the sightstone, helping the team out. Good damage onto Moore as Pole Belter is just harassing consistently with his blue buff. 157 to 142. We still haven't seen much in the team fight aspect from these AD carries or the bottom lanes in general, so still a lot to go through in this game.
And it's been standard laning phase. And it's actually really punished Ackerman. Ackerman had such a good bounce back week in week 3, playing champions other than Shyvana. Now he's back on Shyvana, and the persistent gank pressure put Jax a little bit ahead, and they're finally reaping the benefits of that right now. He's trapped trying to catch up and farm and become a later game team fight presence.
It just goes to show how much kind of an edge you really need to give Inox. Even with the kill kind of going back to Ackerman, it's really all he needed to get that lane going. Helios being the catalyst he might have needed to get things in motion.
And LMQ doesn't have long to get back from this one because they've lost their 3 outer turrets, and EG is doing those deep wards right here. You can see them pushing LMQ off every objective they can as quickly as possible. It's a matter of how many advantages they can take before LMQ can strike back.
This is definitely LMQ bringing out the scatter strategy, not something we've seen from them before. They're either kind of running in pairs or making sure they don't have to be in a position where they're running. Pink ward being walked by, so they are still getting a bit of information past the front line right now, but those aren't wards that they can control, and that's very different for LMQ.
Yeah, 3 sweepers, standard for LMQ. Gonna need a lot of pink wards as well if they want to try and get this back. It's so difficult to combat a double Sightstone team if you're trying to get vision control back in a game. It's just too many wards to sweep, especially when the rest of the team is participating in the ward game as well.
Right.
It's not just the 2 guys spamming Sightstones.
You can see LMQ's wards even out in the middle of the lane, making sure they have knowledge of the first vision of where EG is and where the rotation might go. They want that 15 seconds ahead of time knowledge. See if they can get it. So far, they've seemed to slow things down. EG's now looking to where they can go. Things are getting a little slower.
Yeah, things definitely... it's all about whether EG can break the second wall or if LMQ can get fights back. But honestly, with 3 turrets down, if LMQ can keep the gold close, they're okay with having 3 turrets down. The way EG is going to extend the gold lead is by taking jungle buffs like this and also waiting for the dragon response, and once enough time has passed, Baron vision control. Those objectives aren't up right now, so LMQ is still surviving.
Short throw by Pobelter, keeping himself safe. Zig's positioning on his skills have been pretty crazy this game to move Xiao out of lane. 0-1 or 1-0-0 and 1-0-1 for both those 2 in the mid lane. But Xiao, as usual, 20 CS ahead of his opponent. We'll see if he can get into any type of carry positions. He hasn't really been able to make those spears work as he was last week at all.
No, not the same Nidalee game as of yet. This is not the 14-0-5 he had against Complexity, that's for sure.
Still.
That one, though.
There we go.
Still hurts.
I was going to say, the EG pressure is really not being pushed back on. They're not answering from LMQ side, but finally they start to group with themselves. Top lane is still Ackerman and Inox, so if this fight goes awry, a push is going to come from either side here.
All about buff control right now and how much poke LMQ can get while they're doing this blue buff. It looks like LMQ has gotten a lot of the control back, but Xiao is out of mana, so this blue buff is really important. EG has kind of outlasted it, and now they go.
That's a hit onto Xiao. The heals try to come in. More in the front line, kind of taking the brunt force of damage there. Helios wait for his kill to come down from the sky. He's going to get a shot on Sonic Wave. It's going to be Braum going down. One more flash for a flash as he finishes off the kick in the cocoon. And they get the blue. If EG can pressure LMQ that much for their own blue, LMQ is definitely losing some ground.
Losing so much control, and the binding at just the right time for EG, and the teleport at an even better time for Inox, who cleaned them up as they were trying to run away. 2 for 0, and the buff control. A great win for EG.
Definitely a new team. Is what?
He did back on a pink
He
board.
didn't see it. It was under his dress.
Yeah.
It's fine. 20 minutes on the clock. 6-2. Maybe too much adrenaline going through Evil Geniuses right now. And
well, he backed on his own pink board. It's fine.
Yeah.
Just a confusing little series of events right there. But this initiation by EG is huge. Even though Moore could block a bit with his shield, that just wasn't enough to counteract it. The fact that Xiao is out of mana means this fight was pretty much a 4v5. And Helios, the continual battle with No Name. They just keep going back and forth. Korean jungler versus Chinese jungler. Right now, Helios is winning it.
Very strong play. 67-63, even with all the counter jungling that Helios has been doing, but it's been getting the lanes going, being the utility that they need in the vision all around the map, like we said, with double Sightstone to keep it going. His second buy becomes a Hex Drinker as well. You can just mitigate everything. Stay in the fights and keep it going.
Yeah, this is the same situation as the blue buff, but with a more enticing prize, basically. EG might actually, because they have the 3-turret advantage, keep pressing up the mid lane and try and cut LMQ off a little bit since they do hold the team fight advantage. It's just a matter of how many spears can Xiao land while EG is playing this game. If it's less than...
There we go.
I feel like if it's fewer than 2, then EG is going to take the Dragon and contest it. But if he keeps landing them again and again, we might see LMQ turn some advantage.
More pink wards going out. EG for a second was walking over a lot of wards, many unused sweepers right now, so they may be getting a little lax in the control they have in this game. Right now, great control and a beautiful defensive line on Dragon, just poking away at LMQ.
And just like Xiao can throw Nidalee spears, Pobelter can throw bouncing bombs. And while the individual impact doesn't seem as great, the frequency is much higher. So LMQ, not many options right there. Could not play the corridor game with EG right there, and they had to forfeit the Dragon.
That's exactly what Xiao wanted. We saw how hard it was for him to even throw spears with the blue buff. They don't have the vision to be doing this, and that makes it harder to hit the max range spears. He was hitting the other day when they were ahead of the game. Being pushed back more in the mid lane as well to soak up some experience. Let's see what LMQ can have now as they get pushed back into their base. Not a single turret has been taken in 22 minutes on EG's side.
Yeah, and it's amazing when you consider they were against a Caitlyn lane and
That's
getting
true.
shoved pretty far back early on. They
Good
were able to
point.
keep that turret alive.
Something Vasily is very well known for. And Altec and Krepo were both having a hard time down there. They really came out on top of that lane. Vasily, or rather Altec now catching up in that CS as well as LMQ is kind of defending and fighting for all the CS in each lane together. You're not going to get as much when everybody wants it.
Crazy, crazy games this week. What a debut it would be for Helios if you can join EG while they're tied for last and then help them to victory against a team that is tied for first in the North American LCS. Obviously, it's not just Helios. The rest of EG is playing quite well. And looks great in the top lane. Pobelter has went shot for shot with Xiao. Honestly, the games that Xiao has struggled have been against Ziggs. Shifter did a number on him with Ziggs as well.
Good point.
Something about Xiao getting repetitively pushed into turret limits his ability to impact the game. He becomes just a laner, and he loses a lot of his threat. So, great pick against Xiao for sure.
Definitely not the usual solo person to take out anybody they want during a split push. We would kind of see him taking a lane all to himself and fighting off anybody that would approach. Turret's going to go down now in the bottom lane. The second tier falls with practically zero rebuttal. I'm going to say that as they all make their way out there, and they're able to
One shot
stop
left. They'll probably get it on the next go-round because they have a split push happening right now. Inox is too strong for Ackerman to take 1v1. And they are absolutely just abusing their strength right now. EG has all the cards.
And there's multiple things they can do. They can decide to keep Pobelter in mid. That bottom turret can be taken by them if they want. Very dangerous to hold, especially with EG this far ahead. But right now, they're happy, kind of spreading LMQ out thin, getting what they want. A lot of pings going down as EG's formulating a fight they feel they're going to get.
The blue buff game is about to happen again, it seems like. They're doing a lot of pings, trying to get a lot of ward control. And Pobelter's a little bit lower on mana this time. LMQ is still holding with 3 turrets. But the pressure is mounting on LMQ. The stall can only go for so long. Blue buff's up.
Back to the fight. We'll see where spears come out of Xiao. They're going to be on the left side here. They have a lot better vision than they did last time. It's still not a lot, but it looks like it will be enough to at least stave off the initial take of the blue buff. That pink ward on their own side starting to pay off a little bit.
Yeah, well, they burst it down as quickly as possible. They didn't care who it went to. It ends up going to Vasily, so it won't help the spear spam of Xiao. But it will at least give them the experience of the blue buff, and it's still only a 3,000 gold lead.
Right.
So, actually, it appears like EG's going to have to try a different round, a different type of approach.
I mean, this is not the first time we've seen LMQ really challenged, but it will be interesting to see how they pull themselves out of this. 0 map control in turrets, up to 25 minutes in the game. Once they get to it, by the time they're that rich, if they really do, it's going to be fast falling and a very high influx of gold, so this could swing quite quick.
And one thing that's really going to hurt LMQ, though, is how incredibly starved No Name is.
That's
He's
true.
sitting on just his cooldown boots and the Spirit of the Ancient Golem. He's 1,500 gold behind Helios. Well, now it's 1,200 after a little bit of jungling. But just the fact he's at 5,600 gold, Krepo's at 5,600 gold. No Name is a Sightstone-less support right now with a decently length stun. That's about what he brings into a team fight right now. So all of the emphasis is really on Xiao and his ability to land spears with that death cap.
And that's the guy who's your captain, right? No Name has been captain for the multiple teams that he was previously before LMQ as well. So your shot caller, when they're not having a good day, things tend to get a little more quiet sometimes.
And Helios knows all about what happens when a supportive-style jungler's team falls behind.
Right.
Helios pretty much always would get the blame whenever his teams would fall behind because he'd have Flame in the top lane, you know, freezing a lane for 35 minutes and getting 300 CS, whereas Helios wasn't getting any farm, and that's kind of what LMQ is trying to do right now. They've been trying to keep their farm up in all the lanes. 303 CS for Xiao, but that's while No Name has been getting his jungle stolen away. It's while he's been trying to keep up with wards here and there, but just not having that much. Goes back to base, buys even more wards. And
Tries to get a little HP under his belt, stay alive a little longer in these fights, hopefully, and make some plays with Repel. It's going to be quite tough. very big jump in damage that Triforce finished up, along with a Bloodthirster, but you got to watch out for headshot procs as well. See if Vasily can make an impact. We don't really have too much armor on either side, so the AD carries, once they do get into the fights finally, we haven't seen too much of it, and we make a very big impact. Still waiting on that first turret. Kind of mind-blowing to think of here. Evil Genius is in last place to come out this strong. Like you said, not even just Helios, but as a team with a new team against LMQ.
Yeah, it's really quite impressive thus far, but they still haven't closed it. Yes, they have the Jacks and the Ziggs, and their team fight at the moment seems so strong, but they have just gotten that fourth turret. They haven't done too much more beyond that, and they're not necessarily shutting down the farm of LMQ. The gold lead has grown from 3 to 4,000 over about the last 7 minutes, so not big moves being made by EG.
And we see what just happened in the top lane. NACS isn't so much in the face of Ackerman. He kind of gave up on that fight there. In the big picture of things in a fight, that's going to happen the same way. So that scaling is starting to come into play, and NACS may have not gotten there fast enough.
Yeah, the time of the game and the Dragon will help, though. As the game gets longer and longer, the Dragon is worth more based on the average level. So that Dragon increases the gold lead up to 5,000.
Definitely a test to LMQ to see what they can do here. Evil Geniuses is playing spot on this game. Whenever they play it slow, it's because they needed to, and they've quickly taken something after. So far now, it's the top turret left on the outside. Last one before the inhibitor turrets in sub 30 minutes. EG could be looking at that. Well, I guess they have the middle one too. Everybody's covering it with the coins.
Yeah, and this is honestly going to be a pretty big question without Snoopy on the team. Because Crepo and Snoopy have been a shot-calling duo for so long. And even though EG has been losing a lot of games, when they did have early and mid-game leads, they were one of the best teams at closing. They could starve the map and find good ways of winning the game. Right now, even though Helios' instincts and maybe his early game communication worked great with Lee Sin to get them into this position, will it also allow them to close?
I don't know, you can see where the game is happening right now. There is not a single ward on Evil Geniuses' side of the map. Everything's going on LMQ's side of the court. Evil Geniuses is ready to start living there as well. They bring over the bunk beds, and they're setting up shop. Pobelter has stayed in mid pretty much the entire game, besides the few roams he had to help out Helios to the top lane in Inox. Looks like it's paying off for him so well, but as everyone's saying, this is kind of now stopping. Everything's slowing down. Does EG actually have something in mind for their next move? Because we're seeing LMQ only get bigger right now.
Yeah. LMQ trying their best to farm up. They're actually going for an Infinity Edge. Third item on Vasily instead of that last wisp because not much armor is being built by EG.
Right.
They're hoping, at this point I feel like LMQ is in a mode where they're hoping for a 6-item Caitlyn and a 5 or 6-item Nidalee where a spear can completely change the game, and just hope that EG doesn't find a way of controlling Baron and executing turret dives.
Could be something finally in middle. EG putting a few more numbers than usual here. No Lich Bane or anything yet on Pobelter because there hasn't been a huge surge of gold for anybody. None of those items to start crushing down turrets. And really, Altec, I guess Inox will be able to use the Triforce as well once they get there, but they're getting pushed off quite handily now by LMQ. Taken to the jungle. Might start finally seeing that Baron attempt come up. Should be tough with that Nidalee. Very
It's going to be real tough. It's all about whether they can sweep enough and get enough pink wards down where LMQ is, because LMQ doesn't really have an adequate front line as of yet. Ackerman still needs to farm a bit more as well on Braum. Will want to be that front line, but he's got to be incredibly careful, because once he's in these team fights, and there'd be no getting back from a really powerful Jax who's trying to do these split pushes. I'm actually a little surprised EG hasn't. Well, there's the first catch, and the shield in the wrong direction.
More. He's going to be all right. A few flub-ups back and forth by both teams, not hitting the exact amount of damage or safety they needed, but it looks like they back off. Need a little bit of medic care for a few members, but we're safe for now. 31 minutes in, both teams kind of getting an idea now of how much damage they can do to each other.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Surprising. That's like the second backwards shield we've seen on Braum in the 2 games from North American supports today. It's very clear that they're not as practiced on Braum as they will be in the future. They are still making a lot of mechanical mistakes on him early on. So they're picking him for the power and for the ban perception right now, but they clearly have not practiced him.
Yeah. It's different from laning to the fighting, and that's what you're seeing. 2 assists only for the AD carries. Not much play coming out of Altec or Vasily this game.
Yeah, it has been a very long time since the last fight. So EG not being able to find any big moves. They're also content farming up. I feel like they know they have the Jacks. They know they have the Zigs.
Yeah.
That as far as team fights go, are going to be real powerful.
Almost getting that Randuin's built up as well. Blade of the Rune King, Negatron Cloak. Randuin's Omen finally finished onto Ackerman as they all piece things together. The Void Staff, third item finished on both of your AP carries in mid. But the 60 CS lead from Xiao Xiao as he just soaks up the jungle. Really, like you said, is telling the story that LMQ just wants this super duper late game. It's even Azanya's coming in next for Xiao Xiao.
Jeez, 383 CS. And now the Baron happening, but that's a new ward that many people have played for. Great placement of it, and Ackerman actually jumps in. He's a little ahead of the pack.
Yeah, but he's going to say, follow me. This is the way. Baron is not what you want, and eat this Randuin's. And he's going to get away safely.
Wow.
Very well
This is a
played.
chaotic
The
fight
whole
now.
team wants it, and it looks like we get the ward coverage control. Morris says, let me sneak in here, clear some wards. LMQ kind of just played a chess game. They put pieces ahead of time right there. Got it to work out.
So many teams are putting the pink ward inside the pit, which means that corridor right outside where people are shooting the Baron from also needs to be swept. I've seen that ward played by a lot of top teams, and that was a great moment by LMQ to avoid the Baron sneak. And actually, they get their first turn of the game out of it.
Very good positional play around the map, kind of working inside the minds of Evil Geniuses on that one. They close the gold gap. They completely thwart off Baron, using a few summoner spells. But that's better than having Baron on Evil Geniuses, especially with their lead right now. Great plays.
Yeah, still not many kills in the last long while. Infinity Edge was completed by Vasily. At the same time, the Warden's Mail by Inox. It's only a matter of time. The thing is, when the next set of kills happens, there's going to be a huge amount of objectives taken afterwards. People are getting so much AD, so many levels, and such long death timers that the next fight could very well decide the game, and that's not the best position to be in as EG because they've held the edge for quite some time. It's nice to have a bit more breathing room. Oh my!
Oh! The dash. I was standing too close there. I got scared. Sometimes it'll still hit you.
Xiao Xiao did that.
Good hit onto Pole Belter as well. He's the guy that cannot get himself healed back up. Alltech taking the shot. Can go get himself some Bloodthirster stacks. Well, not stacks, but healing back together.
And
so
they know that Pole Belter got sent back to base, so LMQ could actually pick up this dragon. They're really finding crafty ways to get themselves back in this one.
Took them a while. They also don't really even have map control on that side of the map. That was done without really having any wards, just good spears that connected. That's all you need. That Infinity Edge is also finished, so impact power is going to come in from these fights for LMQ now. Also have the Locket of the Iron Solari on Moore. They can deny a good amount of damage coming from Pole Belter's Mega Inferno if they want to right off the bat, and really changes your mind when you miscalculate the amount of damage being done to somebody.
Yeah.
Really throw off the fight.
Fifth turret goes down for LMQ, making their turtle going to be even more difficult, especially because it's the turret they need up to defend the Baron area. LMQ made the call very long ago that they want this game to stall very, very late, and they've done quite a lot of good work to do so, but it's getting harder and harder to stall because EG is continuing to power up.
They don't have a super initiation either. Braum has that long range engage, but everybody has to be able to follow it up.
They knew that Inox was bottom lane without teleport, so they wanted to fight there. But because they couldn't find a clean initiation, the time is continuing to tick, and Ackerman has to go defend that lane now.
That's always the moment you sweat. The kite, not fight right now. Leave your team all by 4 and no way to get there, and you just hope they can do their best to stay out of danger. Alltech taking a shot there, but they're getting what they need. Good board clearing on both sides. The sweeper's being used back and forth.
Yeah, upgraded sweeper on No Name as well, so even more supportive. Right now, still not building up any items. A Ruby Sightstone by Helios. These guys are playing great ward battles, and the 6th turret finally goes down.
Wow. Alltech took a nice shot to the face there. 0-0-2, but he's really the one once on the front line getting the damage on those turrets. Also taking the spears. Good hands. Hopefully you can dodge those next time. Helios consistently taking out the jungle. I mean, it's easy for him now. They pretty much have all this control, but he has not stopped throughout the entire game denying jungle.
And now, with the 6 turrets down, EG is probably going to try another round of this Baron game. Wanting to stop LMQ from getting anything. The binding actually misses more. This is a little dangerous.
Both of them closed their eyes for that one and just got to throw them out. Missing on each side. 6K is the lead, and we actually get a missed shot on the ace in the hole. It doesn't go off. Loss of vision. Vasily still has it up for the next fight, looking to actually build up on his last Whisper.
I wonder if LMQ forces this, because they either have to go to back to base right now to stop Jax, or they'd have to go and do the Baron. At the moment, they're making the call though back. Ackerman, better hope he doesn't get interrupted.
And NACS doing what he can.
No home guard boots, so this turn might take a bit of damage. He's going to run away. He could have done a bit of damage.
Almost a little bit. They actually have big wave to take into consideration down there. Altec pushing in the mid lane. This is going to be Vasily on the top side. He actually doesn't have too much farm to get out of that one, so hopefully it's not time wasted to just back run through the jungle. He will be seen here by that last ward just in front of the base, so they know where the AD carry is. Vasily's in the back, and they know now they're moving towards Baron.
It's a random question that we don't have the answer to, but I'm hoping to find the answer later. I wonder what the record is for most CS in a game without a kill, assist, or death. Because Vasily's getting there. 380 CS without
got the time
playing any PvP at the time of the game.
Altec's right on his heels, too.
Yeah. He's got the 2 assists, though.
That's true.
So he's
right.
qualified. Gold lead is extended a little bit from EG as well. With the Zhonya's completed for Xiao, it's very important. I'm actually a little surprised Helios hasn't went for an Aegis Legion, but he needs the Randwinds just because Vasily is getting so big. So they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. If they don't build the Aegis, the Spears hit them harder. They don't build the Randwinds, Vasily shreds them.
And he's just got his last Whisper as well, so you're only doing so much, even though you can finish up your items, because they're doing it first. 6-1 in turrets. We still have to remember how much map control EG had in their surge, but as well as how LMQ has been able to kind of thwart off any of their inhibitor turrets falling, and kind of keeps edging back into the game. The gold keeps falling out. They managed to shrink it down to about 4,000. Now we're back about 5,000 and creeping up again. So we'll see if EG can use this momentum to get into the base this time. Minute and 30 on Dragon.
It's crazy. The heritage of this EG team from COG EU used to play these really slow games where they'd have low amounts of kills. Krepo, the only guy that would remember their Season 2 World Playoffs performance, where they had an incredibly slow game focused around the Baron. Having it again right now.
Bit of a dragon.
I really do wonder how Inox is going to become involved, because so much of it's going to be about whether Jax can make it into a fight at this point. He's trying to do this split push, but Ackerman has built enough armor that he can handle him seemingly on his own. Usually Jax cannot be tamed that easily by a split pusher, but Ackerman stayed powerful enough, and then there's been enough resources helped towards him. I really do feel like EG hasn't been able to pull the trigger. They've had about the last 15 minutes to do so, and it just keeps getting delayed again and again.
Right.
And LMQ's hitting those really important items where if they land one spear, now EG has to go immediately black. They do not have this sustain to stop it, and the spear is even more threatening. And if they engage, Vasily's powerful enough to maybe fight them off. So EG needs to find a big team fight because they're kind of running out of time.
We saw what they tried to do at Baron, just the teleport. Ackerman kind of shook them off of it, and maybe shook, their mentality of the game. They're kind of figuring they have the chance, and LMQ is not afraid to force these fights now, as they were on the back foot earlier. This blue buff has been a huge contention the entire game. The shot goes out. That's Altec as he puts down the Ardent Blaze and a Piercing Light to grab that for himself.
I mean, the blue buff is kind of the fight before the big fight at that point. It's crazy that they contest that so much, yet Baron is just sitting there right now.
LMQ knows they're pretty much not going to get EG to walk up there and give Xiao spears to throw at. So they got to do something. They got to force it, if anything. It looks like
their time for ward control. They kill Baron ridiculously quick. A Nidalee heal onto Vasily with his headshots, they can kill it in a couple seconds. But they're opting not to because EG is pushing up the side lanes. They could have actually gotten that Baron, but it would have cost him some inhibitor turrets.
Got teleport up, Inox to the bottom lane. EG again trying to put themselves in the driver's seat, exactly what they need, and they'll be minus a no-name on LMQ's side, but he actually spiders his way back quite quickly. So scratch the minus a no-name.
Another record we might be approaching is time in the mid-game without a kill. Because I feel like we're nearing 25 minutes of neither team having a kill or assist. 481 CS onto Xiao, 405 onto Vasily. These guys absolutely in the stall game. EG slowly creeping ahead of them. They figure with the Jax and the Ziggs, when the team fights happen, they'll be good. and they're starting to build up their MR right now, their magic resistance, and Italy Spears won't hit them as hard. Xiao is pretty much item capped at this point.
Yeah.
He went with the Haunting Guise as the last proponent of his item build. That flat magic penetration does increase the percentage of his damage fairly greatly, more so than another AP item would at this point, especially on low magic resist targets.
Yeah. Becomes my favorite part of the game, when you see players really have to play beyond the champion. How good are their skills once you reach the max potential of the champion? We're about to see that in this game. 42 minutes in, Xiao 5 CS away from 500 on the mark. 8,000 gold. In the lead is Evil Geniuses. Credit to LMQ for somehow staying alive. A credit to EG for coming out very strong in this game. But where do both teams stand now? It kind of seems like they're at a stalemate.
Jeez.
Neither can find their way across a bridge.
It's really crazy. 384 armor onto Ackerman, so it's tough for Inox to fight through that, especially with the Thornmail.
Yeah.
It's a 700-point heal on Xiao, so if they do take a bouncing bomb, he can just pop it right back up. He doesn't have the blue buff, though, so he's got to be... He has to show some restraint with the number of spears he can throw out. I feel like EG should have gone earlier to the Baron to force something. Even though they still hold an edge in this game, the later they go, the more punishing a potential mistake will be. And that's exactly the type of game LMQ wants to turn this into. They want to make it, since they were behind, a one-and-done game.
Right.
If they can find an opening, they want that opening to be a victory. And they've stalled long enough to make that a realistic possibility.
Definitely have the damage. We're going to see Vasily backing here, possibly having enough money for the Guardian Angel, or he would have just walked to mid if he didn't. 427 to 495, and those actually just puts the Spectral's Cowl together as he gets his way there for Banshees. See what these teams can keep doing to tango at this Baron pit. EG kind of setting up here. Wow. A few more with a great dodge. Whoa! I think he got knocked with an Infinity Edge plus the bomb there from Pobelter. A lot of damage onto EG they did not want to
Inox is on the turret. He just popped his ultimate, and he's just tanking up Ackerman. Exactly what you do against a heavily armored Shyvana.
This is going to be fantastic. Having that open inhibitor, finally opening up a lane that might have super minions if they can put the power there. Teleports are up for both top laners. That Dragon's Descent is down, so if Inox wants to teleport, he can get himself there without any problem. Looks like they are just going to try to hold this one off. The spears and the bomb game now to be played.
LMQ can't hold that any longer with an open inhibitor. That's very clear they have no one who can deal with Inox, so they just have to go. A Scrying Orb comes in from Altec as they lose vision at just the right time. This is fantastic move by EG.
We got to consider how much damage Moore took at the start of that, and then Helios as well. They don't have the armor they need to be in these fights right now.
They can kill this really
but
fast,
they are going for Baron. 44-53 in the game. A minute and a half left on Dragon, but eyes are right now on the big prize. Baron is down, free stats, all the gold. Lots of love coming in from the LMQ fans, and they have somehow gotten themselves out of the base after at least 20 minutes of turtling and have just taken Baron.
Yes, but they have an exposed inhibitor at that point. That was obviously the Caitlyn plus Nidalee. Extreme Baron speed, getting the headshots up even faster.
Credit to Altec for clipping out Xiao 529 to 517 now. These guys are going absolutely crazy in this game, and still the 80 carries have kind of just been on the back line. We haven't even heard from them in this game. We'll see what happens. Inox and the rest of the team again over to the blue. That went over either Pobelter again or
Pobelter did not get that one, but
so
Altec did.
Again. Pobelter already had one.
Altec nearing his 6 items. He's got enough gold to finish his Banshee's Veil if he goes back to base. Vasily does not yet. But honestly, what a crazy day already after the LCS. It's like
just kind of.
The new acquisitions are working out well. Loco Doku is the coach of TSM.
Right.
Immediate improvement. And Helios, especially early game, giving EG this edge against LMQ. But the question is, can they convert now? 5 people on LMQ with the Jack split pushing. Ackerman can't stop him. It's basically a matter of how fast they can push, because with the minion wave, if Inox kills that inhibitor, he could kill the Nexus as well if LMQ stopped. This is crazy aggressive.
Oh my gosh, Moore throwing out the shield and the ultimate. Pobelter gets hit up. He gets obliterated in the fight. LMQ going a little hard and back to their ways of diving
Inox
turrets.
could end the game on his own if EG can just stop the backs. This is ridiculous.
Inox going towards the turrets. He has minions right next to him. It's going to be a base race down. Inox going for the base. It's going to be a base race on both sides. LMQ versus Evil Geniuses. Inox all by himself. Turret for turret. He flashes for the second. LMQ's doing what they can. Why did he stop? He stops. They cannot be stopped. stopped on that side, and it is going to be LMQ with 2 members still, just grabbing their heads as they win the game. EG doesn't even know what happened.
Neither do I. I don't think anybody knows what just happened right there. In EU and in North America, we saw some absurd base races. There was so much power on the Nidalee Caitlyn as far as turret sieging by the end of that game that there was nothing EG could do once Pobelter went down. With Pobelter and Jax gone, got nearly enough damage to take them down. They powered through. Inox wasted time with the teleport, and that did it.
What a finish to an extended game. Completely extended. EG should have closed this out for quite some time.
Yep.
And LMQ, with the knowledge that they were so far behind, calculating the time they needed to turtle, which was quite a bit of time. I don't think any team has been that patient before to find their window.
One of the things about LMQ trying to stall this game out longer and longer was that if EG made a mistake, LMQ would want that mistake to be the end of the game. And that wasn't even necessarily a huge mistake by EG. That was just a very decisive move by LMQ, finding the most creative of ways to win that game. 3 kills. The entire 47-minute game for LMQ. But they pick up the victory.
We've seen in the LCS this season that a lot of map control will win you a game over kills. And once again, it is shown. Evil Geniuses as well. Props to them for coming out. Alltech's first game against LMQ, as well as Helios' first game. And in the end, it does show that they have some things to work on in closing out the game.
Yes.
But the early game is a completely new story for them, and that was pretty incredible.
That was a very interesting and telling game as far as what happens when you make a new jungle substitution, right? You take away a long-time shot caller on a team, and they did have problems closing out the game. Obviously, LMQ was fantastic at turtling. The early game worked out great for EG. They got a big lead onto LMQ right off the bat. And then very slowly, but surely, it came crashing down.
Very slowly. I can't say there was any big mistake. I think if we did have one, EG's chase on Ackerman out of the Baron Pit, instead of kind of resetting and finding something else in the lane, they all went top lane for that. And LMQ got what they needed, set up what they needed. And they didn't even really use wards to get back into this one. Like you said, it was the one and done fight once they found it.
The one catch on a Pobelter with Jax being on the side, and they knew at that moment there was not enough damage or wave clear on EG to keep them back.
LMQ keeping themselves the top team, showing why, showing that even with EG coming out with Helios in the early game, really putting a hurting on Ackerman in the top lane, and they thought they needed to get Inox going. It worked perfectly. The standard lanes were something we thought LMQ would take and run with, but it's something that they just knew they needed to sit back, did it perfectly. Ackerman again had a rough game, but still, the whole team can keep their mind in the right spot to play patient, which I think is very hard for any team when you're kind of getting a little antsy about a situation.
Absolutely, Rib. That was a hell of a game.
A hell of a game indeed. For more on LMQ's race to victory, let's send it over to Kobe, who's on the winner's side.
All right, thank you, Riv. I am here with No Name after their victory. First of all, congratulations. And second of all, facing Helios, first time. What are your first impressions of the Korean jungler?
就是今天对黑柳是你的第一次，对他，然后呢，你对他有什么感觉？你觉得这个选手怎么样？
我觉得他的进攻性比较强，一直在骚扰我们上路，然后我就一直在下路控龙。那在前期的话，我觉得各有胜负吧。我们下路掌控了下路，他们掌控了上路。
My impression is Helios is a pretty strong jungler. He always try to gank our top, and I was trying to control the dragon at the bottom lane, but they got our top, and like pretty bad.
All right, thank you. Now, there's also a lot of talk about you being the captain of LMQ. How does LMQ handle these high-pressure late-game situations and the shot calling?
就是你是 LMQ 的队长，然后你觉得，就是你在指挥过程中是怎么来应对这些压力的？因为有时候压力非常大，尤其是在后期的比赛中。
因为我们在选的阵容的时候，我们中路和下路都是偏发育的英雄，在前期或者即使我们有一定的劣势，但是我们只要做好视野，守住大龙和二塔和高地线，我们几乎在后期我们一点都不怕他们。
So during the pick up and ban stage, we always pick those champions who can farm a lot, and then we will try to guard our tower, and we will try to guard Baron, and then we eventually will win the game.
All right, thank you. And for the last question, what has been your favorite part about moving over to the United States and joining the LCS?
就是最后一部分的话，你觉得在这边来参加 LCS 的比赛，你觉得最高兴的是什么地方？然后参加来美国，你觉得最高兴的是什么地方？
我觉得最高兴就是这里的粉丝都比较热情，我们每次出去都会获得很好的掌声，这对我们来讲很有帮助。
So the best thing is our fans. They are very enthusiastic, and every time we went out, and we got like all the cheers, and we just love them.
Your fans definitely appreciate you too, and you're getting more every single day. Congratulations once again, No Name. Now we are going to send it over to Freak at the Telestrator.
Thank you very much, Kobe. I want to break down basically the climactic turret dive that ends up winning LMQ the game, because I want to break down what sort of EG's goal is. They've got two amazing wave clear champs and even a good disengaged champion, right? You've got Zig throwing bombs in, Lucian's got the culling. You can remove minions from the field really early. And normally that's enough to stop turret diving. The problem is we're 46 minutes into the game. These guys have full items. Look at the item build here on Shyvana. Randuin's Omen, Sunfire Cape, Thornmail, Ninja Tabby. Ackerman can tank this turret for like literally 45 seconds without dying. That's probably about the number, actually. And so the thing is, as well, is then you, not only do you have Ackerman to tank the turret, but you've got someone to actually dive in the fight. And this is something that some teams sometimes lack, is actual engage tools. But that's, of course, what what Moore is going to do on Braum. And Black Shield only affects one target. In fact, he puts Black Shield on Altec, who already has a Banshee's Veil, which allows Pobal to be caught out. So if we roll the clip out, you're going to see what happens. Ackerman has turret aggro, and he doesn't even leave for a long time, right? He actually stays within range, gets kicked in, but he's tanking all the turret damage so that the turret's useless. The rest of the fight's still a 4v4, and it's going to work really well for them. So honestly, it's a really awesome fight for LMQ just because they're able to take the turret, they can deal with the wave clear, and they can actually engage a fight. And those are the key moments that actually allow you to win those kinds of fights. And of course, the teleport is going to fail at the very end right there as well, because Inox channels to a structure that's going to die. And just all those things come together to make the LMQ dive. The key points to remember, though, is to not be afraid against wave clear. If you take long enough and get enough items in there and your opponents don't close the game out on you, you can have someone who can survive the turret and make those fights happen anyway. So well played by LMQ. They turreted it out till the end, and they had a great game. We're going to send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. And looking at the end of that game, gold lead still was in EG's favor at the end of that. So even more so to speak to the fact that LMQ wanted a one and done fight.
Yeah, and I think it was very clear at that point. If EG has that type of advantage with a better split push composition and a Jax, if they don't find a way to close that game in 35 minutes, something is going to go wrong. And LMQ finally found their window.
Right. And it seems like things are kind of moving in the right direction for Evil Geniuses, closing out the game and rounding off a few of those rough spots. Going to make them quite a damn good team, showing that good against first place LMQ.
Yeah.
It's all about closing out, though. Don't go anywhere. We've got more league action coming your way. After the break, we'll head back onto the Rift with Dignitas battling it out with Curse. Stay tuned.
Clapping right now. Clap your hands. I'm afraid to like make bad jokes because they'll be on all chat.
At the red buff, doing the pink ward stuff, again, they fight.
They pull in None. Whoa! A whole bunch of damage.
This is crazy
aggressive. Oh my gosh, Moore throwing out the shield and the ultimate. Pobelter gets hit up. He gets obliterated in the fight. It's going to be a base race on both sides. LMQ versus Evil Geniuses. Inox that's by himself. Turret for turret. He flashes for the second. LMQ's doing what they can. Why did he stop? He stopped. They cannot be stopped on that side. And it is going to be LMQ.
American LCS, everybody, and joining me at the analyst desk for the second half of the show is Mr. Joshua Jatley Smith.
Thank you very much, dude. That was a pretty crazy game.
Yeah.
Yeah, the craziest slow game I've ever seen.
It's true, but then it ended in like 12 seconds total.
Yeah.
I actually thought that Jack's going to outpush, but it was well done by LMQ. The guys, we want to check in with what you guys have been saying on Twitter for our question of the day. And to remind you what it was, we asked which North American LCS player brings out the best in his teammates and why. And here's what you guys wrote in with. At Curry says Afromu. Not only is his in-game playmaking spot on, but his charismatic nature brings out the best in CLG out of game.
Yeah, you got to agree with that. I mean, so many guys are best friends with Afro on that team. Like, he is just so sociable, and he really, I feel like, creates a nice positive environment for the team.
Yeah, he's been a great pickup overall. He's been pretty awesome. Next up, Alex Very says Crumbs is the ultimate supportive jungler. He focuses on vision and lanes to bring out his team's skill.
And that's going to be probably a very interesting thing for Dignitas in their games this week, especially when we saw already Amazing bringing out the Sightstone on Elise, more vision control, kind of going back in time when it was kind of the jungler and support's job to do the brunt of the work. Might be coming back.
Yeah, we'll see. It's kind of like his style for sure. Next up, Garak 2G says Link being a reliable mid lane threat as well as shot caller gives CLG a solid foundation to build plays around.
Got two guys on CLG at this point. I mean, the fact that Link transferred over to Cloud9 and was still just as successful means he's very good at working with pretty much anyone.
And CLG's doing pretty well in this one. Next up, at Will Trask 1 says High is a really big voice on C9. His shot calling and leadership allows everyone to do their best and be the #1 team.
Yeah, even though Bjergsen was the MVP of the spring split, High was right behind him, I feel like, because he brings so much to that Cloud9 team when they're at their best. They are struggling right now.
Yeah, we'll see if they can pick it up by the back half of the season. Guys, thank you very much for your responses. Keep them coming. Tweet at LOL Esports. Use that hashtag LCS. But now we're going to send things over to Riv and Kobe for our next match.
Thank you very much, Freak. It is time for Dignitas versus Team Curse, and we did make that caster lane swap. Kobe's with me now. The last time these two teams met, Crumbs was predicting an easy win, but Curse was able to hand dig one of their 2 losses this split, so take it easy.
In their last match, they made a couple of key mistakes. First of all, Kiwi Kid gave up first blood to Quas. Don't want to do that.
Nope.
Then Dignitas fell behind early in the lanes with little pressure from Crumbs, which is not like him. And then, to give you an example, Voyboy was up 41 CS at 10 minutes over Shifter. That's ridiculous. Then Dignitas, once again, they ran into trouble around the Baron pit as well, but they have cleaned up their problems around that area, and they've said that they're confident. So you can expect that team not to get caught looking past Curse once again.
The fans will be the judges of that. While Dignitas is trying to fine-tune their game, Curse have struggled and are sitting at the bottom of the standings right now.
The team has definitely been feeling a lot of the pressure, and they're definitely only the latest to initiate one of those common social media blackouts now.
Right.
You know, joining TSM there. They don't want to feel a lot of that criticism, and it keeps them focused in game. In the preseason, they were playing a great game, in scrims especially. However, starting off this season in the LCS, they've had a rocky start, and it's shaken their confidence. They were looking to get above that forever fourth curse, and it hasn't really worked out for them.
So we'll have to see what they can actually really do coming into this one. You wouldn't really know if they could do it or not with all the change-ups, what's been happening. The social media blackouts seem to have worked for some teams, new coaches being brought in, and a lot of people blamed Dig's loss to Curse on overconfidence. But they say their mistakes started in Champion Select.
The last time we played Curse, we ran a kind of a weird team comp with Nidalee, but a team comp that we didn't practice that much.
We made mistakes because we weren't too familiar about how to fight with the team comp. Because that team comp we had to peel back more and let the poke go in.
Crumbs looks for a special. Quas in the front lines does a lot of damage, and a Shifter's going to fall. Zion can't do enough now. He's going to get caught out. They trade Cutie down to a special.
In our game against Dignitas last game, I think we outfought them in team fights, and they messed up in some of their plays that we were making, and we were able to capitalize on it and then get the objective. So I think if we still win the team fights and get the catches, then we should be able to get the objectives and then secure the game.
Against Curse, it's mostly about the soul lanes, I think. Quas and Voyboy, they can adapt to like any meta. They play assassins, mages really well, so just have to keep an eye on those two mostly.
Last split, our team always did well versus Coast, and I performed pretty well versus Shifter. Dig is looking really scary right now. We did give them their first loss of the LCS, so I definitely think that our team can do well versus them, and I think I can definitely do well versus Shifter.
Well, the pressure's on, and even Curse has gotten behind Voidboy lately to say he's one of the stronger players on the team, and he's really stepping it up.
Yeah, him and Cop both. Cop's birthday today, actually.
Oh, there you go. See if he throws down the authority. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it will be Dignitas. It is Zion Spartan in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Shifter in mid, I'm a Cutie Pie 80 carry, and Kiwi Kid with a bit of a modified haircut on support.
He's looking good. On the red side, it is Curse. Up top is Quas. In the jungle, I will dominate. Mid Voidboy, 80 carry Cop, happy birthday, and supporting X Special.
Indeed, we'll see if they can get him a birthday first blood. Curse is known as one of the teams, like EG, that will try to finagle something in the jungle, a little different, the tri-brush, and then a slow invade to the blue, and not just the ring around the rosy, place wars to see who's going for the 2v none. So maybe they can get the upper hand they're looking for, because against Dig, they're the team they've beat already as the top, but see if they can do it again.
Yeah, it's scary for Curse going up against Dignitas because Curse are tied for last. Dignitas, they were tied for first. They're just now behind LQ after that win. But again, it's one of the bottom teams playing against one of the top teams, and we talked about how Curse have had a hard time sort of with that shot, with the shot calling, with the confidence because of all of the criticism that they've been getting. It worked for TSM with the social media blackout in their last game, so maybe it will have helped Curse as well.
We'll see what Curse can bring out this game. We know they were quite aggressive within the last few games. We remember dominate on Pantheon, but the ults were not as coordinated as Curse would want them to be. So hopefully that doesn't affect their confidence on really getting themselves into fights.
Yeah, definitely going to have to work on that coordination, especially with the jungler, with more pressure being put on the junglers nowadays. Jad already talked about the experience over time being taken away. Jungle camps used to increase in experience value over the course of the game, and so you could farm it more effectively in the late game. But now, I will dominate. It's going to have to be more gank heavy and participate more with the team. It's to encourage more team play and less solo farming.
It's something it's been in effect, at least for Curse. That kind of plays into their role. Having St. Vicious on the team when he played in the LCS, he had in the team the hand in the most first bloods that the team would get, and that kind of leads to dominate as well, with St. Vicious being a coach for a while. On the back end, you kind of get a few of those traits and tips. And Dominate does like to get into the lane quite early, so if he tries to do that. Dignitas has been working almost kind of seems flawlessly with all of their confidence. But as we kind of say, once they have confidence, it seems like their momentum goes away. When everybody's against them, then they get a ton of momentum and they go on a win streak. So we'll see if they can keep themselves up, even with everybody giving them the thumbs up still.
Yeah, they've been very consistent so far for the beginning of this split. And really, talking about Dignitas, Crumb said his mentality is when you're going against one of these teams, you should attack the team's strengths rather than the team's weaknesses. So he's looking at attacking the stars of the team so that they can't carry the game by themselves. However, when you look at Curse, all of the lanes, none of them really stand out as huge stars that are going to solo carry this game. They're all very strong and sort of standard play. So Curse actually may have a good response to Dignitas strategy here, as they're a very balanced team and they can use many different strategies. They just haven't been able to make any of those different strategies work in game yet.
Right, and we can see how things change from the patches to what's being played. Jax, Yasuo, and Kassadin were the bans that Dig had last time being on the blue or the red side, I should say, but they are going to let that Yasuo through, something Voidboy has been using quite a bit lately as Lulu's locked in for Dig.
Yeah, a lot of mid lane get through here because so much focus on the jungle here. Look at this, 4 junglers banned out. And these are sort of the new top 4 junglers for everybody with the changes to Kha'Zix. He has not been killed, but he may not be on this top level plateau anymore, along with the rest of these early game junglers that also provide utility later in the game. So with so much changing in the jungle, like we said, there's even more pressure on Dominate, on Crumbs this time around to go deeper into that champion pool. We can see things like Nocturne, like Vi come back, or the Pantheon that we talked about for Dominate.
Just as in last time these two teams faced off, Curse bans Lee Sin against Crumbs. Now even more so with the Sightstone that all the junglers have been grabbing. That kind of helps. The Elise banned out as well. Jax and Braum picked up. Braum's keeping himself in every game today.
Yeah, very, very popular pick.
Nocturne.
Really, what Braum affords you is a tank from somewhere on the map that does not take up a spot in your top lane or from your jungle. So it affords them the ability to run a damaged top laner like this for Quas to have him try and carry the game with Jax. Now, as we talked about before, with Curse being very balanced, having a Jax on your team is always a target on your back. So Dignitas will definitely be looking to punish that Jax and keep him down.
Let's see what Quas can do. He's 0-3-1 on a Jax versus LMQ back in week 1. We'll see how it happens. It comes out for him this week. We see that Nocturne picked up as well for Crumbs. Going to be pretty sweet with Shifter ults and the Wild Growth coming in to keep him alive on dive fights. And we see Ziggs being played quite a bit this week if he gets locked in again.
Not only is Nocturne, right under this threshold of top 4 junglers right now, but he's a great pick in this scenario when they're already facing a split push team from Curse because Jax has been locked in. Using the vision denial of Nocturne to its fullest effect is really the sign of the great Nocturnes rather than just the good Nocturnes. Crumbs will leave his paranoia up for a long time before using it to close a gap, thereby putting the pressure on Curse to actually communicate more effectively.
We see Caitlyn locked in for Cop. His last play was 6-0-8 versus EG, and Rango Knife Cat for Dominate coming in here. Looks like we'll get another Rengar play as it's Shifter who locks in the Ziggs. Very scary in the hands of Shifter.
Interesting here. Adding the Rengar into the team that already has Jax. A lot of melee focus here with them plus Braum. They could easily dive very deep into a team. However, the answer from Dignitas is locking in Ziggs. It's so hard for these melees to get through the minefield. And Ziggs also provides them a lot of wave clear. So if this 4-man squad with their Caitlyn, who really thrives on pushing, tries to shove down in a separate lane from Jax, then Ziggs does a lot to stop this strategy from Curse.
Very interested to see once the ganks start coming out at level 6, how they're kind of countered. Will Crumbs always activate if Dominate's jumping on something, or will be one following the other? It'll be a very interesting play style. Kale has seen quite a bit of play, also seen some top lane play lately, but it looks like it will go to the hands of Void Boy. He played that back in week 1, actually to a loss of a 1-3-3, so we'll see how he can do here. That was against LMQ, now against Shifter. It's not going to be any easier.
All right, so yeah, a lot of late game damage threats here from Curse. We'll see if they can actually pull off the mid game though. Cloud9 tried to use the jungle Rengar and weren't able to have successful late game assassinations. Now, jungle Rengar, he's going to be trying to assassinate people through Thresh, through Ziggs, and through Lulu. That is a lot of anti-dive.
All right, before the game gets afoot, let's see who you think will be smashing that Nexus. According to LOLesports.com, 87% of you have left-clicked the Dignitas thumbs up.
Now your job's not done yet. Keep sending your predictions throughout the entire game to @LOLesports and use that hashtag DIGWin or CRSWin.
It'd be a pretty tight game here. Curse trying to really put their foot down in this league, picking up Xpecial at the beginning of the season, have actually gone through quite a few all-star supports in that position and kind of showing not lackluster results, but not the results that they wanted. There have been the plays. Cop has definitely been able to have a revolving door support and still stay as a pretty good AD carry. So they've almost made things hard for themselves, but still stayed as a top caliber team.
Yeah, Cop's very comfortable on Caitlyn too. It's right up his alley with the playstyle as well as
that
the skin
6-0-8
theme.
game.
But yeah, Cop, he likes to stand in the back line, put out the damage from a safe distance. Caitlyn will allow him to do that. This team though, Caitlyn's really the only one that's trying to shove towers early, and we're really going to be looking at this Braum and Rengar combo because it's a very deadly combo. If Rengar hits level 6 and goes to a Braum lane, it's so hard for you to get away from that gank.
So you're saying he's going to go to level 6 and go to Braum lane?
It's a strong gank. Good combo.
We'll see what happens. We're about to jump onto the Rift. Game 3 of the day. It's been pretty damn exciting. Just got out of a base race. We'll see what Dig has for Curse as we jump onto the Rift. The fans are happy to jump back into the action.
All right, let's see here. We've got a Targons for Braum. Thresh has actually not opted for that. A lot of Thresh players really do like it, but he's going for the super early Sightstone. Does not want to get this Curse team let them have any vision advantage, because if they can shut down the moves early from Curse and keep up the pressure, then it'll be huge for Dignitas.
Rengar is a very, very snowbally champion. Really relies on getting kills and assists to stack up his Bone Tooth item. That's now Hybrid Trinket as well. That's where he gets a lot of the power, and he can snowball out of control. But if he doesn't get these assassinations off, then he becomes a very ineffective champion, especially going versus a Dignitas team that has this much anti-dive. If Dominate does not get ahead, he's going to have a rough time.
Curse going quite strong on this invade, as will be Dig most likely doing the same thing on the other side. Slowly but surely, we'll get the late wards, or deep wards placed, I should say. And they're going to go back for safety. Might see standard lanes here as well. We saw a bit of that setup, but teams are still milling about, so no really telling.
Yeah, the unstandard thing here is a Void with a Ghost and Flash on Kale instead of something like the Heal or Exhaust even. Interesting pickup for him. More mobility. They actually have 2 options for split pushing. Whichever solo lane gets ahead could be a strong split pushing threat. If Void goes with the now standard attack speed Rune on Hurricane build. I have to see which one they focus. Buff trades here to start it out. Pretty deep vision from both sides, and they do get the 2 vs 2 down bottom. That ward paying off.
You think we see more 2v2s since the jungle experience kind of went away? Junglers will be able to gank the lanes more instead of sharing a 2v1 with somebody? Or 2v none,
So the jungle experience was not going to have an effect early game. So I don't think that's the reason for it. But there have been more of these standard 2v2 lanes with people actually seeking out the matchups here. Lulu early on is going to like to try and keep Jax down by herself. They actually don't need a duo lane up there to do it. However, with a jungle like Rengar, there's a lot of damage there. Jax can set up Rengar ganks as well. So Lulu has to worry about tower dives because early on she's squishy before getting her ultimate, and any kind of assisted damage. But he does have that range advantage over Quas, which he can try and utilize.
And a few auto attacks in here and there.
Oh, here comes Dominate though.
First time Zion Spartan is on Lulu. He did go for a game of Kale in week 3 versus CLG, but this will be his first time trying to do his hands with picks in the top lane. Dominate is just waiting patiently. You see Crumbs backing right now, so they won't be able to activate too much. Dominate hits it, but no close on that kill.
Yeah, safe play here from Zion. That is going to afford Quas early game farm, though. He's going to have a pretty strong early game here, actually. Lulu doesn't get to press him very much. They did burn his flash, so Zion going to have to play even more passively now. That's the setup, though, for the gank that we talked about. Quas, Counter-Strike coming in, Leap Strike to try and get that one going. Again, though, tension from both teams. Crum said he likes to attack the strong points of his enemies, not the weak points, so he goes up to the top lane as well.
Yeah, that's something that I think everybody saw when Dignitas picked up Zion and Shifter, is that Crumbs' job became more or less controlling everything in the game and really getting behind Zion and Shifter to get the game going.
Man, look at this massive CS, though, there for Quas. Not only is he already ahead, he's got a huge wave to work with here. So a great early game for Quas, having started full consumables with the Flask. Yeah, the only problem is actually getting those.
Getting a little antsy. Oh! That's all right. You got most of them. 27-18, still has teleport on the back, and it's perfectly positioned for him as he comes back to lane as well. You're going to see 2 rings being picked up by Zion. Crumbs yet to make a gank in the jungle yet, but they've been more for sure ganks, and really something comes out of it when Crumbs does it, so may be patiently waiting for that one to come around.
Yeah, now the thing I always like to watch out for with standard lanes is the respawn of second buffs. And Crumbs especially is a jungler that really likes to prey on his opponent's second spawn of their buffs, going for the 7-minute invade mark to try and either catch out one of the laners going to get the buff or actually just straight up counter jungling his opponent. So, as of right now, Crumbs has just been hard farming and has not gotten his characteristic early vision down, but we may see that change as we do head up towards the second buff spawns here. With Nocturne, though, he's just trying to hard farm, get to that level 6, so he can either counter I Will Dominate Skank or get one off of his own.
Not seeing too many early dragons with the regular matchup either, so both teams are going to be having a good fight over that instead of just kind of giving one up for a lane push. Zion Spartan finally gets the minion wave back in his favor, but he had 18 when he got back to lane, so he's only gotten 7 since the entire, I believe, 2-wave push to the turret so far. You can see how Quas feels sure to go in and put some wards down. He's going to start getting to work on that lane.
Yeah, and Pinkward is going to be able to clear out Zion's vision as well.
So much control over that top lane already. Wow, the piercing light doing quite a bit of damage. Cutie Pie could not connect with the passive, but Special already kind of giving up a little bit of damage with that Braum play.
Yeah, Braum is a very strong support, and we've seen a lot of very nice cannon execution right there, by the way. A lot of emphasis has been put on Braum lately, but still, so many teams are rather first picking Lucian for the bottom lane than first picking Braum. The AD carry, even more important than the support, just because Lucian is so strong, and you know he's definitely a tier above the rest. Maybe up there with Twitch could be up there, but he is enough to have control over a Braum lane. Now the problem is, if you ever see a Lucian plus Braum lane, that's the time to get really scared.
He's great against. Can shoot piercing light through with a little bit of damage and get that ardent blaze just behind over his shoulders.
Yeah. Well, the double shots, you just instantly proc that stun pretty much.
Yep.
Let's see if Crumbs can make a dive happen here. Looks like some counter juggling. There it is. That second buff spawn. Crumbs at it again.
He gets himself into position. You can see the Lantern throw to Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid as they make their way over there. ASAP. It is a smite down for Crumbs. It looks like it's going to go over to Voyboy in the mid lane. Nice tilt over Peacemaker as well. And they thwart that right away.
Not only did Dignitas not steal the buff, but they also weren't even able to deny it from Voyboy. So a huge win for Curse right there. And the classic Crumbs re-invade for second buff does not pan out for them this time. It's going to really help Voyboy out in this matchup versus Shifter. Kale's biggest strengths are just shoving a lane really, really quickly. Now that he doesn't have to worry about mana at all, he can also go for trades. He doesn't just have to shove because he can also use his heal to spam it after he trades with Shifter and get right back up to full life.
It doesn't shut down Shifter too much in the way of Braum. He can still huff a Mega Inferno bomb over to either side lane, but he's not going to be having fun, like you said. Ward getting cleared out. Voyboy is going to be able to just heal this back up. Nice heal. Puts him right back up 90%. And Rengar right on the backside.
Yeah, still level 6 Rengar here. Now this is really the very important choice for Curse. Curse have so many options for getting snowballing going for their team. They want to get a Kale going early, but they also want Jax fed, and then he's got the option of the very strong Braum lane gank. So really, Curse's first gank with this level 6 Rengar is going to tell a lot about where they actually want to play off in this game. As of right now, though, Quas has already had a strong early game, and he's really off to a great start with Jax, so he doesn't need a lot of help. He's actually even gone with the burst damage of an early Sheen. So just the kill pressure of Quas by himself up there on Zion kind of makes Zion play more passive and keep on just trading farm with Quas here, which is exactly what Curse wants.
And it seems like they're really putting a lot of consideration of that kill pressure, as you say. Voyboy maxing heal for himself, dominating Quas into tight fight positions, and with intervention, they're safe.
All right, no wards for Zion. He's pushed up in the lane. Level 6 dominate. This is really, really good for Curse if he can pull it off. But look at Crumbs. He's got this jungler sense, even with no wards, heading up top as well. He's looking for the counter gank here, Crumbs. He knows that Zion is a really juicy target for Iowa Dominate, and they go for the dive.
They go for the hit. He is not going to be on the outside. No, he throws down the ult, goes right for Zion. He throws down the Wild Growth. The turret shot comes in. The 1-for-1. Who's got the fight, though? Red buff to red buff, but it looks like he's going to back off of that Nocturne damage.
Yeah, very, very close trade right there. Dominate answers with the ultimate of his own. Risky tower dive for Dignitas, but they do deny a lot of minions from Quas with that big wave. So let's take a look here. There's a bunch of ranged minions that are going to deny him. Dive in, they get the early damage. The fear barely goes off there. Zion gets one knockup, doesn't quite get Quas, but it doesn't matter because Crumbs does have a red buff as well.
Right.
Pretty even trade there. It's just the wave lost for Quas.
First Bloods are really putting people on the edge. We saw last game, it was pretty much just Helios' death for First Blood. These teams want that first gold. The edge in the lane means so much. Kiwi Kid, pretty aggressive here against Xpecial as they try to get a little bit of HP coverage in the lane.
Yeah, both AD carries with the early BF sword, so they're fairly even on trading right now. Cop really looking to get that headshot off, but doesn't quite. Now, the important thing to note about the top lane trade there is that both kills went to the junglers. And in this case, both junglers are melee carries who really want to get going early in snowballing. As I said, especially Rengar, getting those bone tooth stacks, extremely important for him. Now we're going to see who can actually play the melee carry jungler better. Dominate and Crumbs off to a very even start.
Back and forth in the top lane. Looks like we could get another gank up there as well, but Xpecial, he gets the terror down. He's going to be feared out. Throws his ult down for Braum. And Cop, he is going to be safe just on the edge as it burns away the Duskbringer. Not enough to clean it up with the Lizard Elder.
They just got a whole lot of bottom lane pressure.
Oh, what a guess! Oh my word! Cop squeezes tight and he stays alive.
Health pot ticking for him. Now, what I was going to say, though, they have complete control of the bottom lane because it was a successful gank, even though they don't come out with a kill. It's a really good trade for them. So much damage put down to the duo lane that they are rewarded with that dragon. And Crumbs with the quicker move rather than dominate. Going for the next gank after the top lane fight much quicker. And he, taking that initiative really affords Dignitas that extra objective right now.
Great play coming in from Zion Spartan, knowing he can just aggress very hard. A little short on the damage, but he is pushing Quas out of lane, and it's exactly what he needed. 19 CS down. It's been a little shaky.
All right, blue buff number 3 started up for Curse there too. Gonna try and give it over to Boy.
No one saw that.
Tooth.
Didn't miss any. 1-to-1 only in kills. Pretty low kill day with all the vision going out on the map recently. Nobody's keeping themselves safe.
I think we are seeing the effects of Quas also not going for early sustain. A lot of Jax players will go with the early Cutlass. If not, upgrading it into the Blade of the Ruin King early. Still at least getting the early lifesteal there for sustain in lane. But he's gone more for the kill pressure of the burst. Going to rush that Trinity Force burst, starting with Sheen and moving into it. That's really the main thing that he does have over Zion, is the threat of a Rengar right behind him. And anytime Zion has to worry about Quas coming up with a leap strike, counter strike, and having a Rengar right behind him, which he does at the moment.
Definitely keeping Zion Spartan at bay in most of their effect. Oh, maybe not this time. Coming in all secretive. No pink wards, but he sees it. He's going to get hit up quite hard. Wild Growth is still waiting to come up. And wow.
I was going to try and describe how painful it is. I was going to try and describe how painful it is when that combo happens. But you really can't. You have to see it in action. And Zion just felt the full power
with your eyes
of it right there. All right, question answered, though. They are getting that that Jax ahead pretty early. Let's see if Dignitas can make their answers bottom.
Dignitas always answering one after the other. They lose somebody in the top lane. They are going to seamlessly take down 2 in the bottom lane. They still got some time until a dragon comes up, but to teleport to the top, helping Zion to keep himself somewhere near the CS mark. 121 up on 91, but actions all across the map kind of keeping things even.
Now, these are very similar junglers, not only as players, but also as champions that the players are using. You can see Crumbs with pretty much an identical play to what Eyeball Dominant just did. However, very, very key factors here for Crumbs' gank. His was down bottom where they have 2 people, so not only did they get 2 kills, they also were able to take the turret after, whereas Quas, after the kill, can't take the turret by himself because there's not a lot of damage down on it, and Dominate didn't stick around for added damage under the turret. So Dignitas, they got more kills out of their gank. They also got the objective out of their gank. Another pick!
To Xpecial, tries to shield himself. It's only going to be a few last shots. Very nice intervention from the backside. The bomb just missing out. Look at everything Dignitas has the chance to use if they aren't going to get a kill. This is very hard for Curse to even approach the turret.
Yeah, a lot of long-range follow-up from Dignitas if anybody does get low. Scary, scary situation for Special there. He gets out alive, however, their turret goes down.
Science Spartan realizing he has a neighbor quite close in the brush, but Quas, once he's found out, he realizes he's going to be back to the turret to farm, doesn't want to miss any of that experience. Looks like he'll have actually quite a good time here if he wants to freeze it, but Curse needs some pressure on the map right now. Dignitas is starting to get that stranglehold.
What Curse do have going in their favor is solo lane farm. We talked about them having options for carries and late game split push.
Yeah.
Both of those guys very strong in the farm. You know, early Nashor suit there from Voyboy, so he'll probably be working his way into that Runon's Hurricane as the second item. Some people do opt for AP first, though,
right?
To get the extra damage. Nashor's does scale a little bit as well with AP. But yeah, it's going to be so many options there for Curse in the split pushing game. Really what they're going to have to worry about is the rest of the squad that aren't out there by themselves. It's going to be a lot up to Special on Braum for the disengage. Voyboy to speed people up. And really the others to just watch their positioning. Cop is at that point in the game where Caitlyn is kind of sad, really wants a couple more items to be effective. Mid-game, not the greatest of times for him. So really he's going to have to be very careful at this stage, especially since Crumbs has shown such a propensity to gank him over and over, really targeting Cop.
Continuously crushing down, even building a Brutalizer for himself at 3-0 and 0, feeling like he's a bit ahead of the game. Throws that in with a Ruby Crystal, so it's going to be a lot of damage coming from this Nocturne until he builds that armor up. Okay, Cutie Pie, he's safe down here, even with Kiwi Kid to walk off a bit to the side. Map control from Dignitas, it could get them into a bad situation here. There's the heal that Voyboy has been leveling up so early, and it may be just enough for them to catch it. He ran the wrong way, though. Dominate was still coming from that side, and Curse shows their ability to catch up as well.
Yeah, Kiwi Kid trying to get vision down for his team so that thing doesn't happen. However, while he's doing it, does get caught out.
Oops.
He was able to get the ward down, though, so that frees him up to type Worth in all chat. Fourth blue buff spawn, though. Having Kiwi Kid just gone down, you know, Crumbs, he's edging over there. However, without that support, you really are going to have a difficult time here. Basically, what he wants to get done is try and deny it from Voyboy, but we've seen it.
Oh, whoa! How's that?
All right, so Dominate's slow to the party. Curse actually start up the blue buff too early, and they do too much damage to it before their jungler arrives. Whoa. They pay for it.
Whoa, they're right on a pink ward too. This is all the vision that Curse needs to turn something around. Crumbs taking quite a bit in the beginning. A nice calling kind of feeds to the back.
Oh, he
still hits Special, but Cop threads the needle. Gets himself a birthday kill there. Quas takes down the top turret with all the vision in the bottom lane and him pushing out Zion Spartan. He's having a field day up here.
Huge ups and downs for Curse fans there. He's able to come out with the Miracle Steal even without having their support because of Dominate going to the top side of the jungle, but then turns right back around, over-aggressive, pays for it with his life, and then back up for Curse as their top laner gets the kill. So Crumbs going super aggressive here, gets very deep, and they put a lot of focus into Braum. Braum puts up the shield, though, reducing a lot of the damage. They don't get him down. Cutie Pie, no dash left, and Crumbs has a wall right next to him, so he can't even edge further over. Already spell shield being used as well, so couldn't have no answers there. And Cop finds his mark. However, the big story, you know, while there was a lot of action around blue, Quas up top is getting out of hand.
Yeah.
He's got the finished Trinity Force. He's able to handle Zion by himself, as we just saw. And now it was a perfect timing for him to come right down for Dragon because he secured the top lane for his team. But then he gets hooked.
He's going to be able to handle quite a few people if he gets into the fight. There's a few shots right there. We still see Crumbs trying to make it in and out of the fight, but so low health after the last engage. Everybody's kind of weary.
Extremely even game here. Now, taking Dragon for 1 kill is worth it in that exchange. However, what you have to watch is what Curse will do with the extra man advantage on the field. They need to press something. They're going towards mid right now and leaving their strong Jax as split push bottom. They do get the turret in answer, so Curse again able to come out with a pretty big exchange there for themselves. Very, very close game here.
Absolutely. Both junglers ferociously feeding themselves through this one. Dominate finally getting the first 3 stacks on himself, so he gets that bit of movement speed and pushing out of combat. Always helps stack up the Bone Tooth. Crumbs playing quite a good Nocturne, but we see him finish the Youmu's now. And how fast he went down in that last fight, kind of prioritizing all this damage. We'll see if he changes that build up now that he has that damage.
Yeah, I kind of like the route that Crumbs went, where he went with flat armor penetration early with the Ghost Blade. And it adds a lot of burst damage too, because when he jumps in, he can activate that, and it gives you a huge power spike for the duration. Since he's squishy, probably not going to be alive that long anyway. It'll be a really big benefit for him.
Maximum output.
However, Dominate has gone the opposite route. He went with percentage-based armor penetration here, and there's no armor really built on Dignitas yet. So really the flat penetration better early, and it's going to provide Crumbs a bit more threat when he does dive in. Now later, Dominate will already have that Last Whisper, but let's see what he builds next, because both of these guys, as I said, on Jungler is extremely similar. Going to be looking for those melee range, the melee assassins.
Yeah, it does actually look like Voidboy will prioritize that ability power. As we said, he leveled that heal up, making sure everybody stays safe with the 2 killers of Quas and Dominate on the team. Already had a good intervention to keep Xpecial alive, so the fingers are warmed up for both teams right now. They've made some tight plays, and the aggression is definitely on. 4-0 and 0 for Dominate.
Quas too deep.
This could be bad for him. He has a ward to jump to over the wall. Nice break on the Terror Thread. He's going to be getting out safe. Cause a little
Great
stretch.
escape there for Quas. Not even having to blow any summoner spell. He was deep in enemy territory, no vision for himself, 1 versus 3, and he gets out without having to use anything besides a ward drop.
235 to 244 in the mid lane. Not too big of a discrepancy in CS there. 80 carries matching up quite evenly. Cop getting that ace in the hole kill onto Crumbs so far, which was a nice shutdown of 3 kills. So a bit of surge of gold there as that finished Phantom Dancer.
We need to start keeping a close track on vision. Everybody's changed out for sweepers here. However, not a lot of wards down deep for Curse in this Dignitas jungle. That's really going to hurt their ability to split push, as well as their ability for Dominate to pick people off with his ultimate. They really are going to try and outposition Dignitas. Both of these teams very similar in styles, looking for those very quick kills in transition.
Well, Curse has done a very good job this game of not getting themselves into trouble after they do get ahead. Usually they'll get themselves into wanting too much, and then they crumble under that pressure of pushing themselves, even for just a blue buff after taking a dragon. Luckily, Dragon's on their side of the blue buff this time. They're safe. 23 minutes on to this. 3 turrets down on each side. That's the outer 3. So the second tiers still stand and still provide a diving turret for both teams.
So interesting here, as you know, Curse have that little bit of split push advantage, but Dignitas have the wave clear really working for them with Shifter and Zion on those 2 APs, 2 AP players, both with AP builds. Each of them has great wave clear to sort of counteract this Curse situation where they've got Kale as well as Jax. Really going to be all about these junglers. Who gets the pick and who can actually get that kill early? Because both of them are very much all in, and both of them are going to have to deal with defensive ults, either coming from Kale or coming from Lulu, to try and defend their targets.
Well, definitely seems like Dignitas is switching things up coming into this season. 2 coaches on their side. It's been a back and forth.
Again, Kiwi going for the blind ward.
Uh-oh. I don't think the coach had that in mind. Good shield coming out. Also getting himself a bit of that summoner heal coming over from PewDiePie. He is throwing himself a Hail Mary right now, but it's not going to work or keep him alive long enough. 40 seconds on the clock there. Dignitas finds the move they want, pressuring Curse into a bad spot.
Kiwi Kid with the face check bait there. Now Dignitas have a bit better anti-dive, and they're able to keep Kiwi Kid alive. Boy got himself in a really bad spot, and it does cost them inhibitor.
Oh, the goal gets in! It's special. Oh, he got himself killed as well! Oh, throws himself in the flame. It's a little too hot for the toes. Goes down quickly. A 3K gold lead in a matter of seconds as Dignitas opens up the map through the middle.
You might say that's unexpected, and with how quick it turned around from how slow it was going, but that's what happens when everybody in the game is building damage. Everybody is building damage here. There's so much damage on the field. If someone gets caught out of position for a second, they're dead.
Bomb.
And even if it's Braum jumping in there with the shield, Dominate doesn't want to take any piece of that culling, and his special goes down.
He's like, no thank you. 4 seconds on Dragon. That can be grabbed right after this dance is done. Baron goes down. They're actually quite low. They need to be careful here. But I don't think Curse is going to try to stretch themselves thin either. Dignitas making a big move. 25 minutes in.
Question now is, do they get the answer Dragon? If they don't get that consolation prize of the counter to Baron, the Dragon experience and gold that they desperately need, then they're going to be really far behind. They do go for it here. Since Dignitas were a bit slow in their recalls. So at least there's that for Curse. And they will stay competitive. Now, as one-sided as that looked for Dignitas, it was really all about positioning.
Yeah.
And Curse can easily still come back in this game. It's not out of reach for them just because they got a very commanding teamfight win. And because they already got that inhibitor, yes, it's a great lead, but Curse still definitely have the damage to make a comeback. If they can catch somebody out of position and actually complete a kill on it and not have someone walk into the rest of the team, then they can easily
I don't know what you mean.
Turn the tables around.
Still good farm in that top and mid lane. Solo lane's really holding strong. 241 to 178. Dominate gave Quas a really good helping hand in the top lane, and Quas is somebody who can kind of carry that by himself. We've seen them then matching up after the few ganks for Quas to come out on top. Holy, as he finishes the Blade of the Rune King now. The AP Rabadon's is final. She finished up by Boy. May see more attack speed come in after that portion. But it's all up to really how much they can stop this Dignitas push now to the top lane.
Yeah, really. The test is now for the Curse wave clear. Curse's wave clear is a bit more dangerous
They're pretty spread
than
out,
that of Dignitas.
They're
They have
not
to
ready.
rely on Caitlyn and Kale, who can clear waves very quickly. Well, they don't want to defend this turret. They're trying to defend inhibitor ones, but they can clear waves very quickly. However, they do have to get fairly close in range. So it's a bit more scary for someone like Boy to be up there trying to clear this wave off. They're going to try and buy as much time as possible, but they aren't even comfortable defending 4 vs 5 and having Quas split push. They immediately call him back to base and try and set up that line of traps.
And this is quite big as well. We talked about a bit of the armor pen for Crumbs, but the last Whisper finished up for I'm a Cutie Pie. No armor to be seen on the side of Curse just yet. It's going to be quite hard for them to really take any of these shots.
Yeah, everybody building damage, as we said. There's a little bit of defense now coming in. Some Zanyas in the making.
Yeah.
For Zion there. He'll be looking to stay alive longer so that he can use his ulti on someone else and then rely on the item. However, this turret's taking a beating here, and Crumbs is actually trying to split push mid, which is very smart since he can use his ulti as a gap closer.
Right.
We'll see how long he's able to keep it up, though, and deny vision as well.
Special's trying to get Lockets of the Iron Solari finished, as well as facing the mountain, so he can throw out a little bit more help for the team. Quas doing what he can to stop these super minions that are now flooding into the base. This is going to be what they take, probably an inhibitor after it as well. Bottom lane is not pushed up for Dig, so this is what they have their eyes on, to stranglehold Curse here and open up the map even more. Throw down the ultimate to deny vision. Do they really even want anything? It's just going to be for the scare. Dig flexes their muscles in the inhibitor turret and gets the inhibitor out of it.
What a beautiful combo there from Dig. They make it look so easy. Crumbs pops his vision denial, and Kiwi Kid walks right up, gets a hook right outside of that Fog of War, lands it easily onto Boy, killing the key component to Curse here, and Dignitas just make it look so easy.
They're walking themselves in, taking a bit of damage from the outside, but it looks like they can mitigate this just enough. Dominate throws the ult on. They know he's up. They know he's alive. But like you said, that key component with the intervention that heals, Boy is down. And Curse has to rethink everything as they assess this fight. The grab again from Kiwi Kid just on the outside as they pepper the turret with more shots. The second Nexus turret goes down. Quas almost goes for broke as he does not dive into the fight. The rest of the team was going to the fountain. They push him out of base, but Curse, they're on their last breath here.
This is the second game in a row where we're seeing a Jax who actually got off to a good start. A Jax who's actually powerful, and the team's not able to even utilize him as a split pusher because the rest of their team, their 4-man squad, cannot hold. you can't just have one person be extremely strong and be the split pusher. The rest of the team has to be able to deal with the Dignitas force and the Dignitas shove, the dive. The wave clear just is not there for Curse. They're not able to support this very strong Jax, who's got almost 100 CS lead over his opponent.
Right.
You know, and people don't want to fight him 1 versus 1, but they don't have to. Dignitas do not have to opt into that situation. They're going to take the fight that is more advantageous to their team comp.
And we just saw Quas wanting to jump into that fight. That would have been a 4-person Counter-Strike inside the base, but Curse just kind of on the back foot.
Yeah, as we looked at in Champ Select, this is a hard team to dive on.
Right.
On Lulu, ulti, Zig, Thresh, and even with all those, there's so much damage on Curse that we've seen them take huge chunks out of like Kiwi Kid when he's face checking, but still very, very dangerous for Curse melee carries to get in there. Now they're down 2 inhibitors, so it's very easy to dig, 4 dig to swing across the map.
Man.
Especially the last side.
And it gets so much scarier. Just look at that gold increase. The up and the down, and then just the up. Just when Dignitas knew they had a hold.
And basically these ups and downs are whenever the jungler is making a move for that team. You know, when it's Crumbs, full damage, Nocturne going in, grabbing some kills and objective for his team. Or it's Dominate going for the assassinations.
Crumbs causing a little chaos on the left side just to draw attention, but that attention means that Cutie Pie gets shots on the turret. They're just causing chaos around the map, and it's enough to get the shots they need to move that much closer to the W on this game. 32 minutes on the clock has just ticked as the final inhibitor turret falls. Eyes on the inhibitor without any contest here. Dominate, he gets pulled right into the box. The intervention is on. That's the perfect way they wanted it, but they wanted it on their terms, and that's not how it's going to happen this time. Dignitas starts to clean up.
Yeah, good game, Dignitas right there. Very, very commanding performance. With everybody building damage, it's all about positioning and split-second crowd control. Really, really well played, well executed from Dignitas there. And Team Curse, when you're running with Kale as your defense, it's all about timing. You have to get one of those intervention ultis to block a lot of initial damage. We weren't able to make it happen there.
32 minutes on the game, 10-5 and a 10,000 gold lead as Dig takes down Curse. Fantastically played game. You see a little more Nocturne, or I should say a little more Rengar play and Nocturne play, as the junglers have been getting hit a little bit this week. Brahms made his appearance in the games, getting a little bit of change up, and still seeing the top tier teams getting their victories.
Yeah, I mean, we saw 2 carry junglers here. Neither of them go Feral Flare because it's been nerfed too hard. However, people that were worrying about having to go back to utility jungle, that you don't have to worry any longer. Very much viable still to go damage. It's just that the Lizard Elder is a much better choice than the Feral Flare.
Zion Spartan really showing that game that just keeping his head in it. Even though things were getting pretty tough, they focused him over and over again.
Yeah, he didn't try and overextend. He knew he was going up against this Jax and Rengar combo that can kill him extremely easily, which did one time. However, he was able to play further back and safer for a large portion of the game, trusted in the strategy that they came into the game with, and they played it out very, very well.
A great game coming in for the entire team. Really, they switch up what they used in the last composition. We had Shifter on Italy, a Twitch game for Cutie Pie. So they are even just kind of, I'd say what LMQ was. Every team says, oh, we'll only plan for this. But we're seeing more teams kind of have something for every team. They're able to kind of plan ahead. And I think Dignitas, being a top team, has a better chance to do that with so many victories. They're saying, yes, we can kind of rely on this game, not get trapped by one, and make sure we beat somebody like LMQ or TSM.
And the plan this game was awesome to watch, just because Crumbs was like, okay, you're going to go Rengar, I'm going to go Nocturne.
Yeah.
We're just going to see who can carry hard, who can get off the more ganks, who can get more damage quickly.
Yep.
And he made the choices where he would win out slightly. His gank would get 2 kills, Dominate would only get 1. They would translate into some turrets. Really well played.
Translate into the W. All right, for the inside track on that match, let's send it over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much. I want to welcome Dignitas Crumbs to the desk here. To kind of continue the conversation they were having about the jungle picks there, you guys going for big heavy fighters, Nocturne and Rengar kind of back in the pool. We've seen Rengar twice now. I want to start with that because she's a champion. How do you feel about jungle Rengar right now?
I've seen a lot of jungle Rengar lately, especially because they got unbanned from the LCS. Now, I think the champion is something that's very unique because a lot of people say, oh, he's really good. Others say he's really bad. You have to be very practiced on the champion. Like, if we're not good at the champion, you pretty much have to always build him AD first of all, because if you go tank, you're worthless. And to build him AD and pull him off successfully, you have to be almost a master at the champion. So I feel like Dominic played a very good Rengar. All the Rengars we've practiced against have been really bad. And then me playing Rengar, it's so-so. I mean, I'm getting there. I mean, I'm pretty comfortable with him, but not to a great level. And I just think the champion is just like a Nocturne. It's pretty much a different Nocturne.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of which, there was a bit of a gank trade you guys had. One time the Rengar ganked the top lane. You got a double kill down at the bottom lane. You actually pull this up on the screen as a clip because Crumbs, kind of walk me through what you were thinking in the game here as the top lane gank happened and then the bottom lane gank, which we'll see right afterwards.
I mean, we knew at this point that Rengar Jax is just way stronger in the 2v2 top. And honestly, no matter how far behind Lulu falls, she's still going to be useful. So I just let her do her thing. If she's dying, okay, I mean, at least she's going to have all her CC, while Jax really just needs all that damage. And then I know that Lucian does very well against Rengar, and we blew their summoners previously in another game. Yeah. So at this point, no summoners bot lane on the Caitlyn with a Thresh lane Lucian. Like, this is a free double kill. So their gank ended up not even getting a turret. They just got a kill. And then ours ended up getting a dragon and setting up for a turret. So it's just looking at the big picture as to what is going to get you more objectives.
Yeah. It was a really interesting gank to watch as an observer because it was literally you were just trading ganks brute force through the lane and you guys got a much better trade. But something that was interesting about those two junglers is there were 4 jungle bans in that game. Do you kind of want to walk me through the process both teams were going through there?
I think they just banned Lee Sin. I'm really comfortable on Lee Sin. And then they banned Jarvan because I think they probably thought Jarvan would be like my main champion. If Evelyn was out, Elise is out, and then Kha'Zix at the rework, right? So he's not that strong as a jungler anymore. He's more of a laner. He's not too strong early game, and evolving his ulti doesn't give you any good abilities that you want from a jungler. So Kha'Zix is kind of falling off as a jungler itself. So there's not really that many top-tier junglers. So perhaps their thought process is obviously, just ban all the junglers, take Rengar, and then, I mean, there is still plenty left. There's still Rengar, Nocturne, Vi. Hell, you could even do a Mumu, Rammus. Who knows?
Do you think we're going to see more tank junglers come out, or is it still like go for the 3 if you can and then just kind of fall back if you need to?
I mean, I think we'll only see those champions if all the other junglers are out, honestly. Like, you're going to see Elise and Lee Sin and all those, all as much as you can, just because they're so good. If they're banned, you have to adapt and do something else.
Okay, so then taking a step back, I know last time you guys played Curse, you lost, and right before you'd said it was going to be an easy match. Was there some extra effort making sure you didn't make that same mistake again for this game?
We were confident going into the game, but we did get a little bit taken back because the game plan didn't unfold starting from the level 1 as to how we thought it would. So we kind of did a little bit of staggering as to deciding what we were going to do around the 1 minute and 50 mark when the buff spawned. So aside from that, though, we didn't really expect to have a standard lane. So it just ended up that on the fly, they decided to just go to camp top, we camp bottom, and that's how the game turned out.
Do you want to talk a little bit more in depth about the thing that threw you off at 1 minute 50 seconds in this game?
Well, usually right now what you see with lane swaps is people pretty much invade the side that the opponents are invading, right? So what happened was they chose to back their bot lane recall. They wanted standard lanes, so they just recalled. We're like, oh, okay, they want standard lane, so I guess that threw us off.
All right, and then, like you said, it was actually a pretty close game. We have another clip of Kiwi Kid kind of baiting out the fight that ended up winning you guys the game. I want you to walk me through what your team was thinking and why this fight turned around the way it did.
I mean, at this point, we're looking for deep wars to try to make plays. We're really struggling to get something going because I'm Nocturne. I want to get as many deep wars as possible to want to stay farming. So he falls for the Rengar, goes right in, and then they channel so much for him. And right here, we have a ward. Kayle puts herself way out of position. So at this point, I thought she would just flash over and get out of that as soon as possible, but she doesn't do it quickly enough because Fear goes in, and as soon as that happens, they got chunked way too hard from the Ziggs ulti while trying to go on Thresh, basically. And then, since they were on that left side, we managed to push in because we had a wave coming in, and at this point, Cutie just goes in, gets a crazy double kill, and from this point over, that's game.
Yeah, it was just this crazy series of almost unfortunate events for Curse because it had seemed like a very close game up until that point, as Amakudipai gets a little crazy down at the end there. Is that kind of a confidence thing for you guys that you're able to turn such a huge advantage off of just a single catch, or is that something you guys would have always done?
I mean, not really. You just have to see the situation. It just so happened to be that there's a wave right there. They zoned themselves off from the wave, and we got a pick, and we have the good ability to poke them off a turret because they have very weak wave clear. If Kale's dead, it's just Caitlyn Q to clear wave. That's barely anything. So we'll be able to take a turret off. And honestly, that engage right there is reminiscent of the one that I did in their blue side. When they focused on Thresh, I went in on the Braum and ended up dying for it. So since mine was earlier, I just ended up dying and we didn't get blue buff, but theirs was much later and when we were grouped already and we were able to take much more off that.
That worked really well. And you guys went for Baron, and actually I want to kind of ask you about it was a really brief Baron fight, but basically it seemed like you guys pulled off the exact correct members. You had a Kiwi kid like flay back the Rengar to block the steal attempt. Like, how is the coordination when you're like, okay, they're coming down to try to steal? Like, does everyone know their individual job? Does someone call out like, you peel, you guys deal damage? Because that was really flawless.
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows what they have to do, right? If you're Thresh, you're not going to be hitting Baron for damage. So everyone knows their job. I mean, at that point, we were doing Baron, and then I was like, okay, you need to zone off Rengar. Does he have flash? And then QE's like, don't worry, man, I got this. I'm a god at this. Like, okay. So they just zoned them off, and then we just got a free Baron.
Okay.
Yeah, another successful Baron. And final question, actually, for you, Crumbs. You guys have Cloud9 tomorrow, which in the past has been the juggernaut of the North American LCS, but now are sitting at 5-4. Does that change your approach to that game? How do you think Cloud9 is going to be doing?
I mean, you can't take Cloud9 lightly, obviously, but they've been looking pretty shaky, especially with the game they had today against TSM. That's a game that honestly looked like Cloud9 not only outdrafted them, but they should have won that game, and they ended up doing a couple of throws here and there. But I think obviously they always turn up to play every time. They do really well, so we won't take them lightly. But I think it should be a good game for us. I think we're gonna win.
All right.
All right, well, good luck to you. You guys have held on to first place so far. That's awesome. Nice to see you guys doing well, and we'll see you again tomorrow. We got to take a quick break before we get to our next game, which is CLG versus Complexity. We'll be right back after this.
I wasn't. Not very good. Okay. I'm glad we got that conversation out of the way.
A really juicy target for Isle Dominate, and they go for the dive.
They go for the hit. He is not going to be on the outside. No, he throws down the ult, goes right for Zion. He throws down the Wild Growth. The turret shot comes in.
That Jackson had pretty early. See him, Dignitas can make their answers bottom.
Dignitas always answering one after the other. They lose somebody in the top lane. They are going to seamlessly take down two in the bottom lane.
It does cost an inhibitor.
Oh, the Whoa! Gets in and specials. Oh, he got himself killed as well.
All right, we should be good. Nice.
Done.
I'm on Braum.
Kill.
Woo, baby!
I'm out. There we go.
We had double solid.
The last time when we played versus Complexity, they had a sub, ManCloud. I know how it feels like to not have a full roster, and when you're having to use subs and you're always trying to get scrim practice in, they're going to be a team that hasn't had that much practice with their full roster, so we'll see how it goes.
The North American LCS and our next match of the day, Counterlogic Gaming versus Complexity. Last time we saw CLG in action, they were off to a strong start and had Cloud9 on the ropes, but then suffered a heartbreaking loss, if you will.
Yeah, that was particularly surprising because they led in gold for the majority of the game. At just 22 minutes, CLG were up 7,000 gold, but were unable to finish strong. And CLG often rely on those coordinated map movements to outplay their opponents, moving from objective to objective. And the new guy on Complexity may be able to help them deal with this type of team, because he has brought a lot more vision to the team, laying down these deep wards to give the team information on their opponents before the opponents are able to make those moves.
Yeah, CLG may also be tripped up by a little good old-fashioned overconfidence. Last time these teams faced off, CLG was playing a little faster and looser, if you will, than they do against other teams.
Yeah, they took a level 1 blue invade all the way under Complexity's second turret, starting that game off with a mad dash for first blood. And Complexity have managed upsets against teams that do take them for granted, like Cloud9 and Curse. You know, with Kez lending his shot-calling voice to Prawleys, they've seen a lot of marked improvement in their late game shot calling, and they've been looking more disciplined and more focused as well.
Absolutely. We're going to get right into this one as our final game of the LCS Day Before Challenger. So let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's CLG. In the top lane is Seraph. It's going to be Dexter in the jungle as they're chatting it up. Link in the mid lane in the middle of that conversation. Double Lift on AD and Afromu on support.
And on the red side, we've got Complexity. Up top, Westrice. In the jungle, Kez. Mid, Prawley. AD carry, Robert X. Lee. And supporting, Bubba.
Get some waves from the teams as they gear up and get ready, man and machine, all one as they head on to the Rift. It's going to be quite a matchup, as we've seen and said. Complexity, we heard from the other team that it might be different because they haven't had time to scrim, but they've showed, even with subs, they can come out on top of games.
Yeah, Complexity, I mean, they're working great with Kez. The shot calling and the wards, it's something that you can see improving their game. It's it's been such a different game that they're actually playing nowadays, just by bringing him into the table. It's actually been a very good thing for them, mixing things up.
Different voices have provided a lot for different teams. Coaches, now TSM bringing over Loco Doco. We've talked about Dignitas adding another one onto this season. The outside looking in perspective has always seemed to at least give the teams the momentum they need for at least a few wins, or good enough for a 7-game run that'll put you back in the standings. Complexity would love to have something like that happen as we're getting ready to jump into Champion Select. We see the players getting their fingers ready and getting warmed up, and Champion Select, as usual, and even more so today, has just been dictating the games right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw in the last game how jungler focus can really determine how the game's going to be played out. They're like, okay, well, we're both going to go with carry junglers, and we'll see who can carry harder. We'll exchange ganks and just who's able to play it out better in the mid game. Mid game has become so crucial. It's these split seconds that are determined by one person getting picked. You know, just small amounts of crowd control and a couple split second decisions are determining these games. This one, though, I expect a little bit more focus on the top lane. Everybody's excited. They want to see Westrice Rengar, because he has been able to carry the team.
Finally gets the cat
many times before, and a lot of people have been leaving Rengar open. Nobody's really banning it.
That's right.
Now the thing is, in the top lane, he doesn't have any matchups that he really wins. So you have to be very good on the champion. As Crump said, you have to put a lot of time into it.
You can't just go and play it.
Yeah, you can. Well, you can just go and play it. You can have pretty good success if you just charge up all of your Fury stacks and then ult, and you spam Q when you jump in on an AD carry. The only key thing that you do really have to remember, though, is charging up all those Fury stacks before you ultimate. Because now, the extra Fury generation is after you come out of this stuff. So you kill one with your first, and then the extra regeneration after lets you get another target.
Let's see what they have for each other in the bans. Last time these two teams met, it was Evelynn, Shyvana, and Lucian that was banned out against CLG. Kassadin, Yasuo, Lee Sin on the other side. So you can tell Complexity was not on that red side. Now switching it up, we got some early wave clear that Nidalee and Morgana again find herself on the ban list quite a bit.
Yeah, they're just There are so many weird picks that you have to worry about when you're placing complexity. If you're Counter Logic Gaming, maybe you don't worry about them though, because Brawler will play, Annie mid. He'll play pretty much whatever he wants mid. And as we said, Westrice also has a very weird champion pool. He's played Garen on purpose.
Right.
Not many people can say that. They've played Garen in a competitive match. But yeah, he's a very diverse fellow as well. And then, of course, Bubba, as you just saw on your screen, he would love to pick up Braum just because it works well with his in-game and out-of-game appearance.
I think Aframu should get a mustache.
Yeah?
Yeah. Just cuz.
Just get one? A fake one? I think that...
Sure. Why not?
You could grow a real one, but fake ones are much better.
All right.
Because you can just take it off when you're done. You're not stuck with it. Like Kiwi Kid, he's got a bowl cut. He's stuck with that.
Yep.
All right, three main junglers banned out, though. The Jarvan did get through. Dexter definitely has put some time in on Jarvan as well, so they could try and snatch up that one if they feel that's a key fourth jungler. But I really think that Jarvan is on a similar level to a lot of the other ones left up, and it's not a really first pick priority. There's so many other things, like Jax is up, like Twisted Fate and all these. There's so many mid laners that are up right now, actually. Not an early Twisted Fate would be a bad idea, but...
How about an early Braum? Keep him in the 100%
no
for
Bubba
this
Dub stash lord.
Yeah, he doesn't get to rock the stash. Aframu knows he took that away. But they take away double lift Lucian.
I've seen so many teams prioritize Lucian over Braum when posed with this first round choice of either of the two for the bottom lane. But CLG put more importance on the Braum.
AD carries have held high importance today as well. Gonna remember Wild Turtle's first Corki pick, and this is another AD carry denial as Westrice first picks their Lucian.
Yeah, I mean, WoW Double Lift really does value Lucian, and of course he values it as the top one. There are other choices available, as we've seen. Twitch definitely prominent, especially with Braum. The fact that you can stealth up on someone to ambush them, but also have Braum be able to dash to you then and say, I've got a giant shield in my face as well, means there's no rebuttal for whoever Twitch challenges.
Right.
If you have Braum jumping right back onto Twitch after he pops out, there's no way you're going to stand and fight that. You have to run. And it makes it really hard because Braum's right there stunning you up.
I remember all the way back to MLG, Westrice with FX Open, there was that Twitch game he had where he picked Rengar, and I forgot who it was against, but he made that Twitch's life miserable. The cat and the mouse. We'll see if he goes for it this time. It'll be quite far down the line if he gets that pick in. But we will see what Brawley has for the crowd. It could be an Orianna, and it is a bit of a long-range ball delivery system.
Another Nocturne as well. High priority as far as the lower tier junglers go. We'll see how well Kez is able to make use of this one, because Nocturne definitely does need a bit more intensive farming. People who are just used to playing these top tier junglers that are strong early game regardless, and spend a lot of money on wards there. As we saw in the last game, Crumb spent a lot of time, hard farming very early on, and then once he hit 6 is really the time where he started imposing his will on the lanes and getting those ganks down. We'll see if Kez is actually going to make that happen as well, because it's the same lane he'll be ganking for, a Lucian Thresh.
Yep.
Everybody's happy about going into that duo.
Yeah, if Kez plays it like Crumbs did, very safe, even though the lanes were ganking. Still came back in the end. We're going to get a Vi coming in here for Dexter. It's been a bit since he played that lane. Remember that back in the Battle of the Atlantic and a few times since, but it's been the Elise, it's been Kha'Zix, it's been different. Not that Vi.
Really, really happy with Vi, one of my favorite champions in the game, just because it's so satisfying to crunch, but also very satisfying for CLG. This combo with Vi and Braum is a very strong engage. Even if Seraph is not able to get the best flank with Shyvana, they can go right up the middle with that combo. And there's so much diving power with the Braum, Vi, and Shyvana that they can take pressure off of Twitch. And with Link able to ult him, even if Nocturne does dive in there, Twitch may have an okay time. Ooh, they add in another diver though. There's the combo of Jax plus Nocturne.
West Rice gets Jax in this matchup. Last time they faced, it was a Shyvana versus a Jackson. It was in Seraph's hands, so we'll see what West Rice can do with that pickup this time. Seraph has been on that Shyvana before. He kind of revolves around the 4 champions of Aurelia, Shyvana, Renekton, and now I'm going to forget Jax. Yeah, I just said it. That's why. So we'll see what he can do in the top lane. We've kind of not pointed fingers to the top lane, but are still waiting for Seraph to do more than keep himself safe. Be a big initiator for the team and not kind of fumble in initiation. We'll see if he can get in there. And that Counterlogic Gaming has definitely been ironing out any mistakes they have. They're the team that kind of presents the low kill, we just control the map game that's actually quite intense.
Yeah, and we'll see if Complexity can actually strike back and win one for the Jax players now.
That's right.
Because we've had two Jax defeats even after having good starts. So it's all on West Rice shoulders.
That's right. And so as we load onto the Rift and the teams storm the front doors to get into each other's base, let's see who's gotten more votes on LOLesports.com. And it's a pretty big 90% of you are calling this game for Counterlogic Gaming. Even with Complexity's semi-recent success in different areas of the game. Remember, you can update your vote with each gank and team fight by tweeting either hashtag CLGwin or hashtag COLWin to @LOLesports. Your votes count, and they are updated in real time on the bottom of our screen during the game. And maybe even some of your tweets at the game will be shown as well, so you can tell your friends.
Those are always fun to have those come in late game, especially from
the pros. And they're usually pretty funny.
All right, well, let's see if they can do it this time around. Complexity, they do have that Jax split push. Hasn't been able to get going for really anybody yet.
We'll see what they have. Final game of the day. These guys have been chomping at the bit here for the LCS. Don't forget to stay for the Challenger Series matchups. It'll be quite crazy games as we get tighter and tighter towards the end of the seasons here. And 2.4K to start off. Everybody's even. Go figure. As we make around to the map. Still got some Aframu pulling out the mana pop for himself. Maybe a little bit more harass on that bottom lane or the attempt to get a fight going. Oh, baby, we got a level 1 party. Aframu gets hit up. He gets the heal, but he's the first one to go down. Bubadub coming up with first blood. And it's going to be some ball movement for extra vision. You can see if Bubadub has any more for himself. Looks like that was the flay damage there. I don't see if he's going to get any hooks.
Big counter-strike there from West Rice. Coming up big. Now, usually we'll be like, oh no, first blood went to the support. However, he's also started with that Ruby Crystal, so he's looking for an early Sightstone. Super, super early start to the...
Oh no, he has Hook.
Yeah, Hook comes in. They also ignited. We'll take a look at the Summoners spent on that first blood as well. Just the Ignite and the heal burn for Complexity.
Very nice.
In exchange for the Ignite and heal of CLG.
And that's huge. Pink Ward to start off in the bottom lane. Assist across the board. Team kind of penta to start it.
Yeah, well,
nice.
the early kill, if the assist is split 4 ways, it's pretty small change for everybody else. But the Pink Ward's huge.
Oh, no.
Can he get another one?
Bad news bears. There's the stun. Oh, he flashes the hook. Double lift with the fast fingers. Keeps himself alive. And really from just bad things happening.
You know, that is a great trade for Complexity.
Oh, yeah.
Another big win for them. Oh, they're just going to face check this one.
Not much you're going to get out of that.
Now, it's
Double
a big win for them
down.
because West Rice is going to spend a lot of this time probably double jungling. Wow, they back off of it here. They don't have vision. There's a collapse. Another 5-on-5.
A flash
Another
again.
flash blown.
Wow.
Is the red buff gone? Oh, it's still under contest.
Bubadub. These hooks aren't hitting, but they're blowing everything. Dexter gets it back. Early. He actually has time to clear this as well. He really won't be that bad off on this. And it looks like Complexity wastes a bit of their own time after getting a kill. They do have Pink Wards to start out with, though, so the map control should be in their favor here. To begin the match, West Rice teleports to top lane. Seraph does the same, and we are finally underway after that level 1 back and forth.
Great presence of mind there from Dexter to recognize the smite coming in from Kez. He did not blow it early at all. Waited for the exact number. Kez just rushed it down a little bit. Miscalculation there. And Dexter comes away with his own red. So he's going to be very happy with that. And Complexity's early start comes to a halt here.
Seems like we got a little clockwork wind-up auto attackage going in here from Prolly onto Link with some ball movement to add extra damage. So even with that flash, or with that flash down, I should say, and the heal up. Uh-oh, Aframu, one link there, could be going down a second time. The 2 shots aren't enough from Robert X. Lee, and double lift putting up the Dukes here as he stands toe-to-toe with 2 of them in the bot lane.
Thing is, though, Aframu also has a Targon, so he can help heal up.
Right.
If he can get to the minion line. He really wants that cannon minion. He's probably going to have to use a Q for it. Ooh, and then just give it over to double lift. But yeah, so he has the Targon charges he can also rely on to heal back up if he gets focused down like that. Whereas Bubba going early Sightstone, just going to have to rely on his biscuits.
That's the hook there we're looking for. Gets the piercing light. Robert X. Lee tries to deny vision. Great shield coming in, but he puts himself in the brush. He is going to be going down. Double Lift may be able to get the kill on Bubba too. He's going to be taking shots. Does he have the slow? There's one. He's going to get locked up. They blow the flash. It cannot get Dexter there in time. He will be there. They hook him in. A great kill for Bubba. The poison won't be enough. What a play from him.
Wow, Bubba salvaging a kill out of that for them. Really, really big pickup. He wasn't able to get another assist down for Robert because it took too long. However, they were able to salvage something. Let's see what Kez can do seeing Dexter. You know, anytime you get information on the enemy jungler in lane early in the game especially, need to make them pay for it. This is the problem with focusing Aframu. They do everything early, and then he saves his shield to the last second. Stun goes off, so they catch him in the end of the brush there, and even though he's got healed, Double Lift can finish him off. Here's the problem, though. A little bit too far there from Dexter. Great flash from Bubba, by the way, to get out of that. That would have been another stun onto him. Hook lands at barely the right time. It came out just in time and drags him right barely into turret range. Just so close to going fully in CLG's favor, but Bubba pulls it back.
Great plays from Prolly, really putting on the dissonance auto attack damage in mid lane. Link known to be a very high velocity roamer, but it looks like he's being stuck to the mid lane right now. Whenever he plays Ziggs, you'll see him do the level 5 roam on Ziggs where everybody thinks he's backing. Link knows he's just trying to get more kills. Not this time though. Complexity with the 500 gold lead, they usually do pretty well when they get off to a good start.
All that gold has been really funneled into Bubba though.
That's true.
He got the second kill there by himself. So it's really going to be all on Complexity's vision game coming from that bottom lane. Can Bubba make use of this early gold that he's gotten? Early Sightstone, and he's picked up a second pink ward if that one in the bush does go down. How well can he actually control the vision though? Because he is actually pinned down to the bottom lane for this early game. He can't really leave Robert alone to go roam too much early. With the threat of that buy. So we'll see how deep he can get. Kez is going to pick up the slack in the meantime until they can buy Bubba a pass out of the bottom lane and let him roam.
It's a good back and forth. Seraph trying to get the damage onto Westrice before Westrice just becomes a beast. There's nothing Seraph can do. A few more shots back. You were just saying those wards in the bottom lane. Lucky for Bubba that first pink ward wasn't cleared, so they have some good control still, even getting pushed out of the lane. They can stay safe here. Now back in the position they want with an even higher pink ward as well. They're safe from pretty much everything in the bottom lane. 46-38. We've seen what happens when Robert X. Lee can get a bit of a lead. He is only an assist now to the kill of Double Lift, but still enough for Robert to kind of take off in the game. We'll see what he can do. His back was the double Dorans. Double Lift's already on the way to getting that Blade of the Rune King.
Yeah, Double Lift definitely has more power in lane right now. Since he can sustain with that Vamp Scepter. No, Dexter's hovering around bottom and he has that level 6, so I'm very curious to see if they can actually start something off with Braum. Braum can dash to his own minions, so this Complexity bottom lane have to be wary about standing next to those melees. If you get too close and let Afro close that distance, very easy for him to combo and get one of those stuns off. Dexter, you know, comes over for a lane bank, but then goes back to farm his double golems, seeing as how no action is taking place. Nocturne, not quite level 6 here, since he hasn't been able to participate in that extra kill experience that Dexter has and the lane that he was able to feed off of.
I feel like it's going to be quite explosive dragon fight we have here, especially with the control that Dexter and Link can put on a big fight. And then you got to watch out for probably Shockwave. All depends on how the lanes are doing at the time of whoever wants Dragon. 8 minutes so far, so it's going to be getting close as the blue buffs are traded off. Complexity is going to be ready here. Robert Exley and Bubba Dub have had successful time pushing Alphamu and Doublelift into the turret since they've been back here.
Now, if he could make his way into that bush, then it would be a good gank for Vibe, but he doesn't want to wait around that long. And Dexter gives up on that lane. With a couple failed, you know, attempts bottom, or just some time wasted bottom. It's about time to, you know, change direction there for Dexter.
Yep.
This Jax is having pretty much a free farm up top. Westrice getting off to a very good start here. Early Cutlass already completed. So a Jax getting out of control up top while Dexter focuses bottom. Might want to put a stop to that.
We'll see what Kez can do for the team still. Seeing him come in as a sub, we've kind of seen Complexity shaky from week to week with all of their subs. Not the easiest way to start a season, especially with the high caliber of play from all the other teams. They're faring all right, definitely proving themselves here so far against Counter Logic Gaming.
Yeah, and let's give Westrice credit for this up top too.
Yeah.
He had to burn his summoners for all of the early game shenanigans. And, you know, as I said, sharing an assist with 4 other people, a first blood assist, you know, that early in the game is not much money. That's not going to afford him an advantage in lane. So he had to burn his flash and his teleport to get up there early. So it wasn't like he came in with a huge advantage in this. It was a pretty even to start it off. Now he's got very deep vision coverage. So, you know, sometimes Westrice does fall victim to those mid-game ganks where he gets a little aggressive and overextends, but I really like his deep ward over behind that turret. Dexter, though, slips in behind Dragon, trying to take advantage of the recall time of the bottom lane from Complexity, and they do get it.
Yeah. Little lax on the side of Complexity there. With the amount of wards they have, they thought that would have been enough, but wait a minute, back and forth, one more bite! Oh my gosh, they both turn out of the chicken fight. And it's going to be about 10 HP on both sides now, regenning as they chug the potions. That was very close.
Good
both
fight.
Players knowing
Good
the limits.
Fight. Yeah, very, very good fight there. Extremely even. Problem is, for Seraph, Westrice is able to stay in lane. He's got sustain.
Yeah,
he's got a Cutlass. You know, he can lifesteal back up, so he's going to get that extra wave. Even though their duel was pretty much even, Westrice stays, gets another wave, and he will be able to teleport back to lane 2.
I'm going to say that teleports down if Westrice decides to say maybe this turns into a gank somewhere, but with Dragon down, there's no much pressure to be gained after a big gank. So everybody's back. Everybody's back to farming.
Now, this ward in the river might not have seen Kez come around through this bush. So let's see. Oh, they turn something around, Bob. Yeah, after that last wave, Westrice comes right back. Now he's got the upper hand. No more even duels.
Westrice all upside Seraph's head, but there's Dexter comes in. Salt and Battery, the Vault Breaker, they open it up. Is there gold inside? Oh no! Wow, that was close. That was close.
Great decision there. Dexter does not go for the auto attack finish. His Counter-Strike is up. Cues him to finish it off. Westrice got a little confident. If he had kept running in a straight line and not got back in for the Counter-Strike stun.
Quickest way away from your opponent. Straight line.
Yeah, might have been able to get out. But he was counting on the ability not being back up for Dexter. Dexter was able to get right through Counter-Strike with the Vault Breaker.
And Doublelift was down a little bit in CS, but then go ahead add Afros. Well, I guess that's added still. So 97 to 99 as he's catching back up. 17 to 16,000 in gold. Just about 500 down, actually, since they're halfway there. Mobility boots on Bubba Dub. He said, you're going to give me this much gold. I'll try to still make plays and hooks. I'll also be safe against Braum play in the bottom lane.
I mean, let's talk about Kez for a bit, too, because he hasn't been able to make anything happen. Dexter just got kill up top using his ulti.
Dragon and kill up top.
Kez has really just been hard farming. He's been putting down a couple of wards on the bottom side jungle of COG, but really he's just been spending time trying to farm up.
And that was almost the same thing that Nocturne, that Crumbs did, but Crumbs was then almost on the back of every counter gank to make it work.
Yeah, as soon as Crumbs hit level 6, getting the ulti, started trying to put some pressure down. Kez not able to make anything happen bottom, so he turns his attention towards the jungle once again. Plenty of wards around Dragon, though. Maybe they won't have to give up the second one.
Just wondering what CLG will use to make their next move. A good pink ward coming in from Link towards the top side of the red, and it looks like he's going to meander now to the top side with Seraph. Westrice is like, why is he still chasing? That's why. Lulu coming in. The wild growth is there as Westrice kind of alley-oop to his leap strike, but it's not enough to get him out.
So I talked about that mid-game focus on Westrice being a problem for him.
Yeah.
It is a problem once again, even though he prepared this time and he had deep wards and
right.
You're not able to deal with the roam from Link there. They just pile it on. Very, very smart from CLG to continue to attack that Jax mid-game while his flash is down. He's not, getting far away from Seraph right now. Actually behind in gold after those consecutive ganks and due to that global gold stacking up to CLG.
Nicely played as well, as we were saying, by Link. It was good timing. Probably missed some CS in the mid lane as he went to get his blue. And it's only been Link's chance to get out of lane and roam, so he made hit count, and he needed to. Brings their kill score to 3-2. Good dodge from Doublelift as he throws down the Venom cast, but it's not going to be enough to deter this. Turret's going to go down. Complexity going to answer with a bit of gold, because Westrice, top lane, trying to get that lane 1, but he's having some trouble.
Question is, what does CLG do if Westrice deep freezes that top lane? Right now, they've got pretty good wards down in the red side jungle of Complexity, so Seraph can actually extend up there and at least get experience and exchange a little bit of farm with Jax, as long as he doesn't get chased down when Jax completes his Blade of the Ruin King. But really, Westrice actually going to try and catch him dead.
This is CLG really trying to get themselves in. Good wardage from both sides. You have Lulu coming in for safety. This could be bad for Complexity here with Link just on the outside. But it looks like Complexity closed in a little bit faster. Now Aphromoo is on the backside. It's going to be a very tight fight. Westrice on the front line with Grandmaster on, but he cannot get any more hits in. So slow from the Aphromoo abilities. Probably still trying to chase as well. The dissonance was used there. The catch-up ability is pretty much gone as both teams disengage. Losing Dexter on that one. He was the one to steal the red.
There's the ult from Kez. Finally, all that jungle farm comes to fruition right there. He's able to get the answer kill and double buffs for Prawley, who's a beast right now. He's been in command of the mid lane here with a pretty big CS lead over Link due to the roaming, and now he's got double buffs to work with. After the purchase, let's see if Complexity can make that translate into a dragon, because dragon coming up 20 seconds. They would like to actually make use of this. They've just hit a Blade of the Ruin King on Jax too. Perfect timing for that. Big power spike for him. He can go back top and rely on the teleport threat to go for the dragon, or he can come to dragon and then teleport up top to try and save the wave once Seraph pushes it in.
So many options.
If he goes for this option though, they're under a timer. You can't dilly-dally around dragon and just let Seraph bang on that top turret. You have to make a tough choice here and force it. Looks like they are going to waste no time, start it right up. Westrice does not want to tank it for the reduced damage. Teleport comes in.
Outside. Oh, Dexter with the steal. Very nice. Able to get out, actually into the fight even more. Assault and Battery and Vault Breaker goes down. Kez is instantly out. His ult's not even there, so the vision cannot be denied. Westrice and team trying to run a good place, a great place dissonance, I should say, to slow down the team. Seraph tries to power through. Another Vault Breaker coming through, trying to knock somebody down. A fist from Dexter is going to help set up a kill actually for Prawley as they went too deep. Looks like they're trading back and forth. Prawley low on mana. Bubba trying to do what he can as well to take down Link. Getting a little antsy from CLG here.
Oh yeah,
for the mid turret.
Couple of mistakes there to follow up their pretty big win around Dragon. Does cost Seraph his life and Link a large chunk of health. See if Dexter can get out of this one. Bubba on the chase with mobility boots.
Yep, those mobility boots are going to be a good buy. Link, no, the blue buff. You did not want to give that to somebody else. It goes to Westrice. Double kill for Westrice. Maybe they do give it to him. That Empower shot's going to be more than Robert X. Lee can put out for the time being. Good kills for Westrice to get right now in the game.
That's a really big turnaround. Now, CLG made a good play there with the teleport down from Seraph. Yeah, let's take a look at the fight.
One more time.
Seraph teleports down. Hook dodged there by Doublelift. And Kez does not have his ulti, by the way. Kez doesn't do anything in this fight. He gets annihilated there and isn't even able to add that utility of the ulti since they used it defending their red. And CLG do a good job not only stealing that dragon, getting that kill, then they overpress, make several mistakes in succession to give that lead right back to Complexity. So it's a very even game here. And Westrice, since he was the recipient of a lot of that comeback gold, definitely all eyes are going to be turned towards him, looking for him to carry this one. Blue buff is a very big asset for Jax. Definitely a spell-based carry here, not just auto attack. People are always worried about the Jax auto attacks. They don't take into account the amount of damage that comes from having that cooldown reduction and spamming out both the Leaf Strike and the Empowered Strike.
Right. Well, it looks like Dexter wants to try and match that. A second item Triforce for his buy. Looks like it's what's going to be the buy there. Been a lot about damage builds today, Kobe.
Yeah. Everybody going full damage once again here. Relying on CC towards that mid game.
Oh, someone hit it. There we go. Caster minions OP. 19 minutes on the clock. 6-6. Just about 2,000 gold is what Complexity's looking to make up.
Take a look at that. Take a look at that red buff twitch. Even though
Robert's like, I sense something's wrong.
Yeah, even though there's a pink ward there, he's got a red buff.
Yep.
4 pink wards down on the bottom side, 4 Complexity, by the way, and Double F still pulls off an assassination. All credit where it's due there. Westrice, though, this has been the story for the last 3 games. A strong Jax pretty early on, able to exert his will, takes down the turret. He's at the point where it's very dangerous for Seraph, because even though Seraph is building all this armor, you know, he doesn't have the attack speed reduction of going with the Randuins, and he doesn't have, there's a lot of magic damage that's well from Jax, and so much mixed damage that Westrice can really rip right through him, especially now that he has the Phage to be able to stick on to Seraph and chase him down if he gets out of line.
Kaz looking to clean it up. Like we said, Kaz, one of the voices with Prolly as he came back to the team from being out on his little few game hiatus as ManCloud stepped in. Last time these teams faced, it was ManCloud in the middle. So CLG now facing off against the shot caller of Prolly with Broken Shard out this time. It's worked for him a few games, but Complexity's still looking to round out a composition. This one was hard with the standard lane matchup going against what is the best bot lane in NA right now, Doublelift and Alphamu. Them coming out on top, 198 to 175 at 201. And Doublelift, we can see, starting to put on the pressure with a few Twitch kills in the 1v1 recently. So they're starting to feel more comfortable. But we also saw that cause a bit of problem at the last Dragon fight. So it's got to be calculated.
Doublelift with a double blade build now, both completed. He's at full assassination potential. I mean, not only does it give you the extra burst to be able to use while your ultimate is on, but it also gives you that flat armor penetration, and all the targets that you're really looking to assassinate are these low armor targets. The Orianna, the Lucian, the Thresh even right now, with all these Threshes rushing towards the mobility, the Talisman of Ascension. Very squishy as well.
Well, let's kind of pay attention to that word that everybody's saying now. CLG has the map opened. Where are they going to move? Where is the now positioning of them and their rotation? How's it going to work? We'll see what they do. Right now, clearing out some pink wards, and they're really setting up something that cannot be defended by Complexity as they group 5 now to the bot.
So Afterward does get hooked in, but they just go straight for the dive.
Yeah, there's the visual denial, or the vision denial, if you will. Kaz has to be backed off on this one. Very low, gets the summoner heal. The shield's still ticking. Oh, the Venom takes him down in the end after all of those summoner spells. Seraph, yeah, a little too deep on that one. Can't get out with the rest of the team. They feel like it's safe to go in now. One after the other. It looks a little grim, but they've already taken down 4. Westrice doing what he can to clean up the rest, but only with a turret at his side now. He stares down Lincoln and Doublelift.
And they're cutting off his supply lines too. He can't get out, so he's got to maneuver around this. Oh, he loses the dodge.
Throws on the Whimsy to Link to dodge in and out. Breaks the ankles on the counter-strike. 22.5 minutes in. The turret is theirs after the loss of 3. What a bloody battle just for the bottom.
Dragon should also probably be theirs.
Yeah.
These two can easily take that dragon while we go over this replay of the hectic fight.
Aframu says, yeah, grab me.
Yeah, so Aframu gets grabbed in, they immediately go for the dive. That's teleport does come in, but here's where it gets crazy. Westrice charges the team, and Seraph comes in from the back. The rest of the team immediately tries to follow up that dive. Okay, so that was the dragon action. And we're talking about them. They both did go for the dragon, but Kez trying to stop it.
Are you really that safe, Doublelift? Link on the outside, they say go for it. Let's try to make this happen. think they may have bit off a little more than they can chew. Maybe just double it. Robert X Lee from the outside. Afro, who does not have the shield. A great help picks coming in to take down Bubba Dub on that one, and it looks like they may start to clean up even more when it looks like CLG is down and out from a fight. They are just ready to come back for more. After that 4 kill, they were back to buy, and they want even more after doing their shopping. Pez gets a punch to the back. That's going to be a kill. Robert actually the twin bite from Seraph to come out, and the flame breath, and CLG has just taken control of the game.
Yeah, it goes from bad to worse for Complexity there. CLG get back
4 kill fights in a row.
Quicker. Double Lift just finishes off that pink ward in time too, but a great hook from Bubba Dub there makes that. He's going to go down no matter what. Now, instead of backing off here, they go for another hook. He goes back in. Bubba Dub dies as well. And Seraph, joining the battle this time, is able to get there since he still has his teleport up, whereas Westerice had to use his in the last battle. So CLG, with the teleport advantage, Complexity picking another fight while they have less mobility in their team. Their tank's not able to join the fight. Seraph cleans up another kill. Great answer there from Seraph.
Slow and methodical now. Chronologic Gaming knows they're in the lead. Going to try to push Complexity into something they want nothing of. Let's see if they can do that with the wards here, since it might be just barren.
Now, that last, it seemed really chaotic down there with the last couple fights at bottom turret and then dragon. But that's because that's actually CLG's plan. Coming into this, they don't have siege, and they don't want to try and siege and wait around at a turret because Westerice is just going to out-split push them. So they're immediately looking to force something anyway. If Afro gets hooked in, that's not bad for them at all. He's the giant tank. He's going to want to soak up a lot. He's trying to put up the shield and take damage anyway. So that was pretty much all according to CLG's plan. Definitely, regardless of getting hooked under the turret. Seraph was already there in position anyway, and they really capitalized well on that dive. Even though it's not exactly the way you want to start off the dive, they made it work very well, and Complexity trying to rush after it really turned against them. So CLG's comp here working the map very well. Don't want to siege up around turrets, take up another neutral objective, while Complexity do not want to fight them straight up.
Talking a little bit about Aframu. The Braum play fitting him quite well.
Oh!
Front line, whoa! Probably to the back line, and he gets dunked down under his own turret. Aframu jumps into the fight. He is just loving the tankiness of his champion on Braum. Kaz is now going to have Seraph under the armpits. They're going to go ahead and take him home. And it looks like they go ahead into the base, not even worrying about turrets. They blurred them out. They're going to go ahead and take these down. 26 minutes on the clock, 20-11. CLG has full control of this game right now.
And that's what the dive from this team comp looks like when you don't start it off with a hook and with people a couple seconds behind. Really, really strong open from Double Lift right there under the turret. Pops everything. Ghostblade and ulti annihilates both carries from Complexity. It was really just the perfect opportunity for Double Lift. He saw both carries lined up and he just took the shot. Great job by CLG, everyone in position to capitalize on it immediately too. Dexter, Afro jumping right in, and then Seraph joining after as well.
The whole team really pushing forward their lead right now, and you can see that Dexter believed they had that quite early. Now he's starting to build some defense, but the damage he has been able to build. We saw Zero out Probably with just a few prior attacks from the rest of the team. A help picks at a Glitter Lance, and that's all they needed to pretty much shut down the max crowd control in the fight. Bubba Dub wasn't there to throw down a wall at the time, and if they can have Complexity scattered like that in each one of these fights, CLG is going to just methodically walk into the base as usual and take it all. They're a team that's known to go from your inhibitor to inhibitor and take all 11 turrets in the game.
Yeah, coming into this, the main thing on my mind was how are CLG going to pull off these dives against Nocturne, who's going to deny vision from the team. But if CLG are this compact and this coordinated on their dives, and it doesn't matter if they don't actually have the vision for the rest of their teammates, because all three of these guys go in at the same time. All right, split push here. Let's see if they can.
Oh, triple kill coming in for Double Lift in the bottom side. You saw them planning it. They kept throwing the Whimsy onto Double Lift. 5 seconds of speed up, and especially coming out of that invisibility, he is going to be a monster. Look at that shield, about 600 HP just from the shield of help picks. He is safe. They're in the base, and they're looking at Nexus turrets, Kobe.
Yeah, that's Shyvana. Oh, wow, Dexter even solos Westrice.
Well, Westrice came out of the brush to fight him. Now this game of cat and mouse is turned around the other way, just on the edge. Gets him on the tail side. In the 1v1, Dexter finds the kill, and his team is in the base finding the Nexus. Counterlogic Gaming is going to take down Complexity 28-25.
Very satisfied with their gameplay this time around. They were able to execute that comp extremely well. Yeah, Kansas go up from double lift. It was as expected for them. Those dives just ended so quickly for them. They didn't even have Dexter that time around. A level 16 buy, which you think would be crucial for that
a little
tower
necessary
dive.
to get past the turret.
Just takes the Shyvana Braum combo.
Double F and Aframu putting a hurting down in the bottom lane. We saw Robert and Bubba Dub pick up, like you said, a few early kills, but that gold, unfortunately, a little too focused on the Bubba Dub. 2 quick kills early for him. Went to Moby Boost to try and activate more, but it's Double Lift and Aframu, arguably the best North American bot lane, and it's hard to shut down. They started rolling, and that just gives the rest of the team time to do whatever. We saw Dexter straight lizard into Triforce. He was putting out damage too, getting the dunks in.
Yeah, so many junglers transitioning towards carry styles here.
Right.
With the Nocturne and the
Crumbs, Lizard into Yomu.
Guys coming out. Now, just like that, North American LCS Day 1 here already comes to a close. We still have Challenger, but that was so fast, and so many Jax teams who actually focused on their Jax and got their Jax a good start were not able to split push to victory. It's really the story of all of these here.
There's a lot of focus from the junglers towards those top lanes too to kind of get something going. Just in the end, it never really formulated into what they wanted. It was very chaotic fight games today. A lot of all-around dragon fights that you thought would decide the game, and then something kind of would happen in error today. A lot of vision ward fights that really cost the game.
You said a lot of mistakes. Yeah, there were definitely a good many mistakes. A lot of pretty good picks too. And it was pretty action-packed towards that mid-game. A lot of the teams, as you said, since they were running with these Jack split push comps, their opponents were just running picks, and they were trying to force fights.
That's always good when they force fights. It makes the games good for us. We actually had a lot of fights today. Good kills. But for more on CLG's win, we're going to right now send it down to Jet on the stage.
Thanks, Raven. I am with Double Lift, the 9-1-7 Twitch that had a pretty good game. I think that was your score as well. Starting from the very start of that game, picks and bans. A lot of junglers banned out, but you guys got the first pick Braum. How did that impact your game?
Well, when we watched the other teams play Braum, we thought that it might get to our head because he didn't look that OP. He looked actually kind of like a normal support. But we know that when Afro's on a support like Braum, he's just going to carry the game. So even though he died at level 1, he was super impactful throughout the game, and we just think Braum is super OP, and it turned out really well for us.
Yeah, well, he was 100% picked today in North America. It wasn't even banned, actually. But specifically going up against Complexity, you guys have had some close-looking games against them, especially some big-time fights early. Do you approach Complexity games a little differently than other teams?
I'm not going to say that we approach it more lightly, but I think we, subconsciously, we make, a lot of decisions that we would normally not make in LCS against, Cloud9 or TSM. In scrims, it reminds me a lot of scrims, where you kind of test the waters a lot more than you would do in a real match. Against Complexity, I think we get a really big lead early, always, and then we're just ooh, it's time to test some new stuff out.
Yeah, well, at least you managed to pop up on a few people with Twitch. Looking forward to tomorrow as well. You guys face the new look Evil Geniuses, where Helios is now in the jungle. How are you going to be approaching that match?
Well, I've been told that Helios is their new shot caller. From the jungle position, it makes a lot of sense. He's coming from Korea. He's got a lot of competitive experience, 7 OGN seasons. But when I watch their game against LMQ, it seems like he doesn't know how to close out the game. It seems like, with a 7,000 gold lead, any decent team should be able to close out the game, especially against Nidalee mid, who has no wave clear. But EG just seems to have a lot of problems closing out the game. It happened every single time they play against C9, actually. They have a really hard time with the 10K gold lead. So we're not scared of them at all, because we know that even if we fall behind, we can still win.
That's really interesting. Don't take them too lightly, obviously, your opponents. Speaking of guys that come in from Korea, though, Seraph, receiving a fair bit of support and criticism on both sides. What's your opinion on how he's been doing, especially this last game?
Well, first off, I want to say that it's partially our fault as teammates for hyping him up and saying, synergy, he's, Seraph's coming to crush all you guys from Korea.
that's like really unfair, and it puts an unrealistic expectation on him because he's not a superhuman. He's just like a normal player who's come from Korea, and he's having like, you know, he has troubles here and there with communication and with adapting to the team, just like any player would. And I think he's performed pretty well so far. Like he's not like spectacular carrying games 1-on-5, but you know, he's not like the reason why we lose. And when people blame him for our losses, it really gets to him because he's the new guy, and it really gets to his mentality. So it's sad to see the community act that way.
Well, I guess people can only blame you for losses because you are, in fact, superhuman, it says. Anyway, thank you very much for the interview, W. Congrats on your win. Let's send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Chad. So let's pull up the table and see how the teams stand at the end of another day of games. And first, once again, it's LMQ and Dignitas with only 2 marks against their record.
And 1 game back in third, it's CLG. And Cloud9 and TSM share 4th place, and tied for last, it's Complexity, Evil Geniuses, and Curse.
But we'll be back again tomorrow with another full day of matches, starting with Curse taking on LMQ.
Then Complexity will square up against TSM, followed by Counterlogic Gaming versus Evil Geniuses.
And we'll see if Cloud9 can get a little rematch revenge when they battle Dignitas. Then in the North American Challenger Series, it's a best of 3 between Coast and Curse Academy. That action gets underway Sunday at high noon Pacific time, 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time. And as we throw it over to Freak and Zyrene for the North American Challenger Series semifinal action, let's take a quick look back at some of the highlights from today's epic action.
Da 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 da. You know you're gonna get hit by my Q.
What does the fox say?
Oh dear, there it is. It's going to be that extra magic damage coming out, and he is able to trickster over the wall. It's a turnaround somehow now. Cloud9 is getting shredded. There's the 1, there's the 2. A triple kill coming in for Wild Turtle.
I'm afraid to like make bad jokes because they'll be on all chat.
It's going to be a base race on both sides. LMQ versus Evil Geniuses. It knocks on himself. Turret for turret. He flashes for the second. LMQ's doing what they can. Just he tried. Why did he stop? He stopped. They cannot be stopped on that side. And it is going to be LMQ.
Have you ever built Bloodthirster on Teemo?
Yes.
How was it?
Not very good.
Okay. I'm glad we got that conversation out of the way.
A really juicy target for Iowa Dominate, and they go for the dive.
They go for the hit. He is not going to be on that side. No, he throws down the ult, goes right for Zion. He throws down the Wild Growth. The turret shot comes in.
It does cost an inhibitor.
Oh, the Whoa! Gets in. It's special. Oh, he got himself killed as well.
What? Right now? Really? Apparently I didn't.
The Braum play fitting him quite well.
Oh!
Front line. Whoa! Probably to the back line, and he gets dunked down under his own turret. Aframu jumps into the fight. He is just loving the tankiness of his champion on Braum. Kaz is now going to have Seraph under the armpits. They're going to go ahead and take him home.
Hey everyone, welcome to the 2014 North American Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. Dude, Frick Turley, alongside me is Aiden Zyrene Moon. And Crepo, I don't know why you're afraid of making bad jokes now in pregame, because we've heard them from you for like 2 years now.
Speaking of bad jokes, heard them from you forever. And now we're going to continue on with that throughout today.
This is the first strong call of many you've made now, because I always make good jokes. I don't know what you're thinking.
No.
There's a reason I called Crepo the Pun Padawan earlier today. He will soon become the Sith Master. I know that swaps sides, but he will join the dark side with me and make good puns. Anyway, guys, today's semifinal matchup features 4th seed LawPro against 8th seed Frank Fang Gaming, and whoever wins is going to head to London next weekend for the Summer Series 1 Finals in front of a live studio audience. So a little bit on the line today.
Yeah, and one player on Frank Fang Gaming is accustomed to the spotlight and even walked away from it when he didn't meet his own lofty standards. It's former CLG top laner Nian Tanso, who stepped down at the end of the spring split, but has since joined Frank Fang Gaming, and Nian's got his groove back, this time as the shot caller for Frank Fang Gaming.
We'll see if he can bring that LCS experience in, but Frank Fan Gaming hasn't really been tested, I should say, by top-tier talent yet. They've breezed through the round of 20, round of 10. But in the quarterfinals, they got a forfeit win over XDG. So untested means we haven't seen them in over 3 weeks in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's been about a month since we've seen them. But meanwhile, longtime Challenger contenders team LOL4 are back with only one roster change since the beginning of 2014. It's former CLG Black member Hood Stomp as their new AD carry. But LOD has emerged as the backbone of this team. He's only died 5 times in the last round against Area of Effect, so if he can stay alive in that mid lane today, they'll be tough to beat. And Lod has been their linchpin, moving from AD carry to mid. One of the greatest role swaps I've seen in the Challenger Series.
He basically pulled in the end. Dude went from AD carry to the top lane, AD carry to the mid lane.
Pulled a Slushy as well.
Yep.
AD carries make really good players in other roles.
They seem to, because we're the most skilled of all the League of Legends players. Oh, AD carry players, you're wonderful. For those of you who can read bracketese, here's how our summer tournament has played out so far. Today's semifinal matchup is going to feature LOL4 against, LOL4 who swept Area of Effect in 2 games. They're going to be facing Frank Fan Gaming, who, as we mentioned earlier, advanced thanks to their forfeit over XDG.
And tomorrow's Team Coast, who also had a dominating quarterfinal match against Team Green Forest, will do battle against Curse Academy, who advanced due to a forfeit by Cloud9 Tempest.
And of course, with wins also come points, so here's the score so far. All 4 semifinal teams, Curse Academy, Frank Fan Gaming, Team Coast, and Team LOL4, are all tied in first place with 4 points, and more points will be earned if they can win any more games.
Yeah, and the 4 teams on the bottom, Area of Effect, Cloud9 Tempest, Team Green Forest, and XDG have been eliminated and can no longer earn any more points in Summer Series 1. They'll have to requalify in order to carry their scores over to Season 2.
Yeah. So, I wonder, has anyone forgotten to carry their points over from Season 1 before?
I don't know, Freak. You tell me.
You know what? It's actually, they have. Of course, the tireless men and women of LevelEsports.com would remind them. So you keep going to the website, they'll do the scorekeeping for you, so just keep up with stuff.
That's really refreshing to hear.
Yeah, it's useful. So under these scores, you can find schedules, you can find scores, you can find everything you want to know all season long for the LCS and Challenger.
Even the teams looking to usurp the pros in the tournament, designed to keep the LCS competitive as possible?
Yep. All of them can do it. Everybody. Especially those teams.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, we're awesome all around. So almost as cool as today's best of 3 semifinal matchup. Segues between Team LOL4 and Frank Fan Gaming, which is about ready to begin. The winner of this series will head to London again for the Summer Series 1 finals, compete in front of thousands of fans, British fans, which is awesome. We haven't seen you guys in a while. And that sold out Wembley Arena this weekend.
Yeah, and now everybody wants to go to London, right?
Yeah.
And if you're in EU, it's not that big of a trip, but coming from NA, I know these guys want to compete there. I know they want to be on that stage, being cast by the EU LCS casters, and just having a great time all around. A little bit of a vacation, too.
Sure, and unless you're from Seattle, you'll be, it'll be nice to see rain all the time, like 24/7, bangers and mash, and Indian food.
From Washington, I love the rain.
Yeah, great. So it won't even be any different if you went there.
Yeah, pretty much be the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that bad, actually. People complain about it, but I'm like, no, it's pretty good. It's the perfect weather to stay inside and watch League of Legends.
That's true. Unless storms bring power outages. So I suppose the infrastructure is used to it, right? Like, I feel like you don't have many power outages.
All right. Yeah, but anyway, talking about these games that we're going to have today, it's Frank Fan Gaming versus LOL4. And Frank Fan Gaming, we're going to talk about their shot callers really quick. There's Niantanso in the top lane, and there's LOL4. They have Low in the bottom lane as the shot caller as support, and they have those patented lotations. They have been basically haven't had a standout player. It's been their map movements that's really done it for, at least in my opinion, gotten them this far.
And actually, even though we talked about the fact that Nian, and we haven't seen his team in a while in the Riot Games Challenger Series
We've seen
summer
them
tournament.
recently.
We have seen them play other Challenger tournaments outside of the Riot circuit, and he's a guy who pulls a whole bunch of bans, Yasuo and Lulu being the 2 ones you got to watch out for.
Yeah, he's a very big carry top laner now, moving away from the little tanky guys for himself. He's like, I want to carry. As the shot caller, it's a great thing to do.
Yeah.
You see top laners who are shot callers. You have Zion Spartan, you have Flame, you have California Trolls on Team 8. All these guys play a lot of carry top laners so they can just make the calls when they're ahead and know how powerful they are over their lane opponent and not do it from a position where you're like jungle, where you don't gauge all the lanes and things like that. So it's going to work out for him. It has been so far. They took second in the Black Monster Cup. And they did a fantastic job. Took Team 8 to 3 games there. Had a very great performance.
Definitely strong group of players.
Yeah, they definitely are. But I want to talk about somebody else here. We want to talk about the mid lane matchup here. We have Lod from LOL4 versus Baby Zeus. And Baby Zeus has been having a fantastic series so far. Granted, we haven't seen them in a while, but he's a fantastic player through and through. We've seen him on the casting. We've seen him on multiple champions so far, and he's a veteran of that mid lane. Combined with Niantanso's top laner, he constantly roams up there and ganks for Niantanso. Niantanso basically has 2 junglers making trips there.
It's a good way to be. And ever since in your lane gives you kills all the time.
Well, he also gives out the most information as the shot caller. He's like, this is what's happening in my lane. Come up here now.
Yeah. And it's been my experience of playing with people, and obviously not at the skill level of these players, to be fair, but there's actually a lot of players who are very good at the game, but when you're very good at solo queue, you're used to not talking with your teammates, but you might ping things out, you might time stuff. There's actually a very real skill in just delivering the basic information of flashes down till 7 minutes. Oh, hey, this is a dive. This is like a dive that's available. If you guys hear a lot of interviews from players, especially junglers will tell you, jungling is so different in solo queue versus the competitive scene because there's so much more communication there. People will tell you where ganks are instead of finding them yourself. And so a player like Nian, who is used to delivering information, one of CLG's big strengths is their communication, back when he was on that team, right? Like, it's a skill set that you don't see, obviously, from gameplay, but manifests very much within a team.
Yeah, and Nian wasn't really a big voice back on CLG. Yeah. Now he is the main voice of Frank Fang Gaming, making the shots, making the calls, complete 180 here for him. And he said he loves it. He loves calling from the top lane. It's an immense amount of fun. I think he said it's the most fun he's had in League of Legends.
That's awesome.
So he's got his groove back. He's ready to take down some Ro4, but Ro4 not going to be that easy.
No, but we'll see how good it's going to be and if Niantanso can be Stella here with his groove back. First ban comes through.
I take it back. Your jokes are great.
Syndra, of course, removed from LOD. He has been so scary on her. You gotta believe that came through. Nidalee also removed from Baby Zeus, and see the rest of the bans come through.
Yeah, I think there might be a Yasuo ban coming out here. You see Ro4, they're actually targeting Nidalee, Ziggs. I think their last ban will be Yasuo here, because you don't want Niantanso to be on that champion. Oh, they're gonna go with Cassie. Okay. So they're gonna give over the Yasuo here if Niantanso wants to take it. But at the same time, you have a lot of bans to consider. There's LeBlanc still on the table. There's Braum still on the table. A lot of things here, and I don't think they'll ban away their own Yasuo. They'll most likely get it in their first round if they want it.
Yeah.
But
all the junglers on the table as well. I mean, I'm also just surprised that Ro4 banned 2 champs that, like, LOD plays. You know, 2 of his most played in solo queue, banned away by the team anyway. Braum actually does come through as a ban, so first ban we're seeing here. And Kayle immediately grabbed up, and now we've seen a couple of Kayle versus Yasuo matchups in the mid lane.
That's really good.
That's a top lane matchup now.
Yeah. Kayle, Righteous Fury goes through Wind Wall. You can't do anything about that because it's not a projectile. It actually just ends up right on the person when you swing, so you can't block it. Big thing there. That actually dissuades them from picking Yasuo early on, and they might
watch him do it anyway.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. They're going to have to go with something else here. At least in my opinion, there's a lot of options on the table, though.
We'll see what they end up being. They got plenty of time to go through.
He does like his Lulu.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
Lulu's still available, has ways to make good plays. We'll see if that does match up in this one. Yeah. The fact that he's clicked it like 3 times now means it's probably where he's actually going.
Well, Lulu also, I talked about this last time too, in the EU Challenger Series. Lulu goes even with Kayle in lane. For all intents and purposes, they do the same thing. An ultimate that's for the team. They have a range slow. They have a speed up.
Yeah.
Basically, in the lane, they do and accomplish the same thing.
Yeah.
Big thing here is that you're not going to pick a top lane bruiser. You're not going to pick tank against Kayle unless you're going to lane swap it. Yeah. That's the only reason you do so, because she just stomps everybody in lane except for Lulu.
We actually saw an interesting sort of predicament there in the Dignitas game earlier today, actually, where they just tried really hard to push the Lulu down, and the Jax, I think it was Curse, it was Kawas's Jax, actually got really big because they forced enough ganks from Dominate. And we had Crumbs at the desk, and he said, like, yeah, but Lulu has her CC anyway. Like, even if Lulu does fall behind, like, we'll just kill the other lanes. Exactly, right? So it's like, you don't have to necessarily carry if that's the case here. We're seeing the next few picks come out, though. Lee Sin jungle for Heaven Time. Of course, no contested jungle bans whatsoever. And the support Nami comes out.
Now, there's another possibility here, is that it's a mid lane Lulu, and then they will run Niantanso mid on Yasuo so they can get the Lulu-Yasuo combo. That's always still on the table, and they love that. They love setting it up for Nian. And it's still a very distinct possibility. They might actually wait until last pick to actually pick up that top/mid laner, whoever it is, so they can see who would be up against and if they want to do that little lane swap.
I agree. I think that actually makes the most sense because we've seen Baby Zeus play Lulu in this tournament already, and the fact that they've now left it for the last pick as well to guarantee where that spot goes, I think this was absolutely the right choice made right here. So Lucian, Leona for the bot lane here. Jungle Elise coming through, picking that after Lee Sin's been grabbed away from the table. And now Ro4 has to solidify their entire team.
Yeah, they're going to have to show all of their cards. Mid lane Kale, we saw one earlier today, going for the non-Runance Hurricane build.
Yeah.
Which didn't work out too well for that team.
Yeah, well, they were behind a fair bit, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
I think it's still a decent build.
It is a decent build. They're both really good builds, and the fact that she has multiple build paths and is a flex pick in that regard allows you to dictate a little bit of champion slice. So it is going to be that.
Okay, I like this team from Ro4. It's a lot on Hoodstomp. You've got multiple, like literally everyone on that team can support him in some way. You've got a bunch of shields and vulnerability, but even though it's like a protect the cog, there's damage threats the entire way through the lineup. Ro4's team is really quite good. The only thing they're lacking is hard engage, but I like the team.
And a little bit of a tank. That's about it.
Yeah, Kale can sometimes bridge that gap. Like, not always, right? Like, you still can't tower dive. Not really. You can block 3 seconds of damage, but like you're still going to be available afterwards. So
the lack of a hard engage here is a really big thing. They banned out the Nidalee. They wanted nothing to do with a poke comp coming up against them. It's a good plan there because they're really kind of a pullback. You come to us.
Yeah.
Like you
Ban
said,
the poke.
Kale's ready to receive you and be like, yeah, we're just going to do a ton of damage. Orianna will disrupt your backline, throw the ball, and you collapse on top of it.
Exactly.
Oops. Just tons of things can happen there. And I love the Nami pick here up against this bottom lane. It's already been established of Leona and Lucian. Like they picked it into it, but Leona does really well. They pick that afterwards into the Kog'Maw, and they can get to him. But can you get him off of the Kog'Maw? And they do go with the Yasuo pick here.
Okay.
I was sitting there like, that Nian just loves Yasuo and Lulu. They picked the Lulu very early on, and they put Baby Zeus onto Lulu and Nian onto Yasuo.
Yeah.
They have that combo available to them. That is their engage tool at this point. He can go ahead and get in very quickly.
Is a growth and Elise.
You can do it onto Leona as well if she gets in there. There's a lot of options here for Frank Fan Gaming to go all in, and if they can get to that back line and pick off somebody like Kale, pick off Orianna very early on, or even get to Kog'Maw, that'd be absolutely wonderful for them. But I want to see what they do lane swap wise, or if they even do one, because Yasuo versus Kale is not a favorable matchup for Yasuo. But Nian is good enough that he would be able to just go toe to toe. He'll lose out on some CS.
Yeah.
But that we've seen him do that on Yasuo before, where he just got pushed out of lane. He's like, I'm going to farm bottom for 10 minutes now, and it's like, okay, now I'm ready to fight.
Yeah, and I think it'll be a fun one to look for. I think I agree with you that Kale's going to have a generally good time. I think just to set up the story, there's ways to outplay that matchup if you outskill your opponent. Right, if Nian has the mastery, right? Early game, you get the 4-stack E and you get some slices down on there. And then by the time you've got enough CDR to permanent Righteous Fury on Kale, you've probably got Static Shiv.
Yeah.
Right, by the time Axis come out, Static Shiv comes out, so you've got ways to burst through even though E is always on. So there's ways in, I think, that Nian can hold this matchup up, and he's a good enough player, he might just go for it anyway.
Yeah, and that's a big thing we're going to have to keep an eye on here is the shot callers and what happens in their lanes and how much attention they pull to it. Because Nian Tanso in that top lane, if he can get going, he can take the game completely over, whereas Lo relies on rotations. He relies on, if we win this lane, we're spilling over into others instead of pushing straight down it.
Yep.
And just taking over the entire map and wrestling dragon control. Now, Nian Tanso's shot calling, it's actually pretty dang good.
Yeah.
Every time I've seen it. Same with Lo, though. And the fact that Laud has typically been winning his lane just off of just sheer skill up against Baby Zeus, have to see how that shapes up for him, because Baby Zeus is no pushover in any regard.
Yeah, he is not really. So here's going to be the fun one to watch for. These guys square off in the beginning of the game. So far, I don't actually want to say normal lanes, because look at this. Hoodstomp's coming back around the map for the left-hand side. So Ro4 are going to initiate the 2-man top lane. Looks like Frank Fan Gaming will not do that themselves. And we're going to have most likely a lane swap scenario then as the level 1s pan out. Trinket wards come down. Now, Frank Fan Gaming, they did see that. I believe they saw that little river brush in the Southeast River, that ward come down, so they know when it times out, and they could do a delayed invade off that ward timing out.
We'll have to see if that's what they go for, but they're all grouped up here on this side. You can see that Hoodstomp is in the top lane by himself right now, so no matter what, they're going to go for a lane swap here for Ro4 and try to get him some free farm, so they're not going into the Yasuo into Kale matchup.
This is actually going to be pretty bad for Frank Fan Gaming right here. They've warded to actually watch the invade, but they've got to leave. They wanted to do a greedy start. They won't be able to get anything out of it, so they've got to run away, lose a bit of time. Elise will have to solo her jungle. It'll still be a 2-buff start for both sides, but it's time lost right now for Frank Fan Gaming, as Ro4 are still already getting the farm in the top lane, and Heck, their top laner wasn't going to farm anyway.
There's a big thing here, too, is Niantanso on Yasuo. He's got to trek his way all the way to the other side of the map because he's not going to get any experience just sitting around in that jungle area. Whereas Heaventime and Hauntzer, they're taking their jungle.
And they're going to live up there. They're going to full clear the waves and keep getting a bunch of golden experience there. Looks like they'll run back and grab their own blue buff. So Ziploc level 2 here on Elise. Nian going to help and join this as they go for what looks like the Wraith camp and the opposing red buff. This is safe, of course, with all the information that they had there from their defensive wards. And here we go.
Just the swaps and seeing if they go for a 4-on-0, but also at the same time, Ro4, where do they move next after this? They're going to go get the Wolves at the same time. Most likely the Wraiths will be getting taken. They leave one up. They decide not to get the timer, but instead to delay it.
That's a different style than Frank Fan Gaming. They're actually going to look for
3.5-minute dragon.
The early dragon. Thing is, so Yasuo Windwall, he doesn't actually have it. He didn't share any experience, pretty much whatsoever. So he does not have Windwall to block the damage output here. Ro4 actually, they aren't looking at this at all, and they didn't push the top lane either. So this is an uncontested dragon, well picked up by Frank Fan Gaming. Really, really well done by Frank Fang as well to just juggle all this aggro. You're getting barely any damage coming out from the dragon. Exceptionally well done. And a 3.5-minute dragon goes down.
Yeah, they end up getting it for themselves. You know that Ro4 had an idea that it was happening because they saw the bottom lane leave. And you don't just leave that free farm lane. And now in the mid lane, we see that Low has just come middle. He just hung out for a little bit. And up top, he left Hood Stomp to just free farm. So they're trying to put a lot of resources into that Kog'Maw, whether it's levels or CS, and see if he can carry the game in that mid-game, late-game portion. Whereas Hauntzer, late-game Kayle, is just an utter beast.
Oh,
See
yeah.
if they can get to that point. Both these teams are hyper damage.
Yes. And just enough utility to back it up, potentially, to snuff out one of the hyper carries and kill him before they can do anything. Logan make his way down to the bottom lane here, helping a 3-man as Hauntzer and Heaventime just shove this lane out, preventing any freeze possibility. Big Wave will reach the turret, but we've still got some time till those turrets take significant damage from champions. If that means much, Ziploc going to be grabbing his own camps at the top side of the map, a little bit more of a reserved style from Frank Fan Gaming, where they're letting Nian just sort of sit here, fight Hood Stomp in a 1v1.
This game is going to be a big test of mechanics and individual skill coming into the team fights, because you can team fight really well, but nobody's going to have a tank. Your junglers are going to be mildly tanky at best. You don't have a designated tank on either side. It's going to be based on the utility that Kayle brings, Orianna brings, and that Lulu brings to your team, and how well can you coordinate yourself in the middle of a fight to avoid damage.
Absolutely. Look at that. Oh, Baby Zoo taking some damage. Look, you talk about not having tanks. Look at the item build for Captain Ziploc. He rushed an early Ruby Crystal. We did see Sightstone before a Spirit item in LCS today. I wonder if you see it, before upgrading all the way, but actually first off, Hood Stomp in the top lane, taking some damage. Will he get the cocoon? Jukes back and forth, does land that, but Nian's got nothing else to do in this one, so we'll just trade blows, but we might actually see Sightstone just off the machete.
Oh, down bottom, Heaventime's looking for Baby Zeus.
Ooh, nearly lands the Q onto Lulu. Could have been some nice damage there, but instead, just pushing him away from golden experience. You're seeing, honestly, Baby Zeus denied pretty well here. Lot and Heaventime making some good moves.
Yeah, and now we see Ziploc. He's trying to answer this, trying to get to the mid lane, but he's a little bit outmatched.
I don't think... Yeah, I'm surprised he's even showing up at all. There's no way they get any meaningful damage there. He does help Baby Zeus from CS.
Is coming too.
Okay.
They're just all going to group together and make some rotations towards that mid lane. No reason to be top when the AD carry and the support are there.
True.
They're just going to be freezing the lane and trying to zone you. So he's going to go back to doing the jungle, being an honorary jungler for a little while.
Honorary jungle Nian. It's the only role he hasn't played yet.
Well, he's playing it right now.
Yes. Okay. Now, if Nian could just play support one game, he'll tie Chowster for playing every role in top-tier competitive play.
He's getting there.
He's got a few guys like that, actually.
That's true. There's a couple of those multiple
like 3 or 4. Like, Elements is on, I think, 3 lanes. He hasn't played AD carry yet. He's played everything else.
Leona just hanging out in that bush. Baby Eater, looking for a victim. He's not going to get anything for it. And now the first backs are coming out here for a lot of the lanes. We just see a lot of Dorans being stacked on as well as boots for Hauntzer. At the same time, the mid laners have their chalices ready, going for that standard Athene's Unholy Grail. And what's Niantanso going to get? Yeah, he's going straight crit already.
He's going for the Shiv. Makes a whole bunch of sense. I do think it's a smart build. I think as a random note... Oh, hold on. He's going to go top lane. Okay, no one's around.
They're not going to punish him for this either. That's a huge wave.
That's going to be, yeah, pretty much guaranteed farming this guy, and it's going to be Ro4 looking to make some moves around the map instead with those freed up champions. I assume you can get a Cutlass. Oh, interesting. So it's a Triforce rush actually for Hood Stomp. The early Phage comes out. Pretty similar combat stats to Cutlass, but wanting Triforce before Ruined King.
Yeah, he doesn't need the sustain if he's not going to go into a 2v2 lane, but it looks like that's what they're looking for in the bottom lane.
Well, keep in mind, he does have a Nami teammate, so
That's true.
sustain
He
is
has
something
the
you
ebb and
have
flow.
regardless. And to be fair, if you actually are going to fight Leon Lucian, 200 health is better than lifesteal.
That's absolutely right. And the fact that he can chase him down, or he can go ahead and a little bit of disengage if you attack him and run away.
Yeah. It's really minor.
Little,
like, I'd never noticed move speed on 80 carries.
If you kill something,
it technically exists. I just never noticed it.
Well, they found another thing here that I want to point out is they left Nian Tanso to catch up in the top lane.
Yeah,
he's
that's
level
big.
5. He's pretty close to level 6. He's gotten 13 CS now, more than Hanser, which is crazy. They were just shutting him down all game. Now he's level 6, and the Ziploc, he went for it.
Heaven Time gets the better smite, though. Captain Ziploc just takes a bubble for a condolence prize, and out he goes. So well done, Ro4. They make the invade. And that wasn't even like a numbers advantage on that side of the map. It was a straight, what would have been a 4-on-4, and they just got it. It wasn't even a buff they killed. They timed that off the jungle route of their opponents.
It's very swift and decisive in that moment. And now Nian Tanso, he's going for this blue, but they know he's there.
That's super. I don't think he can. There's like almost no way he gets that away for free. So yeah, he aggroes it, and he's like, you know what? They know about this. He backs on off. So very well done by Heaven Time and the rest of Ro4. The lotations, as we talk about, and that was very successful here. So Captain Ziploc gonna look at his own red buff. Of course, there's a little piece left. So there we go.
And now the enemy red buff just came up, but I don't think that's what's going to be in his sight. I think it's going to be Hanser in the top lane. I think Nian might be calling for a little bit of help. See if they can get it rolling. Oh, he's going aggressive.
He's going to look for the play. He's got the knockup available. Can he get one on a Hanser that would allow the Elite Sync to come through? Does not land that one, unfortunately, but there comes the Cocoon. Good flash by Hanser.
Ends up trading a flash for Cocoon. Now repeat ganks are very possible, very probable.
Oh, yes.
There was no ward there, and now he knows that there's no ward. He's like, yeah, you didn't see that coming. You had to flash it. So now he's going to
pick a different brush anyway.
Different answer, different route.
Ian should have seen that trinket go down. They should know about that trinket in that heavy forward brush, so you can't walk any farther forward without giving away the gank attempt, which actually means he's really coming from the wrong angle now at this point. Ian looks for the knockup, gets it, no ulti.
Decides not the last breath off of it. He'll be ready in just a second, and they're going to go for it.
All right, can they get enough for this one? More damage comes through. He has the knockup available. There's the ulti used by Kale. So they're forcing cooldowns away, but nothing substantially gained right here, except some farm in the end.
Yeah, at the same time, though, they're going to go ahead and push this turret down. Hanser has no flash, no intervention. He's very vulnerable, but now that they see the jungler top, they go straight for the dragon.
Okay, so they earned enough pressure top lane to push the turret down, but Ro4 have also earned themselves this bottom lane dragon. It'll be a trade of almost equal value right here. Ro4 actually only 300 gold ahead right now. Very, very close. No, sorry, back to minus 400. There we go. Yeah, the initial dragon did go to Frank Fang Gaming, if I remember properly. So
they got that dragon very early on.
Yeah, the very early one, right? So slight overall global objective lead to Frank Fang.
But there's still turrets that are ripe for the taking here. And Nian's actually doing really well in terms of CS as a top laner.
Yeah.
Top laners usually get shut down very hardcore, but I also want to touch on Lod's CS. He's at 103 at 10 minutes versus Baby Zeus, who's at 69.
Yes, this is one matchup that was actually really miserable for Frank Fang Gaming so far, and that's one that you got to be really worried about. And Orianna that gets big, quick, actually destroys 80 carries. By the time she's at Athene's death cap, you lose more than half your health. If you're a Lucian, you've got to play around that so incredibly well, and it's hard.
It's incredibly hard. And the fact that he's usually you typically see something like 90 on a really good player at 10 minutes. Lod, 108.
Yeah, like the LCS average is like, what, mid to high 70s, I think?
Yeah. Lod, and he came from being an 80 carry player, so this is what he knows.
Mechanics. Actually, with much weaker right clicks, to be fair, it's actually a lot harder when you have 50 AD compared to 74, but...
Clockwork windup. That's what I'll blame it on.
No, it definitely helps. That's more like 65, so I'll give you that one. But there's a flash forced away by Heaven Time. Looks like Frank Fang Gaming trying to make plays right here. Both top laners have teleport available if there's a big fight down here. But with the fact that Hoodstomp just recalled back for his Sheen, he and Low were nowhere around, so numbers advantage Frank Fang.
It's pretty funny because across the board, we see Nian Tanso's up 20 CS, and then his bottom lane's up 10 CS, but then in the mid lane, Lod's up 40.
Yeah.
So it basically just evens out throughout all of it. And now Ziploc, he's looking for something here. They cleared out the pink ward. Whether it's just the Wraith or not. Ooh, going after Nian Tanso.
Ward hop, Heaven Time's going to be in a pretty good spot there. Nian does have the knockup available.
If he can dodge the next Q.
He does it.
He has Windwall.
Ooh, can he block the Q?
That's what he's waiting for. He's waiting for him to throw the wind wall out before Heaven Time throws out another Q.
Yeah.
That's what it was. He's just like, I'm waiting for you to do it first.
They both know. The burst goes in.
Ooh, the flash was down.
LOH just gets exploded. The first blood goes over to Baby Eater, and he's going to have fish for dinner.
I talked about it before. The Zenith Blade in lane against the Nami is extremely powerful. You have to peel her off afterwards, and Low got stunned as he flashed. So he ended up just eating so much damage there from the culling from Latman.
And not even able to exhaust anything useful, so that spell is still available. Again, no ulti, as we all mentioned. These spells really not doing much for the guy, but Frank Fan Gaming keeping their team now on the bot lane. Here you're seeing this lane get pushed out. No dragon to do, no buffs to steal, so it's just a kill. And it's going to buy them time to put wards down, but that's their gain from this kill. A couple of wards, nothing else.
Yep. A lot of pinks already coming out here. Pink on the 80 carry for Latman. Looking to put that one down. And actually...
Ooh, wow. Low did not need to be right there. And Captain Ziploc, though, doesn't get really too much damage on anyway. He's going to back out with the repel, so not too bad. Hoodstomp's still winning around trying to farm. 104 CS on COG.
The fun thing is Ziploc actually went for the Ancient Golem just full out. When he bought the Ruby Crystal, he went for cooldown reduction first.
Part of a Kindle Gem, yeah. But it's Heaven Time actually rushed Sightstone. He did that off Machete. So Lee Sin's been putting wards down the entire first game. Hanser again not getting initiated on. I'm a little bit surprised that Nian's not just blowing the ultimate just for harass. Hold on, first off, though, Ro4, oof, nice jump in right there. Nothing stolen away.
Baby
Good
got
blue
it,
buff
too.
goes Baby Zeus, yeah.
That's big, is that they coordinated, I'm going to smite now, so you can go ahead and Glitter Lance. Otherwise, it could have been stolen very easily off of that.
But yeah, the point I was trying to make earlier, though, I'm actually surprised Nian is not just using his ultimate. So it's something that Katarina players do as well. Hold on, another fight, never mind. Log getting jumped on again. Big damage, another burst comes through. They know he's available, but the exhaust onto Latman. He's got to get away from this one. Tidal Wave will not hit both, but Hoodstomp just gets some damage, and Baby Eater, and that team has to back off.
Baby Eater going really ham on that one, but damage on a support is not worth the damage on an AD carry.
Unless you can lifesteal it back in a short amount of time. Right now, looks like that's not the case here for these guys. You've got Baby Eater aggroing the white, and Latman's attacking it. Just maybe they can defend their turret.
Lot has just put his farm pants on. 156 at 14 minutes. He's taking the wraiths every time they're up.
Yeah, he's getting nice and big there. Scary Oriana's again. It's a threat there. He's actually got the early Sork shoes as well, so he's really pushing for his damage to squishies more than anything else.
That was the matchup that we wanted to keep an eye on too. We've seen Laud in the past after transitioning over having great transition. But Nian's going aggro, but he doesn't know he's surrounded.
Play, knock up onto one there, going in for Hanser, who's going to ult himself now. Nian forced to run away for this one. Captain Ziploc looks like he'll be able to defend the team, and Heaven Time and Hanser now forced to run. Flash used for not much because there's Repel to show up anyway. Damage comes out, Nian misses the Q. Q comes in though, and here comes Laud though, and they're going to get the kill picked up. Lee Sin claims that Ziploc's got nowhere to go either. He stayed a little bit too long, and that will be a 2 for 0 thanks to Laud's roam. Baby Zeus shows up, does not pick up any kills now. He's in a 1 versus 3, trying to run away with Whimsy, but Lot is still there. The Oriana mechanics, one more attack. Oh, the ulti is still keeping him alive. The summoner heal as well. The Q, one more hit. Glitter Lance lands, and he can't quite chase him down, but even still 2-0 Ro4.
Everything being used there to get Baby Zeus out at the end. Fantastic gank there by Heaven Time, and just a little bit of miscommunication. Niantanso comes in, doesn't know that Heaven Time's there. The ultimate comes down from Hanser, and now he actually comes back in and eats the Sonic Wave as soon as we see Oriana come back up. There's not enough time for that. The TP comes through and he gets it.
There we go. Kill picked up. Nicely done by Ro4. That top lane fight, though. Such miscommunication, though.
Yeah.
Nian was running away while Captain Ziploc's chasing him out, and just he even missed the wind wall and the KL Q. Like, a lot of unfortunate misplays there, and now this Leona taking some pain.
Yeah, and a big thing about that was that Laud got there before Baby Zeus did. Baby Zeus was off on the right side when Laud went up to the left, and he's like, oh, I'm lagging behind now, and it took him too long to even get in the fight. And by the time he got there, he's just getting zoned out by a double buff Laud.
Yeah, pretty scary. And you saw just amazing play. 176 CS, 102. Again, part of every kill for his team. So man of the hour for sure. Frank Fan Gaming, though, wanting to take away on this Dragon. Lee Sin is far away, but just the power's too much. Hoodstomp. Man, I love Nami Cog, such a strong lane.
Yeah, it's an extremely strong lane. You get a ton of damage off, and the ranges on it are actually very good. And Niantanso looking for something here. We see Ziploc, everybody else trying to take control of that right side. Nami just backed, Low is gone, so they will start this Dragon up.
And there we go, damage coming through, and again, it's Frank Fang just trying to force the issue. These calls being made by Nian. This one looks like it might pay off. Eventime wants to steal, won't get it. He does have flash, but there's way too much CC. Well done, Frank Fang Gaming, to get that kill. Nian thankfully had his third Q available for the knock-up, and that was very well done.
But here's the thing, is they're going to get more off of it because they're all grouped up in this mid lane. Kale has no teleport. Hanser is up in the top lane. They see it. They're taking control of the jungle, and they're going to go after
There's Leon ulti. They can go for a lot. He's got to be pretty careful this one. It's not
Baby's
damage.
too
Baby's
far
just taking a lot of damage and a missed solar flare. A two-man shock, but they go in anyway, and they pick up that kill. A win will help to keep the team alive as well. Ro4 now forced to run away under their tier 2 turrets. Kevin Ziploc still chasing. The second time he's gone hyper-aggressive, but he's at least got Spiderlings to keep himself safe, and that will be a second kill picked up, plus more damage in this turret.
And they lost their AD carry, went off to the side instead of doing damage to this tier 1 turret. So it doesn't go down because they're too focused on the dive. They do get lobbed though.
Yeah.
And now he gets more CS in the bottom lane, stacking up that Bloodthirster, making it all worth.
He's actually going for try for a second. That's what the longsword's for, almost definitely there. So mid-game power spike Lucian build here. I guess the same really for this Kog'Maw of Hood Stomp as well. And we'll see if these guys continue to match up, how those fights end up going. Right now, the Ro4 haven't found themselves in a properly numbered team fight yet, so something to worry about for these guys. But look at that, Latman's got to be real careful. If only you got that Nami Eon soon, that might have been something he could chase
Hood
down.
Stomp has red.
Yeah.
The whole thing. So he's hitting him, getting that slow onto him, and seeing if he can track him down. But, you know, Lucian removes slow, so he's a little bit safer than most AD carries in this regard.
I like that move right there. So this is smart. Eventime uses his E and his Q to trigger his attack speed.
Yeah.
So if he gets caught, his W is still up. Even though it's more efficient to use one skill twice.
Get caught.
Yeah, see, there you go. Ward Hoppy will be fine. But that's really small point for Lee Sin players out there. Use E and Q to proc your passive when you're killing wards. You can ward hop away after.
It's been tip time with Freak.
Yep. Be a good waiter with all these tips.
Yeah. I think of my tip to you.
I went backwards in that one.
Yeah, my tip to you as a waiter would be get a new job.
Casting's more fun.
Yeah, well, I don't think you'd make a very good waiter. I'm just saying.
I'm too impatient.
Yeah.
Well, bottom lane tier 2 turret being attacked, or tier 1 turret I should say being attacked. Kevin Ziploc waiting in the wings for an attempt right there. They do see Lee Sin mids. They know it's a 3-on-2. They go in Hood Stomp. They get a good bit of damage, but they don't get the umbrella out from this Baby Eater in time to get the lock up there. So he's going to stay safe. Trading ultimates. Vlad has a new blue buff. He's going to hold mid. That turret staying safe right now. Looks like Baby Zeus will not put any more pressure down, but he will maybe try to roam around the bottom side. Whiffs. Doesn't care. He's just trying to get down for the fight.
Disregard pick wards, acquire gank.
I mean, this gank is acquired. There's no way you defend this one. So that's going to be a turret acquired here very faithfully. Mid lane is actually not being counterpushed, but actually it's the bot lane counterattack, but they're not going to be there in time. Ro4, no reason to show up here. They could have got mid turret damage.
He runs straight by the ward, and Vlad actually takes his time to clear that one out. Meanwhile, they lose bottom turret. Now Frank Fang has a little bit of lead, but they go after Low. He has no flash.
Outnumbered, and Low goes down. Extremely smart move there by Frank Fang Gaming. And now in 3v2, they just back off. But here comes Orianna. It is going to be a 3-on-3 mid lane. Cleared by everybody, and these guys do get away safely.
Just in sync, too. Now, they're still sieging the bottom lane, though. That's actually something they have to worry about. Baby Eater off on the side. It's going to be a 2-on-3. Hits him with the Q. Stops his back.
Okay.
They're pinned down right now.
Mid lane, Outer is going to be going down Baby Zeus. He roamed down to make a gank happen, then he stayed mid and got the turret kill. So far, these mid-game choices, the Baby Zeus have been very, very smart. Bottom lane, Outer taking a whole bunch of pain. They got to be a bit careful because you've got damage on both sides, but the turret does fall. Kevin Ziploc gets kicked back in, gets healed up, and he stays alive. Now Log gets jumped on, and big damage comes through. Latman claims that one. Now can they win the 2v2? Hanser is going to be in the middle of all this, doing what he can, try to make this happen, but no, look at how well this is working. Heaventime's going to go down. Everything working so nicely.
Nian TP'd in to the backside of that fight. And now Baby Zeus, he's going to go down in the middle. The blue's going to transfer over to Hanser. But in the meantime, it's still 3K gold lead for Frank Fang Gaming off of that.
They've made so many better choices in the mid game, and they're not even like the most obvious choice. They're just turning back when someone goes back to mid lane and finding the kill.
Yeah. Like, Nian's been top by himself for a very long time. He's actually going to teleport onto this ward right behind all of them on that pink ward. And he comes up to flash out after the kick, and they get lobbed pretty single-handedly. Will Hood Stomp here. I think they can turn around with that TP, but Nian Tansa's already there, and he gets the cancel, too.
Yeah, exceptional stuff right there with these guys. Very well played. So, Frank Fang Gaming, I mean, we said, hey, Nian's a shot caller here. He's done, they haven't been very heavily tested, but we know it's a good team, and they have made such good choices mid-game. Nice of Baby Eater right there. Little Leona Mechanics clears the ward, so that's going to remain darkness. I'm impressed by FFG here.
Yeah, FFG have been putting on a great show so far. Latman coming up big at 2-0 and 5, 100% kill participation alongside Baby Eater, who I was talking to Frank Fang earlier today, and he's like, yeah, Baby Eater is one of our best players. He's very underrated.
Yeah, he's great. 106, flawless performance so far, 100% kill participation.
And I don't think it's just his mechanics. I think that he knows which target doesn't have flash down, or doesn't have flash up, and he will focus that person with his Zenith Blades and his aggression.
Absolutely agree. Like, all the in-fight target choices have been very crisp, and people are following up, hitting the right guy. Like, I absolutely agree. Maybe you're just finding the right targets. People are listening to him and getting those guys down. The fact that they ran in, just like dove on Lod and knew they'd get it.
Oh, they're sitting in this bush right now, and they actually pinged back.
That
Careful.
was smart. Heaven baited him just in time. Gonna stay safe. Neon Thompson will be getting red buff for himself, still splitting a fair bit, but no teleport, of course, right now.
And Dragon's actually coming up in 3 seconds. It's up actually right now. And they're still camping this area with Ro4 having no vision. They're going to have to muscle their way in there, but Neon Tanso is coming in alongside Baby Zeus.
Positioning right now not great, though, for Frank Fang Gaming. They're trying to surround, but they don't have
the
easy way in.
The ball is going to keep them zoned for a while. It's too much of a threat. Despite Lod not having a lot of kills, he has the most CS in the game.
See what they can get with this one. They're still looking for the attempt there. Baby Eater walking
they
forward.
Put themselves in the pit.
Ooh, they're going to go for this dive anyway. Stun on a Heaven Time. There's the tidal wave coming across as well. A lot of damage coming through. Blue team picks up Dragon. The fight has begun, and a great windmill going to stop some of the damage there. But Lod and everyone else getting still damage in the back lines. Heaven Time takes the KO ulti. Baby Eater forced to run away. The shield's enough to keep him alive, and there's the engage, but it's going to be Nian going down, and now the damage has broken. 3 kills coming all at once for Ro4. Captain Ziklock turns 1 back, but this 3-1 fight plus Dragon for Ro4.
We were just talking about how the target selection for Frank Fang Gaming has been so crisp, but that fight, it just fell apart. There were multiple targets there that were just being chunked down a bit, and nobody actually gets dropped except for Lo. Neon Tanso didn't get his last breath off until way late into the fight, right before his death. He actually had his last breath in the last breath when he came down. On Hanser, didn't end up getting the kill. Didn't end up killing Lod or Hood Stomp. Just all around just kind of falling apart there. And we're going to see it here. They all kind of separate around. Lod's the one who gets hit by it. They section them off and watch their target selection. Neon Tanso is no longer in this. Heaven Time, he has the ultimate on. Now it's like, oh, let's go after Hanser. Wait, no, let's go after them. They get Lod up, but nobody ends up dying. The split from Latman and from the rest of the damage is just not on the same person.
Yeah, and actually that was a really rough wind wall this game as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, we talked about Nian's Yasuo a bit, but like I haven't actually seen a great wind wall yet this fight. He hit it after the tidal wave went through and hit his team. He got it while Cog's already retreating back and has someone else to hit as well. So realistically, there's not like that's one of the big skills. Like that's it's weird, but it's like kind of part of the reason you pick Yasuo is you can shut down an AD carry by hitting W at the right time, and that's not something I've seen yet from Nian. So most of his team play calls have been great. Individual plays, I'm not sold on right now.
Yeah, going to have to see because both of these teams, and I've talked with both of them, they rely more on their rotations than their individual players and their shot calling. So it's going to be Neon Tanso and Lo, and who can really direct the team better in a more crisp way. But it's showing that they're both going toe to toe so far. Up top, though, it looks like the call was sit in the bush until we find Hanser overextending. Don't know if that's going to happen, though. He's playing really safe.
He's playing. I mean, it shows in the item build as well. He went second at Zonia's hour.
Wow, what?
He is trying real hard to not get caught out by staff. You know, if he can. Okay. There, right? Like, if you're going to get solar flared, you have to blow ulti or you die before you're unstunned, or you're at like 12 health and you're out of the fight anyway. But if you can blow Zonia's for it, like I just dodged the solar flare. It's like, I mean, yeah, I have less damage than a death cap, but it completely enables your champion to do different things in a fight. So. It's an odd build, but I think it does make sense based on this team comp of Frank Fang Gaming.
And the fact that he was up against Neon Tanso for so long, he's going to want the extra armor for himself. Also, he could use his Zonias to avoid the knockup.
Sure,
and negate the whole last breath portion. Now, 40 CS up, pretty close to being the highest CS in the game for Hanser, but he also has 100% kill participation for his team. So Hanser is getting big quickly. And Heaven Time, he's actually surrounded by 2. What are they going to do about it?
Well, they took the time with this one. Knockup is there for Nian. Does he get the double knockup? Yes, he does. The solar flare getting a slow as well. There's the Zonia's popped. And now can they go in for the rest of this fight there? They're trying to run away. Can they get the damage? Ziploc kicked back. Heaven Time gets the KO ulti. Nian going to chase down onto Hanser. Now instead misses the Q, but gets the second one there. Kill picked up on that one. 5v4 on the map. Baby Zeus getting chased down. The big damage, but Kog'Maw dies. 3 kills picked up. Nian getting the double. Another one goes down as the Kog'Maw falls. And what a beautiful fight there by Frank.
They're going straight for Baron.
20 minutes in, wind wall there.
A lot of the damage from the wind wall at the start.
Shields used to try to get Ziploc to heal up through the Ancient Golem before he takes some real damage from Baron. So far, so good. Locket also used, and this is going to work beautifully. Baron Nashor picked off a 4-0 fight for Frank Fang Gaming. So well done.
Very decisive call there. Heaven Time went up to the top and just used his safeguard before the fight even started. Now they're going to get rewarded with 4 kills, a Baron, a tier 2 turret, and tons of gold for themselves.
We got mountains of it right there. Fort Knox waiting in the base there for Frank Fang Gaming to cash in. And this was all kinds of a turnaround there. You just saw this blown out 4-for-0 fight or 4-for-1 fight down at Dragon. Frank Fang find the way in on this.
I want to cover this because Heaven Time, he has no W at this point. Niantanso beautifully gets both of them locked up. Zhonya's is used, and now they're collapsing around. And off on the right side, we didn't get to watch this, but Low is there. He's trying to get Latman out of the fight with Baby Zeus. Shockwave hits nobody. So this fight is actually trailing off, and Hoodstomp gets so low from just Light Slinger passive that by the time that the culling comes out, he can no longer tank it. So we watch Niantanso go down to the side and just handle that fight perfectly from start to finish with the burst. And the fact that the Zhonya's was timed later than the last breath means that Hanser just ate the damage and then just couldn't do anything about it later and got picked off.
Yeah.
I think that the fact that they came in at the right angles that they were coming from is what set that fight up for for Frank Fang Gaming, and the fact that LawPro was caught off guard completely. They had no idea how many members were around.
Yeah, it was great. They tried a couple times for that Fnatic brush, and that time it did work out.
They do that a lot.
It's exceptional.
Sometimes they sit around and they get nothing from it.
Sure, that's how it works, right? But you're playing the odds, and you're hoping they show up.
And you only need 1, and then you get Baron. You need a 4-0.
Yeah.
You get Baron.
You get 1, you get the lopsided fight, and the game turns around. So exceptional stuff now by Frank Fang Gaming, making the right choices. A 3,000 gold difference, though. This game, regardless, still very close. It's up to FFG to make something happen off this Baron buff.
Something else I really liked about that fight that happened was they only sent Nian to go deal with him, with Hanser. And also, Heaven Time was running around, so it was basically a 3-on-4. Exactly. That's what happened on the right side. And then Nian came back, and he's like, oh, Heaven Time's still here, stab him right in the gut and move on.
Beautiful stuff. So there we go. Dragons rush down. Baron buff earns that one for him. Still 2 minutes left until that one's going to time off them. So what else can they gain with these temporary stats? I don't know anyone who would go into that brush.
Oh.
I feel like there's no way you can do that.
Don't know him anymore. He's dead now.
To be fair, I've played solo queue. I've done that, to be fair. I've done that probably 50 times.
I knew a man who went into that bush once. He's dead now.
Yep. I don't know what that's from, but...
Nope, he's from nothing. He just
made it up?
Yep.
It sounded epic.
It's cool.
That man doing some fancy moves. Zipping back and forth.
Ooh, that one has a ward in it. They're going to clear it out and then move up after it's expired.
I like that only Baby Eater's showing. They're still hoping that they can get this weird bait going.
They know there's at least 2. Oh, there's another.
Now they know they're all there. And you can't easily defend a tier 2 turret like this.
The jig is up. Now they got to go
try.
It's very difficult.
It's possible with Orianna. Yeah, that's the thing is those kinds of turrets with your champion pool, you can sometimes do it. It's one that I'm always really afraid of. It's like tier 2 turrets, you can surround them, you can dive on them. Baby Eater realistically could try to dive because he's tanky, but Shockwaves are scary.
The way in for them is Niantanso. He's going to continue to split push top and then TP into the fights after they've been engaged already, or they've been engaged on Frank Fang Gaming side, because this team is not oriented towards sieging. This composition is absolutely abysmal at sieging. You can really just clear waves with Lucian and maybe a little bit with Lulu, but up against LawPro, you have Kayle, you have Orianna who can just place the ball and just do pretty much proximity wave clear.
Yeah.
And then Hoodstomp's not afraid to throw his ultimate out at all to just clear him out.
Yeah, get people up.
So Nian's going to farm. He's going to get to a really big point. He's going to get the IE, get the 100% crit build going for him, as well as the magic resist that he's already stacked on with the Negatron Cloak early, to get to this point where he is pretty much just a huge beast that bursts your team down, since there's no real dedicated tank alongside just Heaven Time right now. Get into the back line, see what he can do, and TP's going to help him do that.
I like it. And because now at this point I think he's just so scary against Hanser that you can start splitting the team up and life becomes painful for Ro4 with this kind of lead for Frank Fang Gaming. Baron buff timing out very soon. And it's really a lot on Lod. He has a whole bunch of money, the most on his team. If he can burst out the primarily squishy lineup of FFG, then they can turn these fights around.
Yeah, but the most gold in the game is Mr. Latman.
Yep, 415 Lucian.
Wonder if that's for his latissimus dorsi. He's just a Latman.
I got
He
you.
like blasts his lats every day. He's got big wing-looking things.
I mean, again, if you're an AD carry, you put your team on your back.
Ah,
you're gonna need strong back.
There you go. That's why he's the Latman.
I think that's like the most meta AD carry screen I've ever seen. That's awesome. I really hope that it doesn't even matter. It is now the reason he picked the name. Rewrite his entry in Leaguepedia. That is now why he picked the name. Confirmed 2014 on Riot stream.
Blasting his lats on Frank Fang Gaming, trying to carry them, but it's team effort. You can see Niantanso up here in the top lane with Captain Ziploc called to his side, waiting for a nice juicy pick to come, because this is how this team operates. I said they're abysmal at sieging. That's why they're looking for the picks. That's why they're looking for the pink ward bushes over and over and over again. Oh, they might get a little nibble, might get a bite, because Kale's coming up that way. Ziploc's backing.
Bottom lane turret taking a little bit of damage there, but Hood Stomp able to defend that. Minions only hit so hard. And it's going to be a nice, slower game here. The problem is Ro4, they've got such good late game. They've got Kayla, they've got Kog'Maw, they've got ways to protect those things. I am concerned for FFG's future if they don't find a way to force the issue more.
Yeah, they're going to have to just try and get in there. And I was just informed that his last name is Latman.
Doesn't matter. Still the reason he picked the name.
Just so
that is a secondary detail.
Man, maybe his parents were just really meta and knew he was going to play League of Legends.
Yep. When they got married, they were like, all right,
it's going to
gotta make sure our son plays League of Legends.
So they're still looking for this pick. They've been sitting here forever. Is it going to pay off? And now they're going to go for it.
Hansa going to take a little bit of damage. He's got to be careful with this one. When he's going to pop the ult, he pops it there, gets the knockup, goes for the lockdown, and pops the Zonia. So he's taking a good long time to go down, but he's still got almost nowhere to go. There we go. They earned it. Captain Ziploc now unstoppable at 5-1 and 4.
That's how they crack the base, though. They can't siege very well, so they need to create a numbers advantage for themselves and then split themselves between lanes and just be like, all right, it's 1-2-2. You guys can go 1-1-2. And then we will slowly but surely crack that lane where you were outmatched.
You got to be careful, though. Someone's getting caught out on this one.
It's
going to be a 3-on-2, but he's going to go for this one anyway. Nian's got to be pretty careful.
Again.
Oh my gosh. Will they get anything going? No, they just lose a lot of health. And Baron's back up. Keep that one in mind. But now Captain Ziploc in this battle. But again, these are the injured members of the team. Lod can just carry this fight. But there's the bot lane fight. Latman forced one away. Exhaust is on him. They do get the kill on a lot in the mid lane. But this fight's still going on. Bubble onto Baby Eater. Latman looks like he's not going to be able to pop that one, but the mid laners have all died. 2 more kills went down, and there's another turret picked up in the 3-on-2.
Yeah, Niantanso, he got his last breath cooldown back up again. It is extremely short at level 16. But look at that, Latman, he's going to take another.
Got him down. Hood Stomp forcing the flash away from Baby Eater as well, but mid lane inhibitor now falling down rapidly, and Frank Fang Gaming got their way in. They baited out that fight just well enough, and they made it into the base.
It's very difficult when there's a huge fight going on that doesn't involve your shot caller and he's in another lane during a split, because you have to watch multiple lanes and get really good information.
Hey, it's up to them, man. You got to trust in the fight.
Yeah. And it happened today earlier when we were watching the EG game. Shot caller's off somewhere else, and look at this. He doesn't get that one, but he comes back in afterwards and he'll get his last breath off to help secure this entire fight. Propel keeps him safe. But look at that. Boom.
There it is.
Right off the ultimate.
That was a good call. Flash flew the ulti into last breath, letting everyone know those ultis were available. And they just blew up that poor Orianna. But look at this. Look at this. Ro4. Off the recalls. The fights were so protracted.
Oh, he threw an ultimate at it. Baby Eater just threw his fight initiator. Ziploc's going to have to go into this.
He does have flash.
Just fair.
And no one's throwing the wards. They could actually go for the steal and try to do the attempt right there. Goes in
pulled
early,
off of it.
and they're going to try to go for this one, but oh my gosh. Captain Ziploc is still too high to smite away right now, and he's on the wrong side of this battle. Goes for it, gets it! Well done, Captain Ziploc. Flashes the ball, and the fight is on. Big damage comes through, but Nian falls down. It's going to be 2 kills to 1 so far. This is going really nicely, but they answer 2 back. No, Hoodstop on the wrong side of this fight. He just goes in into the face of everyone else, trades 1 back, but goes down. Captain Ziploc won't even die either, so 3-2 plus Baron. Frank Fang Gaming come up big.
That was Ziploc versus World right there.
Yeah.
Versus Baron and the other team. He was in there by himself for so long. The team of Ro4 had pulled off, and he was just sitting at the gate like, I got to do the Baron, you guys. I got to do it, and he kills it at the very, very end of that. Incredible play there. Ro4 was the right call to pull off. They just didn't do enough damage to Ziploc because they would have been collapsed on sooner. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation, and they had to go after the Baron. But now they have to defend these turrets.
Baby Zeus goes in, face tanks this turret, and no one's going to be there to defend it for a few seconds, which will be enough for Latman and Baby Zeus to take it down. So turret falls. FrankFang Gaming now at 7 turrets killed, which means all of Tier 1 and Tier 2 is gone. Mid inhibitor, as we saw a little while ago, was taken away. And they're going to get Dragon as well off this. So a big gold spike coming in for FrankFang Gaming. They are looking really well poised to win Game 1.
Yeah, a lot of power spikes here too. Niantanso, he got his level 18 very quickly. He has his 100% crit build coming in. He's going for the Guardian Angel. As soon as that is completed, it's going to be extremely deadly for Ro4. It's going to be very difficult to deal with it because they're going to have to need they're going to need a perfect team fight with a perfect shockwave to pull off a victory in this one.
Can they find it then is the question, because that will be all kinds of difficult.
And it's fun too, because FrankFang Gaming, they had kind of this pit comp that sucks at sieging, but then they cracked the base, they got the inhibitor, and now they just have to full-on team fight. You can't really pick them off because FrankFang, the way they get picks is you come out of the base. Ro4 is just sitting in the base.
They're not leaving the base in this one. They've had those turned around one too many times. I'm pretty sure.
They're going to have to just farm up and wait for FrankFang Gaming to come to them.
But that's the difficulty, right? Is aside from mid inhibitor not going to have a turret up, and that's going to respawn actually really soon, the inhibitor itself, there's so much wave clear from Ro4, right? You've got Hurricane almost done now on Kale. You've got pretty much the full offensive build done here for Orianna. You've got a Kog'Maw who's got big Voidoo's on top of everything else, like just pretty good at killing minions as well. And you can see, these minions die rather rapidly, and Lod can generally clear them from safety. So it will require just sucking it up and going for it for FrankFang Gaming.
Now let's see, can they actually do it? Niantanso, he loves this bush.
Yes, he does.
You're going to have some PTSD from being in this top lane near that bush if you play against Niantanso.
Yeah.
He just loves this sucker right here.
He's a fan of shrubberies.
He's a shrubber.
Yes, he's a shrubber.
The knights who say Niantanso.
Yes! That is the exact reference I wanted, thank you. I got the knee and I was like, how do I make that funny?
I've been working with you for too long, Freak.
You sealed the deal, Zyrene, thank you.
Oh, Niantanso though, is he going to get knighted off this?
Doesn't actually go for the knockout that was on Heaven Time. It doesn't land the one on towards Haunter, but it does give them some time to look towards the mid lane. The inhibitor is back up, and they've got the Baron buff still.
Yeah, but they can go straight after this inhibitor, and they have great team fight. And the fact that Niantanso, he can pretty much use his last breath, come back, take a little chill for 30 seconds, come back, use it again. It's perfectly fine. And there's no tanks, and I talked about this, but Baby Eater, he's so tanky for himself. This Leona that was overlooked is now the largest tank in defensive stats on this team alongside Ziploc, but they have great backliners who can initiate.
This will be fun then. Can FFG make their way in? They're still respecting the Orianna ball. You're seeing Lod command respect, command attention from these guys. They've actually got a ward up there as well, watching the movements around. Minions die quickly. Now can they get in? Looks like the end goes off to the left-hand side, looks for the tornado, won't land that, but now the minions are gone, and the fight's going to begin. Nice wall puts actually the ball towards the back line. That's not going to get in yet on this one. There's the engage towards Heaven Time. Half HP, he's going to get away. Shockwave's going to land it. That was a really good one. Latman forces a flash away. Baby Eater pops the ultimate, takes a whole bunch of damage. He goes down to a hood stop, and the fight begins as Haunter is forced towards the back lines, but it's a 5v4. FrankFang Gaming forced to run away from this one. Niet has the knockup, has the wind wall up. There's the stun into Heaven Time. One more attack, and he actually gets the tornado this time around. But it's a kill ulti down. Can they make their way in? He's got to be really afraid of a hood stomp, though. Big damage coming through on that one. More spam coming from above. There's the two-man knockup. They go into this one. He's forced to back away, though, from the exhaust. But the Kale goes down to the bottom side of that fight. Back to 4v4 we go. And now can they make their way in any farther? Baron buff is timed out, but the wind wall comes out one more time, and the inhibitor falls down. FFG trying to run away the flash in for Kog'Maw. One hit. Captain Ziploc, he's not going to go down just yet, but Baby Zeus takes the bubble. This could be 2 more kills picked up. Latman tries to do what he can. Ziploc does get away. They actually trade back 2 kills, and they're not even dying. I can't believe that. Finally, the Ignite does claim Lulu. Captain Ziploc off in the wings. He still hasn't died in this fight. Lowe's got to be careful. Latman and Nian putting the damage down. Nice snipe there, but hood stomping in the complete fog of war. Picks up the jump there, but there's the knockup. Gets it. Another last breath, and Hoodstomp's got to be real careful. Doesn't get enough damage. Tidal Wave comes out. That'll pop GA, but that's it. Wow.
such a hectic fight. And I talked about how their win condition for Ro4 is to get a really good Orianna ultimate. They get it onto 2 people, chunks Latman out of the fight. So their AD carry was in the back for a large portion of it. But now they're going to continue to go into the base, and Niantanso, he's looking for low.
And he's going to have the ulti available in about 5 seconds. It could be his 3rd in this protracted engage. And they're going to back out now, but that's 2 inhibitors down now. That's enough for Frank Fan Gaming to set up a siege and close it out with super minions.
Now they're going to go straight for whatever they can get now. This is huge. This fight is just fantastic from all sides. They get 2 people there. Latman, he's off in the back. They focus a lot on Hanser, but in the meantime, Baby Eater just gets dropped. And now this is Ro4. They actually divide off. They lead Hanser by himself for a little bit, off on the right, where he ends up just getting picked off. Now Hoodstomp, he's trying to do damage to this backline. Great Q comes across here by Niantanso onto 2, which causes Hanser to actually end up in a cocoon, gets blasted by Baby Zeus, and now they're all low. They go for this inhibitor once again, and just completely, like, Ro4, look at that. They come in a little bit later, and they get Brave once the inhibitor's down. And now Hoodstomp, just trying to do his damage, he actually gets locked up right here with a cocoon that stops his damage output onto Baby Zeus, which gives him enough time to take out Orianna. And then he has to back off, ends up getting Ziploc over the wall from ultimate. Living Artillery comes out here. Whee!
Really nicely done. He did see him leave with the other ward.
But you shouldn't play with fireworks.
Yeah, they'll explode on you. Gotta be careful. And then poor Stomp. Tornado.
2nd tornado, last breath of the fight. I was talking about it earlier, how it's just got such a low cooldown later on in the game. You'll get 2, sometimes even 3 off prolonged engages like that. Once you see it used, you have to go all in. Ro4 took too long to re-engage that fight. After the inhibitor was down, we saw a Hoodstomp just flash forward and try to re-engage it with his damage.
Yeah.
If that had been a little bit sooner, then it would have paid off even bigger.
I was watching the entire fight. He was actually playing around his W cooldown the entire time. When it was down, he actually, I think he got 0 auto attacks without W on the entire time. Because he had to be so afraid of Elise, so afraid of a Lulu, so afraid of Yasuo getting you with an E. He remained out of range the entire time. I think that's actually the way you have to play COG. Your team doesn't play around that, but of course, when you've got a limited amount of time before your inhibitor dies, it's a difficult situation. Now top lane being attacked right there. No super minions yet in the base. So Frank Fan Gaming can take another 30 seconds, try again next wave, and then when there's pressure inside, they can get 3rd inhibitor.
If they can crack this base in the top, it's just a matter of time. They just have to stall, not make an engage here for Frank Fan Gaming. Wave clear, do a little bit of damage to the turret. It's already at half HP. The super minions are going to pull attention from the rest of Ro4. And then they'll have a numbers advantage and they'll be able to take it out very quickly. As soon as they see Kale in the bottom, they're going to want to clear.
This isn't the right time is the problem because they have no minion wave to actually push the wave down. And Hanser kills this wave so freaking fast. They're going to go anyway. They do go. They go to backdoor, but look at that. Ziploc takes a bunch of damage. Baby Eater now in front. They get some pain through the turret. Does finally not even quite fall, actually. Wow, forced to repel away. And there's the engage, right? Look how much damage they took trying to backdoor that. First inhibitor's coming back. Now minions are back into the base, but look at this. They managed to clear this wave. 5 on 5.
Their base needs help, though.
There we go. Wow, they are losing the turrets now. Another wave of supers come in, and Hanser is not available for the fight, so this time the push is going to work. There was enough pressure put down. Just maybe it's enough.
Hanser on farm duty, on protection. Lod still has the Orianna ultimate. That is Ro4's way back in this game, whereas Frank Fan Gaming's is can Niantanso get a good ultimate off on multiple people. Guardian Angel's down, and he's still very squishy. One misstep could cost him his entire life and the game.
Absolutely could. You got to be careful. I mean, you give these guys a leg back in. They don't have to be afraid of you, and their damage output gets to scale up and be all kinds of scary. We've seen the Hurricane is done for Hanser. He's got Blue Elixir as well to guarantee 100% uptime on E. It's enough CDR to put yourself in a good spot. You're still waiting around to defend this. All the inhibs are back up. Bot lane, though, is being pushed in by a minion wave, but there's no time for Ro4 to move. This is the attempt right now on this wave for Frank Fang to make their way in. They're putting some damage on. Heaven Time losing a bit of health. Who's going to land into the inhibitor? You just have to hope stays alive if you're a Ro4 fan right now. They've sent Kale down to clear away. Super minions in the full wave, but that means it's time to go in. Tidal Wave comes across, does hit the team. Niantanso puts the wind wall down as well, but that is an inhibitor actually falling right now. Shockwave's going to catch up to Captain Ziploc. He's got to be careful. Takes a couple of heals in his shield, puts a stun on Lod, who takes a bunch of damage, but he does stay alive. the bottom inhib will actually go down to minions anyway, despite the fact they couldn't even win the battle. So this is now a very bad situation if you are Ro4. And look at this mid lane still under fire. FrankFang Gaming one hit in the third inhib, and now's the fight. They don't go for the hard engage just yet, though. Captain Ziploc forced all the way back, pops his shields. Lod gets the Kale ulti, and the GA has been popped by Nien. An all-out brawl inside the fight, and they're gonna get the inhib if they actually hit it, but they're hitting champions right now. Finally it goes down, but only Hanser has died so far. They've traded 1 for 1 as Nien falls as well. Baby Eater goes down. This fight's actually being won right now by Ro4, but they have no inhibitors up.
And they're going to have double super minions coming into the base there. Niantanso, his Guardian Angel came up right before that fight. Actually in the middle of it, and then he's able to just respawn, gets taken out after he swings at the inhibitor just once or twice.
Yeah. Oh, missed the jump, but it's okay.
Nobody saw it. His lats are just too big.
Yeah.
Takes away mobility for strength.
Sure. Well, only has space for regular sized humans. FrankFang Gaming now, they are in a pretty good spot though. 3 inhibs down and only 1 Nexus turret. Ro4 is on full-time defense, and in 30 seconds when the team respawns, they should be able to go for this one. Now, I've seen these kind of defenses before. It is possible, once again, we just saw Ro4 win the fight in front of their base, but it's just going to be so hard for them to actually hold this out. The inhibs actually did die around the same time, so you actually have a couple of waves that are being doubled up like this.
It's possible, but it's difficult, and you also add about 7 minutes to the game time if you're going to win.
Yeah, Ro4 has to hold once, maybe even twice in a row, stabilize, and start making their way through the base. Like, an ace wouldn't win the game for Ro4.
Even if you ace FrankFang Gaming right now, like, imagine you went 5-0. Super minions would kill your base before you ended up getting in all the way.
Yeah, before you cross the river, it would probably kill your Nexus. So a lot of fear is going to be healthy right now for Ro4, but they have to make this attempt. FrankFang Gaming taking their time, though. They're grabbing this blue buff here. The longer they wait, though, the more chance an inhib respawns and you lose out on the 6x super minion spawn, which I think is something you can ride in to win the game. I'm actually very surprised FrankFang Gaming aren't rushing this down right now. I feel like your highest chance of winning is when you've got 3 inhibs dead.
Yeah, instead, they're just playing it safe, playing around the Baron timer, seeing if they'll be able to get it. But look at that. We just see Latman going for a red buff.
Okay, they're grouping up
now.
now.
Full build. 100%. He can't get any stronger than that. He could sell his boots for Zephyr, but that's about it.
Okay, so it's still, the wave that just spawned right now is still a double super minion wave. 8 minions spawned right there, so not enough time was wasted by FFG to let an inhib come back up. So they actually did the math right. They did the math right. They didn't lose out on the massive minion spawns there. So this is still a good timer. They've got all their buffs in the map as well. This is the highest FrankFang Gaming will probably ever spike in this game right now. A little bit of harass coming down, removes Banshee's Veil if anywhere up. There weren't any anyway, but hey, would have done it. And now Hoodstomp's going to be a bit careful, taking some damage, but it's a huge amount of damage on Baby Zeus off the screen. Shields were used to keep him alive. And is that going to be enough to actually force FFG away? The hero moves from Hoodstomp. But I just bought another minute of time.
Yeah, Baby Zeus is going to have to back off of that. He still has his ultimate, but he doesn't want to use anything that he doesn't have to. So he's just going to bide his time. Baron will be up very soon, and that's going to be the next point of contention here that FrankFang Gaming want to go for. Question is, will Ro4 go for it? They have way too much attention on their base, though.
There is a lot of attention here, and I think we're done. Yep, we're done with double spawn supers. This is the last wave of double supers, and the rest of the inhibs are spawning in the next 30 to 45 seconds there. So Ro4 have held their base against 3 inhibs down and 1 Nexus turret down. Baron is coming up right about now. Ro4 have very little time to leave their base alone. If they lose the fight, they lose the game. And so they will allow FrankFang Gaming the Baron, but you just had 5 minutes of dedicated free farm for Team Ro4 to get the items back up. Their AD carry, Hoodstomp, is completely done with his build. He didn't even get a defensive item. He went all damage right here, adding the Triforce to the Static Shiv, to everything else there. Ton of attack speed on the champion, plenty of crit. And you have to be so afraid of him, and there's not a lot of good ways to get to him because you've still got a Nami, an Orianna, and a Kayle to back him up.
And he really hasn't been the target either. They've been going after everybody else except for him. He has the second least deaths on his team, right next to Nami, who's just been right next to him, low the entire time at his side, providing moral support. But man, nobody really tanky except for Heaven Time. But that's the thing, is FrankFang Gaming have bigger frontliners right now that take a little longer to burst through, just a little bit longer in those extra seconds when you have such high damage members of your team. Oh, wow.
Yeah, Captain Ziploc takes some shields. It's going to lose about a quarter of his health as well, but Baron buff was up, meaning a regen for the Frank Fang Gaming squad. Red Elixir on Hood Stomp, but not blue, so he's missing that 10 CDR, which would be nice for the guy. Getting pushed around still a little bit more. You got to see what you can do with this one. There we go. He's double Elixired now, so 10 CDR on his W, so about 1.8 seconds off. Oh. Wave clear from Latman, putting the damage through. Here we go for attempt number 15 to push him to the base.
Ooh. Not going to take that, yeah.
Yeah,
one person. Nian's a greedy man.
It would force Kale ulti, but you'd probably lose your GA if you're Nian.
Oh,
wow, look at the damage output there. Wind Wall's like 3 attacks late, loses half his health for a Hood Stomp, is still going to regen off these minis. You notice that they're letting him hit them to get his health back up.
And he needs that. We're going to see low. Oh, the split push coming out here from Baby Zeus.
It's a Lichbane Lulu as well, which means very good damage to structures there. Cocoon gonna land on a lot, but Hood Stomp just pushing the team away every single time. He goes in, a Wind Wall is used.
Yeah, Yasuo is going to be banned next game. Yasuo is going to be banned next
There's a good chance of that one.
Yeah. Whether it's on Hood Stomp's authority or somebody else on LoL Pros. Basically, if Yasuo wasn't wind walling right there, the punishment for the positioning of Frank Fang Gaming would be very evident.
And Nian's only ever lost 1 game in competitive on Yasuo in recent record. And that was actually like 2 days ago. So
he goes for
another
this
attempt.
time.
He does get some good damage down. That's going to be everything burned to keep him alive. And actually a good disengage by Nian as well. Didn't lose his flash or anything. Hood Stomp lost both summoners, but we did keep the Kale ulti. Baby Zeus' split push did get the mid lane inhibitor. Well done there by FFG to make those plays. Now Baby Zeus looks for the bottom lane. Can he kite around everyone else? Top lane also taking some damage. This is a 4-on-4. Kale's not around. Going to turn back in. Eventime actually getting CC'd up. Oh, a 3-man shockwave. Is that enough? A good wind wall, though, is going to stop all of Hood Stomp's damage, though he finally walks past that, looks for Captain Ziploc. Flash forced away. He stays alive for that one, but Elise finally goes down. They found a 1-for-0. They're still pushing these guys away. Baby Eater has to go, and he's been caught. He looks for the stun on the Hood Stomp, but he's got nowhere to go, which means another kill comes through, and LawPro find a 2-for-0. Now Latman forced to jump the wall. Hood Stomp not quite guessing properly with the ulti, but there comes a ward across the wall as well. Nian's got to be real careful. Hood Stomp gets a slow. He's got a lot of damage to put down. They're going to go for this duel. Who can win the fight? It's definitely not Latman, but Nian's off to the side. There's Baby Zeus, and Hood Stomp is so alone right there. Well overextended. Gives up a kill that he should not have. The knockup in for Nian. Looks for LOH as well. Loses out on his GA. Haunters around. One hit from Dead. The bubble. He gets the kill and trades it back. And now Latman, though, trying to kite away from Eventime. Can he make the play? The giant slow comes in. The flash from Kale. The burst comes out. Not going to be enough. Haunter clicks up the kill. Only 2 guys died from LawPro, but 4 went down for FFG.
Yeah, and that flash there at the very end, low, he throws the bubble and actually flashes onto Nian's body. So if he was trying to E out of it, then it wouldn't have worked as well. I mean, he'd still go a distance, but...
I feel like you flash away in that case and don't just E at all.
Yeah.
That was a little...
I was trying to justify it, but I'm like,
I think you want to like self-cast W or something, right? And like prevent a flash. Because he knows if he E's, he'll die, right?
Yeah.
And if he goes away, you're in range to W and kill him.
I'll just say that Low sacrificed himself.
Sure.
There we go.
I trust his intentions were pure.
Yes. Execution. Well,
he did die, so there was execution.
That's true. You want to take a bubble bath with Nian there.
All right.
At the very end. I'll go with that one.
That's a choice.
So this entire fight, all these fights have just been a very, very chaotic. The 3-man shockwave. And then Nian Tanso at this point, last breath is actually on cooldown there is what it looked like from what I saw. We threw that last one out. But yeah, Baby Eater comes in the back line and just gets shredded by Hood Stomp after the CC is down. And now Hood Stomp goes for the chase on the Latman, decides to chase him around the left side, stops for a second, and then he goes, but here's the thing, is Nian comes back in, they're like, oh, we should go after Nian. Wait. Hood Stomp, what are you doing? They have no vision here, and he gets surrounded, because Nian's actually come and looped around the other way. Yeah. Now, this part right here, flashes the bubble, gets the knockup, and the last breath, but the exhaust comes down, he gets taken out. Here, we're going to see the bubble come out. Boom, flashes on top of it, too. And gets taken out.
The thing is, bubble doesn't go any faster if you're close range. I think it was supposed to be like a flash bubble, like flash hooks or like flash like Leona E's or like, you know, things like that.
Bubble
that doesn't do anything with bubble. It's a static travel time.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like, you know? It was like this way to get the bubble down sooner.
Sometimes you just want to take a bubble bath.
All right.
That's my reasoning. That's the only justification I could come up with.
Same with Latman? It doesn't matter what the actual evidence is. It's just like we've made it up, so now it's true.
Lowe's going to tell me later what it was for.
It's fine.
And
it's like something
oh,
we're like completely missing, and it's like, oh my gosh, I didn't think of that. But you know what? Right now, though, 2 inhibitors dead, and they're trying again now. Ro4 have to defend the fact that the split push of Baby Zeus worked really well. Hood Stomp dodges a lot of the damage there. Well done on this one. And now it's Kayle defending a bunch of minions, but it's Hurricane Kayle. She's good at that stuff.
Yeah, she's definitely good at clearing these waves. Super minions are no problem for Kayle either. And this game, it's pretty much even now. Because full build on multiple members here from Ro4. There's a couple of them that still have about 1 more item to finish up.
Yeah.
But this 12k gold advantage, 57 minutes into game 1 here between these two teams. A very tense situation. Next winner of a team fight will get a huge advantage.
Solar Flare hits Hood Stomp. That could be rough, but a tidal wave is perfect and stops everybody. Windwall, though, keeping the team alive. He's getting no damage through it. Now it falls over, but gets a knock up there and allows the team to disengage. Voidoo's not going to hit really anyone FFG. They go in one more time. Knockup's there, and they're going to go in, but oh my gosh, he just goes down. Hood Stomp kills off Nian and Baby Eater one more time. He's in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Laud now on a rampage, and look at this Ro4 completely catching up now. Now can they keep the inhibitors alive and make their way back across the map? That's the real test.
Yeah, the big thing with these team compositions is that FrankFang Gaming's is terrible at sieging, and they're split pushing it with their basically their utility, the person who's supposed to be setting up Ni and Tanso with the knockup, into the side lane. Their synergy is gone at that point. They've pulled out Hanser, so he can't keep Hood Stomp alive, but Hood Stomp is fine, just chilling in the back, doing as much damage as possible. He shredded Nian down in a couple of seconds there, despite the wind wall.
I gotta say, I really, really like how well Hood Stomp's playing this game.
Oh yeah.
He is, against a team that has a decent way in on him, he is putting this team on his back. He's the lat man of this game. He's got the lats here. But Hood Stomp, I mean, I like his item build to, he had Shiv, then he sold for PD because PD's more damage. The fact that he went 6 offense is the right choice. I actually like that he's actually staying on Zerk Greaves with Fear Boots. I actually wouldn't change a single item on this build right here because he needs the mobility more than he needs more damage, more than he needs more durability. This is, I think, the exact optimal build right now.
Yeah, and I would say Hood Stomp's actually doing it right because he's using his legs to lift, not his back.
Yes.
That's where the stomp comes in. He's been working out for a long time now, since CLG Black.
The one thing, actually, theoretically you could change is Triforce for Frozen Mallet. Just to perma-slow somebody.
Okay. He would lose some movement speed and kiting potential there, but okay.
Actually, here's what I would change. I would switch Zerker Greaves for Ionian Boots Lucidity. Because 20% attack speed does not mean very much at this stage of the game. 15 CDR for your W does.
Okay.
It's like 2 to 3 seconds off the cooldown, which is a very significant margin.
Okay.
Because he can't fight when that thing's down.
Yeah. Well,
his DPS goes to 0.
He goes for, is that second Phantom Dancer there?
Okay, so he's still try for second PD. That's okay. I get it.
Yep.
It is less mobility. It is a little bit more damage. I just don't think he hurts for damage right now. I think mobility is the only side he actually cares about.
They're all sitting here, waiting for somebody to come out of the base. Ro4's not going to be that aggressive. They have all these wards across the map because when they got that kill, those kills, they just warded up. They littered the map with wards for the next 3 minutes now. They have one on the side of Baron. They ended up taking it for themselves. They're in a very good spot to just defend, wait for FrankFang to come to them, and this team that is really bad at sieging is going to have to fight a team fight after some... Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. Lo agrees.
He does agree. He knows what's going on. But Stump's got a whole bunch of damage output, chaining double elixirs. He's still... so he's like sold and bought 2 or 3 different tier 3 items now at this point. Still has not upgraded his trinket.
Yep. I like the scrying orbs, though, coming out from Hanser and Laud. Because this entire
game
team,
be sitting in brushes.
Exactly. They'd be sitting in brushes, chilling. And what's going to help you? That is.
You know what's funny is that at the very beginning of the game, you sit in your base, you hide in brushes, wait for people to come into your jungle. 1 hour later, you sit in brushes, waiting for people to come into your jungle.
Wow. Exactly an hour later.
Come full circle.
Oh my god.
Like, I'm waiting for Blue Off to spawn in 3, 2, 1, and then, like, they go, right, you know?
Yeah. Well, they're making Baby Zeus, sorry, push that bottom lane just really hard and try to make a big wave there for themselves, and then FrankFang will push top, but at the same time, it's a very difficult situation. They could just run up to the base. They don't need the minion waves behind them. It would help. But I don't like the split push strategy here, especially since Baby Zeus doesn't have teleport. Latman's going to go get red, and then they'll regroup again. They're just playing this very safe. Now, at this point in the game, it really is even across the board. The gold doesn't matter.
The goal doesn't matter. The problem is the champions do, and those tend to work in Ro4's favor. They've won a bunch of fights in a row, basically, from a gold deficit, from having actually a lack of items. That's no longer the case. You've got Death Cap done for Low. He said that for a short time now, but it means better heals, more damage from his slow. And he's going to have, I think this is going to be Zhonya's next. I don't think DFG makes sense here. He can't really get it on anyone.
Oh, wow. They've been sitting in brush for so long here for Ro4, or for Frank Fan Gaming, that Ro4 is just going to push up the middle right now. And Nian's still sitting in a bush.
Well, this is going to give time. This could be the base race situation right here. Like, you could have Baby Zeus push down, Lichbane, Lulu's going to do a lot of damage, and you can defend with wind walls to keep your turrets alive. The flash and ooh. Forcing a flash away. Okay, Latman's going to stay alive. Go there we go. Inhibitor taking a whole bunch of damage. They're going for this one. We still got Baby Zeus pushing the bottom lane, but Minifib is gone. Here we go. Can they get it? Baby Zeus, Lichbane doing what he can, but there's the engage.
So
where is Yasuo? They're actually pushing in. They're just trading the bases right now. First turret goes down. Bottom turret's dying as well. Who's going to get it?
They're going
being hit. They're going for it. Who's going to do the damage in time? Oh, wow. It's going to be Ro4 taking down the Nexus just barely. They turtled it out for 60 minutes. The base race comes in.
We talked about how you lose all 3 inhibitors, you prolong the game time if you're going to win by about 7 minutes. Okay, granted it was 17. About 4 times that.
Yeah.
But they come out on top despite being down in gold because they got to the point where gold doesn't matter anymore, and they relied on their picks and their composition that they made themselves.
Yeah.
We talked about a champion select, the multiple threats that they had. The attack speed from Cog, the double Phantom Dancer coming up really big there for him.
Yeah.
Just so much attack speed, shredding through an inhibitor turret, an inhibitor, 2 Nexus turrets, and a Nexus in the time that took them to go through 1 inhibitor, 1 Nexus turret, and the Nexus.
Yeah. You know what should have happened, though? Nian recalls and wind walls the turret, and they win the game.
It would have been just Lulu, and I think it would have just.
I mean, he's riding minions in, right?
That's true. That's true.
You drop Kog'Maw damage and Nami damage and Orianna damage. That's more than Yasuo's going to do by himself.
Wow.
Right? That's a significant difference in what those two do. That's all it would have taken, to be honest.
They took a long time to start making their move.
Yeah.
Nian didn't leave that brush for a very long time.
Yeah.
I was watching it and I was like, okay. They're dedicated to the base race now. As soon as they started attacking that first inhib turret, there was a moment where you could have gone sooner than that. It was kind of a wishy-washy thing there. But in the end, that's when the communication breaks down. How much damage do we have? How much damage do we actually do to these turrets? How quickly are we going to do it in comparison to the other side of the map? What's going on there?
Sure.
So they grouped up as a huge team, Ro4 did, and just pushed it down. They won down in kills, down in gold. 1 hour and 2 minutes was how long that game was. And it's a best of 3. That was just game 1, guys.
That was just
we have way more of this coming your way in just a moment here. But I want to break it down from the start. Ro4 seemed like they were getting out-rotated by Frank Fan Gaming.
Yeah.
Frank Fang got an early lead after a couple of dragons, after some really good rotations by them. They got some really good picks. They stood in brush and got 4-0, and then they cracked the base very early. Their team composition wasn't that great at sieging because the Ziggs was banned away, the Nidalee was banned away from them, and Ro4 played this really well from champion select.
Yeah, they did. They got their way back in, found a comp that would work by the end of it all when that couldn't be dealt with. And I mean, it was weird though because, like, the correct decision could have been made by Frank Fan Gaming. I thought the strategic moves, so the strategic move at the very end of the game was correct on both sides. It was Ro4 identifying that they will eventually get stretched out and eventually they will lose because they have to fight as a group to make it work. Like, Kayle can't solo anything, Cog can't solo anything, right? Nami, Orianna, like these all require setup, these all require teamwork. You have to pretty much 5-man something. That was the right call to go down the mid lane. I think it was the right call by Frank Fan Gaming as well to say, look, we have a Lichbane Lulu, go split push. If they catch you, you can get away. There's no hard engage. It's land a skill shot. Well, you're not going to land a skill shot on Whimsy Lulu with flash. That's not going to happen. So they both made the right choice in terms of like what we should do directionally. The individual misplay, right? Again, you recall, use a win while you win the game. That was the misplay to me. But that was the only play Ro4 had, so I thought those were smart choices on a whole. It was the execution that went wrong. And yeah, right, like, you know that you can wait around with Kayle and Kog'Maw is going to work. The fact though that they did get pushed around in the first 25 minutes, the fact that Frank Fan Gaming did make all these great choices early on, still gives me a lot of hope for them in this series. I think they can fix the issue and make it in. But I mean, just what can you say? What a game!
Oh yeah, what a game! basically what it comes down to there. I liked the picks. I liked that they stalled the game out for a very long time, because basically my whole memory of this game is Frank Fan Gaming on the doorstep of Ro4's base. That was like from the 30-minute mark onward.
Yeah.
The entire game was happening in Ro4's base. They started farming up. Granted, they never were ahead in gold since about that 27-minute mark, 20-minute mark. Just well played by them to just stall it out, be calm about things, and not rushed.
And that's the right thing, right? Ro4, they know when they win the game 30 minutes from then, right? They know there's no way in until then. You just like prepare to be patient, prepare to wait around, prepare to put yourself in a situation where you're playing for an hour-long game. Just get ready for that. And honestly, the more I'm looking at this game, the more I'm looking at the stats and everything else, the more I'm like, Ro4 was way more ready for this. They bought the trinkets, right? The blue trinkets there. They made the smart choice to go for Phantom Dancer, not Trinity Force on the AD carry, which by end game is the better build. You still had Banshees, Triforce, right? Zephyr instead of Boots, where it's like, you need damage to kill tank slap, man. You don't, like, Zephyr's like almost never actually the right build for an AD carry, to be honest, as the 6th item. I think it's actually completely useless.
And there isn't anything that he could tenacity actually off of Ro4.
Right. There's no point.
There's not a single thing except for a slow.
Kale Q, which is like, you're going to die anyway, or you're going to cleanse it anyway with your E. So
there's just some slows, but you're Lucian. You're going to get rid of the slow anyway.
Right. So a lot of small individual things that could have been fixed by Frank Fan Gaming. Overall, though, again, the first 30 minutes, a whole bunch of fun and well played by both sides. Guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's time for Game 2 between Frank Fan Gaming and Team Ro4, with a trip to the finals in London on the line. Don't go anywhere. Flash used for not much because there's Repel to show up anyway. Damage comes out in the end, misses the Q. Q comes in though, and here comes Lod though, and they're going to get the kill picked up. Lee Sin claims that Ziplock's got nowhere to go either. He stayed a little bit too long, and that will be a 2-for-0 kill picked up on that one. 5v4 on the map. Baby's just getting chased down. The big damage, but Kog'Maw dies. 3 kills picked up. Ziplock is still too high to smite away right now, and he's on the wrong side of this battle. Goes for it, gets it! Well done, Captain Ziplock. Flashes the ball, and the fight is on. Big damage comes through, but Nian falls down. It's going to be 2 kills to 1 so far. This is going really nicely. Captain Ziplock, he's not going to go down just yet, but Baby Zeus takes the bubble. This could be 2 more kills picked up. Platinum tries to do what he can. Ziplock does get away. They actually trade back 2 kills, and they're not even dying. Going to turn back in. Eventime actually getting CC'd up. A 3-man shotgun. Is that enough? A good wind wall, though, is going to stop all of Hoodstomp's damage, though he finally walks past that, looks for Captain Ziplock. Flash Force away. He stays alive for that one, but Elise finally goes down. Not going to hit really anyone FFG. They go in one more time. Knockup's there, and they're going to go in, but oh my gosh, he just goes down. Hoodstomp kills off the end, and Baby Eater one more time. He's in the wrong spot at the wrong time, what he can, but there's the engage. Where is Yasuo? They're actually pushing in. They're just trading their bases right now. First turret goes down. Bottom turret's dying as well. Who's going to get it? They're going being hit, and they're going for it. Who's going to do the damage in time? Oh, wow. It's going to be Ro4 taking down the Nexus.
Give me a fat beat!
Hey everyone, welcome back to the show. It's time for the second semifinal game between Team Ro4 and Frank Fang Gaming. Today's champions will head to London for the Summer 1 Finals next weekend. And Team Ro4 could claim victory with just one more game.
Oh yeah, and both teams look like they definitely want to go to London.
Yeah.
An hour-long game. Ro4, they played amazing base defense for about 20 minutes that game.
Yeah.
Like I said before, my entire memory of that game is pretty much, okay, they lane swapped in the start, and then Frank Fang Gaming cracked Ro4's base, and then they were on their doorsteps for 20 minutes. Basically, like, let me in, guys. No, let me in. And then it's like, no, you're the guy that we don't want in the party.
The door was shut. They kept it locked. Looked through the peepholes. Like, no, that's Frank Fang Gaming. You're not allowed. You didn't bring enough party favors.
Yeah, it's like the big bad wolf is on their doorstep. It's like, nope, not by the hairs on my chinny chin, Frank Fang Gaming.
Huffing and puffing, but thankfully League of Legends bases are made out of bricks, so they survive huffing and puffing. If only there was a Warwick that game, it would have been such a better and a Sejuani on defense. But you know what? It was good enough anyway. We're okay with this one. And I know I criticized a bunch of Frank Fang Gaming at the end there, like individual plays. Also to point out, just to continue that train, Leon was also part of the siege. Baby Eater definitely should not have been part of the push team, should have been backing up. Like one stun on Kog'Maw and they buy some more time, right? So again, individual mistakes, but the fact that FFG got to the front door, right? The fact that they got there, won a couple of those fights, got to that siege scenario means they were obviously making some great choices in the first 35 minutes. Like, you don't want to take too much away from these guys. Of course, a well-fought game had a lot of really, really good choices overall, a lot of great plays, and you know, really good team fights. And Lulu Yasuo, a whole fun comp to watch, and they got a lot of ways in for it. You know, good plays overall, but yeah, you pick a team with 3 great late game champions. You've got a jungler like Heaven Time who had a really good ward hop kick in like the 45-minute team fight that gets them a 3-man shockwave afterwards. Like, those are the kind of plays that keep you along, keep you live in the game, and that's how the team stays alive.
Yeah, and I want to say, I don't usually give MVPs, but Hoodstomp's play there, the last 30 minutes of that game, just sieging up, being the defense they needed, and playing around his W cooldown when you talked about it. There was one part where he went a little too ham too late.
Yeah.
But then then after that, every time after that, he's just, I'm off on the left side, poking into you guys.
He played perfect.
Playing around the wind wall cooldown too. It's basically staggering his W cooldown with the wind wall. So it's just like, you use wind wall, I'll use W as soon as it's down, and then go through. So,
for the best you can.
Really well played there by Hoodstomp.
And look at the bans coming out. Syndra, of course, still removed from LOD, but Kale away from Hauntzer. Very smart choice. Ziggs still removed from Baby Zeus. Yasuo now added to that Neon ban list. They've realized, yeah, you're right. You're actually pretty good at the champion, so they'll switch around.
This is a sticky situation, though, for Ro4, because they either ban Kassadin or they ban Nidalee. Because Frank Fang Gaming is going to take one of those two.
Did we see a Kassadin ban?
Yeah, we saw a Kassadin ban last time.
Okay. There was one I was missing that was like an expected ban.
They will most likely take a Nidalee here. At least that's what I would think they would do.
Oh, yeah.
Because last time they had so much trouble actually sieging a base, and Nidalee was banned previously. So they subbed that ban out for the Yasuo now, and I think that's what they will go for.
Keep in mind that the Braum now has been left open compared to last time, so some of these engage tools are here if they want it. Of course, Lulu also available for these guys. Maybe that'll be a pickup there. We've seen LOD play some support mid laners, but Frank Fang Gaming taking the time to make the choices. Still want the first pick, first round Lulu, same as last time. So, liking the flex pick.
Yeah, definitely liking that flex pick. But I was going to say, if they don't take Nidalee, it's going to go over to Ro4.
So good. So good.
That's
and
a really good. That's a really good first round draft there by Ro4.
It does still leave Leona up, so you have a way back in for Baby Eater to start fights out if they do want to go for this kind of composition. We heard Crumbs talk about it. Basically, if you don't ban the top 3 junglers, you'll still play them, even though you've got guys like Rengar and Jarvan waiting in the wings. Lucian comes through as well, so Frank Fang trying to take away some of the champs that Ro4 is playing. And we'll see what else their comp has for us in the end game.
Yeah, and the big thing here is the Nidalee. I don't know why they didn't first pick it, because they had the Lulu last time. It didn't work out extremely well for them, especially when in synergy with the Yasuo. They got to that point, but they just couldn't crack the base. Now they have to deal with the poke of a Nidalee, and I thought it was going to be taken by LOD if they didn't pick it up for Baby Zeus, and that's exactly the case here. And they get Braum on the back of it too. And then they get the same picks as last time.
Yeah.
Except Ziploc is now on.
Yeah, jungler swapping champions.
Swapping around.
Elise, and those still the grabs here. Neither team adding any jungle bans. They didn't seem to think that was going to be very important. Hoodstomp goes old school though, picks up Graves for himself, and of course his team realizes it's a different team comp. Don't need Cog anymore. Go for the Graves. Some extra wave clear, which is very big. I half expect Static Shift second as well, just blindly right now to help the team defend.
Keep himself a little safer on that AD carry as opposed to Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
Go ahead and play.
Go ahead and be tanky.
Back.
Thresh still grabbed now for Baby Eaters for a new pick, and Orianna comes in. So it will be the top lane Lulu for Nian Tanso up there. And just enough ways to engage for the team. Hook, Ball, Lisa, and there's ways to start it out, but if you can kite back well enough, Italy still works.
Yeah, definitely. But they want to engage this is what it looks like. Like, you don't want to kite backwards versus Italy. You want to go forward at them.
Yeah, I'm talking about Ro4 trying to kite back. Yeah,
sorry. They're looking for the disengage, yeah. Most definitely. And Brahm's fantastic at that. He can go ahead and lay down a slow zone, get himself out of there too.
Yeah.
Stand behind me, but actually get myself to you is what it's more like. It's like, you don't stand behind me, but you're already behind me, so let me get back there with you.
Let me
just book it.
Yeah, you keep running, I'll be near you as you run. Run a little bit faster, maybe.
Yeah, that was a little too long for an ability name, so we just chopped it down.
And I thought saying Playful Trickster was hard enough. Imagine that spotlight. Stand behind me, / keep running away, I'm going to help join you. Yeah, not the best way to do it. So Shyvana going to come in for the top lane there. Shyvana versus Lulu. Going to be the matchup that Hansler opts into in this lane. Of course, with Kale banned, he doesn't get to play that champion. So the lineups are here, and it's cool. It's well-rounded enough for Ro4 that they can, if it's not the launcher, they've got other champions to pick up some slack. Their team fight still won't be as good as Frank Fan Gaming's, though.
Yeah, they have a designated tank here in Shyvana. Nian Tanso, he's going to bully around Hansler just a little bit in the early game if they go one-on-one. Which doesn't happen too often anymore in the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how they transition into that later game. Ro4 picked a better late game comp previously. Now it's kind of matched at this point. They both do very well in the late game. One's a poke composition, other one's displacement in a team fight. You got the Orianna on top of a Lulu Wild Growth, if possible, if you can line it up.
Let's see if they can get their way into these fights. It's still not a Leon. It's still not the completely obvious guaranteed hard engage. It's still skill shot reliant again, which is still just going to be some kind of a risk. To be honest, I haven't seen a single fight started out with Repel into Wild Growth. It's like, as much as I want to see it happen, it's like, oh, the guaranteed engage. It's like, no one ever does that. Yeah. So that one I don't think we're going to see. So it still is skill shot reliant. It still actually land the ways to get in. So to be honest, Elise's not on that team anyway. But
that's why we won't see it.
Yes, definitely will not see Repel Wild Growth this game. It's impossible. Yeah, basically, on the same target anyway. But, I guess you could repel onto the target, that person gets Wild Growth.
Okay.
So
you're not wrong.
The counterattack, I'm just not what I meant to say.
Anyway.
Either way, yeah. So the engage, I think, to be honest, difficult for Frank Fan Gaming. It exists, but it is skill shot reliant, which is, to me, a big worry for that team.
Yeah, Frank Fan Gaming not having the best of easy hard engages here. They're going to have to see what they end up doing in that later game. I mean, you can get Lee Sin into the back line. You can put, if there's a hook, if there's a skill shot with a Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, what can they do?
We'll have to see. Level 1's going to start out there, and we're going to see if the teams can outmaneuver one another and get the advantage early on, because the team comp stuff only really matters if you get yourself to a mid to late game scenario where you're fighting equal gold team fights, right? So if you just crush them because you took a dragon and an ace, you can just close it out.
Or that 60-minute equal gold or gold doesn't matter anymore.
Then it's just who has better late game champs. Oh, Kog'Maw? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Frank Fan Gaming sitting in this brush right now. They don't have Baby Eater just yet. Heaven Time swaps out, so if a hook does land,
nope.
Nice check.
All right, he throws it far enough away that no hook was going to come out and catch him on this one, so there's the pings. Guys know what's going on. Baby Eater will get... Oh, he's going to look for the hook after they spot the low H. No, nothing going to happen there. Javelin hits Captain Ziploc. He's got to be a bit careful. Loses about a third of his health. Trinket Ward comes out as they leave. And that got pinged out. Ro4 saw them put that down.
To keep... Great grouping there to keep Frank Fan Gaming on the back foot. Keep him out of the fight. And stop it from happening. Early sweeper from Heaven Time. Not going with the pink ward on Elise, which we see a lot of people do. Said he wants to sustain himself through the jungle. Make it so that he can gank the lanes, be healthy. Actually, no, he's standing right on top of it. What? There it is. There's the pink ward. He hatched it. He hatched it. That's what's going on.
It's beautiful.
I was like, okay, that's a little strange. And I'm like, oh, there it is.
There we go. Whoop. We got this. So it looks like the late invade top lane is the scenario. We're actually just seeing Nian just sort of watch this and say, are you? Yep, you are invading. Yep. Okay, guys, you guys know about this one. Standard invade pattern, you invade by your duo lane. They're leaving the AD carry of Hoodstomp just to chill and get that that farm by himself. There's the team going to make their moves around. Captain Ziploc soloing his red buff, though without any help from the team. It will require Baby Eater helping just a little bit to grab the blue buff on the way out.
And now just the standard junglers alongside the top laners. We have the Wolves being done now by Heaventime and Hauntzer. But now Ziploc, he's going to go across the river. See if the grass is greener on that side.
Okay, so nice and safe right here on this one. And life is going to be happy now for Frank Fang Gaming as they're going to go 2-2 with buffs. Nian is going to be helping that one just a little bit. Interestingly enough, actually, we're seeing a pretty fast push by the FFG duo lane because, as with the earlier game, they're going to push the wave in, push that win, and then at about 3 minutes, they walk up towards the dragon.
Yep, they're going to get it right now in exactly 3 minutes. See if they can make it go back and forth and take no damage from it.
All right, Baby Eater, if you can make this one happen. Now, no one else should move. It's all about Baby Eater doing this. Now, the one thing is actually it's ruined by Lee Sin because the Q puts him into point-blank range. So you've actually got to like walk back out afterwards.
They're trying.
He's dancing it a little bit. It's enough to where they're safe. So Dragon goes down.
Valiant effort.
They'll regen. It's okay.
Yeah, and especially since it's the support, doesn't have to be doing much in this early game. You have nobody against you in the lane. It's perfectly fine. They end up getting themselves a dragon. Now here's the thing is what you do with that dragon is you convert it into more vision, into wards, so that around the 7-minute mark you start contesting the buffs again and convert that dragon lead into vision, that converts it into actual objective control, into more gold, into more pushing power.
Yeah. And what I really like about how fast they do the dragon as well, sub 3 minutes when they start it, is even if a team were to 4-0 push the opposite side turret, they would kill the outer turret, but you'd have enough time to recall and defend the second tier. If you do like a 3.5, 4 minute dragon and your opponents end up 4-0ing, you can lose 2 turrets for dragon, which is not worth it. But when you go this fast, you actually get to trade Juggernaut, which is fine, and actually it goes in your favor. So the right play by FFG, and of course Ro4 just goes for the standard 2-0, the slow push setup to get as much farm as possible in the AD carry.
I want to watch Lod a lot this game because last game he had a ton of farm and he was beating Baby Zeus for the longest time. Actually, in the end of the game, having a lot more farm than him. And he's the guy who's new to the mid laner, mid lane position. Now he's on Nidalee, where if you get farm, it's definitely going to transition into pressure.
Yeah.
Orianna, it's like, okay, I transition into wave clear, and my ball creates a little zone that people don't want to be around, that's fine. But if you're Nidalee, it's just constant harass. And now, ooh, he got the passive on him.
Ooh, he dodges the Q, but the flash auto attacks will get the stun. Nian's not in a good spot. Nice smoke screen as well. Going to add some slows low. Going to show up and not enough damage, though. Nian lives with about 50 health on that one after the potion's ticking. Just survives with double Doran's ring.
A potion. I think that potion might have saved him there. Just barely. Good rotation by Lo. Good lotation. Get himself up the top lane, get his passive, the concussive blows down, and gets the flash from Niantanso. Blows his own, blows his ignite, blows hood stomps, double summoners.
Yeah.
Use the heal for the extra distance closing.
Yeah. You know what's actually funny is because Lo missed the Q. Actually, Lod's pretty. Oh, yeah, he's safe. He'll be okay.
Yeah.
There was actually a way to be really hyper aggro with it and just do the flash auto attack to guarantee the stun, to then follow up with the Braum Q, and that would have guaranteed the kill. As it turns out, right, they ended up losing the summoners anyway just because the Q missed. And there's a way to guarantee that kill by blowing summoners early and then guaranteeing the skill shot.
And now we see both supports in the top lane, but one is supporting a Lulu, the other one is supporting a Graves. A little bit more synergy in the AD carry with Braum.
Hey man, Nian used to be an AD carry, so
that's true.
He's used to this.
Yeah, he's used to having support at his side.
He'll be safe. Captain Ziploc going to look for the top lane here. Pinging on the way. Hold on, there's a pink ward here.
Hold up, let me get this for you. No, Baby Eater trying to set his team up for success. He may eat babies, but he also raises them too, so.
Yes.
Ziploc looking again for the mid lane, though.
He's already got a ward down to ward hop too as well. He's going to look for that one. Lod, nice jump away, dodges the Q, and he's going to just lose some gold and XP. Heaventime waiting in the wings as well. Same level as Captain Ziploc. Equal power, shockwave hits, good damage, and Lod burns his summoner heal. But there goes Heaventime, low HP on Baby Zeus, also burns the heal. Keep himself safe. Going to be okay. Hook not going to quite land there. Gets a minion there. Nian gets stunned up, but he's okay.
The Braum passive on 2 people there. Hood Stomp, he's out of mana. And Unbreakable comes out. think we can do anything about this, but just harassment back and forth currently in the top lane.
And the mid lane's getting shoved out right now. Looks like Baby Zeus is going to want to back up and buy maybe a Chalice or something off of this. You normally don't just shove waves to the jungler unless you want to leave. Looks like that will be the case here. He's going to get behind his turret and do that. So similar here for Heaven Time. Will not stay to shove the second wave, interestingly. He's going to take his Wraith camp instead.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead, get himself a little bit of that jungle EXP. He might come back to that mid lane, but I think he wants to leave it for Baby Zeus, who may be back in time. Because Nidalee doesn't have a lot of shoving power. He's gone into Cougar form. Go ahead and attempt to. We're going to have to see.
Well, the question is, like, does he even deny any farm at all with this sort of slower push? Right now, all those minions are actually alive. The wave's coming in. Looks like he'll miss maybe like a melee
He'll
and the cannon.
miss one, and the cannon will take damage, and then we'll see.
Yeah, that slow push. Baby just got a free back. He lost literally 8 minion for backing there.
Yep.
So impressive. Okay. Well, aside from like the CS into the turret, but like, I mean that's fine. Like,
He
as
still
far as
got the
push goes.
experience from it. Is the big thing.
The thing is, right here, Baby Zeus could freeze and actually deny a bit more golden XP, because like this push won't do anything either, because Lod's got Cougar form. He gets back to lane super fast. Won't miss anything. So both mid laners got to get very safe recalls. You kind of notice, right? Push an immediate recall, and if you're fast enough, you can get back without missing.
He's pushing so he can ward up and then go for the blue without anything being in the way. It's a nice pink ward there to cover his flank.
And they took their time with that blue buff is the thing.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's an 8-minute blue buff retake, which means these guys, those buffs were up for a short time, and neither team actually went to go contest that. Standard dual lane bottom.
Is that they put their duo lane back down bottom now because Dragon is about to be up in 20 seconds. But Ro4 has all of the coverage of it. But look at all the wards that are still in Frank Fang Gaming's inventory. They haven't placed them down yet to get control.
That's true, actually.
They have the timer, but they haven't set up for it.
It's a little interesting. Right now, Ro4 has a good amount of vision, kind of watching that entire side of the way towards Dragon, and it's going to be a potential advantage. You've got the smallest item lead here for Lod, who's actually gotten to upgrade the book into a better book, the Amplifying Tome into the Fiendish Codex. Gives 10 more AP and 10 CDR, so written by a better author. Some R.L. Stein book right there.
Oh, man. You just took me back.
Yep.
You just took me back. Them goosebumps.
All right. That's great. Well, Heaven Time's going to grab his red buff there. Dragon is back alive, and right now, Ro4 not looking like they really care about this. They will have seen it respawn based on just that tick showing back up in the minimap.
They're looking for a gank down bottom. They do have the Thresh Lantern gank.
It's the right choice, though. If they get anything happening down here, they're going to get Dragon. Lam is trying to be in range to let the Lee Sin jump over the wall to him, but... And look at this, it's pushing, so like Ro4 is going to be overextended to try this. To do anything here, they can get XP. If they get gold, they can get caught.
Here's the thing, though, is that they see Heaven Time is on this side of the map. He's roaming on his way down. Yeah, if they engage now, then he will still be... Yeah, he's just looking down because he's like, they're puts up and low, saying they're playing very aggressive right now. They're playing very forward from where they would normally play. Lee Sin is most likely here.
See what they get. Minions taking a little bit of damage. Heaven Time walking on top of a ward. No one apparently saw that go down. They didn't let him know that was the case here. Frank Fang Gaming, their sweepers up, and he misses the ward. He misses the ward, so Ziplock's going to walk in here, and they won't know that he's been spotted. Oh, he sweeps it, and he's like, hold on, guys. You might have missed one. He sees the body language. There we go. The ward's gone.
Good pick there. The hook coming out, not hitting anybody. But the Dragon is the big thing here that nobody's made a move for just yet. The teleports are up in the top lane for Niantanso, but not for Hauntzer. It will be up in just a second. They had this window with an advantage, but they've squandered it.
Yeah, absolutely nothing happened now with this one. The ward's now going to be available, and the other one's timing out, so that's interesting now. Nothing happening for either of these teams. You're seeing a 500 gold lead, though, for Frank Fang Gaming. Top lane's actually holding fairly equal. It's the actual bottom lane where really the gold's coming in there. You've got a 15 minion lead there. Q lands from Ziplock. Not going to go any farther towards Lod.
There are a ton of traps in that mid lane right now. Sitting all around the side. You cannot come from this right side without hitting a trap.
Yeah, Lee Sin goes around behind towards Orianna. That's how he gets in. Lod just going to wave clear, stay safe. Of course, having time to get spotted on his way around. Baby Eater does not get stunned. Hood Stomp going to put some damage through. No Q quite lands in this one. And there we go. Heaven Time gets it. Does a great job picking stuff up. He's doing a great job of all this. And Now Heaven Time coming around the backside. Looks for Baby Zeus. Has to dodge away from the ball just a little bit. Staying safe so far, but yeah, it's... I mean, you look at how close the teams fought each other early game, and there are a lot of aggressive moves. And now these teams are playing so much more passively. Like, you're not seeing any ganks forced. You're seeing everyone kind of waiting around a counter gank, but if, you know, a Q lands, like, well, he's by the turret, never mind. Like, yeah. We're seeing no flashy plays this game.
See, Frank Fang Gaming, they have a really good first 4 minutes, but then they don't set up for the second dragon, and this is the same story as last game. First dragon, Frank Fang, second dragon, Ro4, because they were just in position for it.
Looking a lot, but not enough health. I don't think they can fight this at all. Hoodstop putting good damage down low, showing up as well. Yeah, Frank Fang Gaming starting to lose control of this bot lane right here. They've got to be real careful. The team shows up to contest, but they don't really have the health bars. In fact, we're going to have teleport coming in from Hanser as well to help secure this one. And it's going to be the attempted smite for Captain Ziploc, but gets pushed around, losing a lot of health. The Graves ulti and the Javelin comes through, plus the Dragon. Ro4 completely outplay that fight.
Yeah, they wait for it. They basically say, you have to do this last bit of damage before you can smite it, and they end up killing Ziploc. Doesn't use his flash, which is a little caveat there, a little thing that he can walk away with and be like, okay, that's fine. You know, that's okay with
It's only first blood on a dragon. At least my flash is up.
Yeah. But at the same time, gave up 1,000 gold lead now to Ro4, and they're going to start pushing it down bottom.
And there's the dive, 3-on-2. They go right for Latman. Teleport coming in now. Is it going to be enough in time to save Baby Eater? Yes, it is! The Wild Growth comes in, and now Hoodstop is not in the right spot. The turnaround damage could not come through in time. The damage was split between the two. Flash away now from Braum. He's got nowhere to go. Nice Glitterlance. Double kill for Nien. And now Lod's in the wrong spot. Completely over-aggressive from Ro4.
Niantanso, he does have some chase potential, but he's not going to go for it because Nidalee just going straight through bushes there. They dodge all of the javelins coming out from Lod when he reaches that bottom lane. Great teleport for the Wild Growth save, and now they're going to be able to push this turret because all 5 members are here. Niantanso actually back, so 4 members down bottom.
Well, that's as much damage they can
Look for
do right there. Oh no, Baby Eater eats a javelin. Maybe a baby javelin. Now Heaven Time is in a bad spot. Gets kicked into the wall, but you know what? He's got repel. Nothing to do there. Captain Ziplocs, 1 hit from dead. Yeah, he flashed. The thing is, man, he barely gets away from that one. That was close. Didn't need the flash, to be honest. He was out of turret range already, but a couple of misplays here. Hanser now pushing the top and getting a lot of damage down. He could commit to the turret, doesn't choose to do so. He said he will clear another minion wave, as Niantanso is going to have to clear minions out of the turret here.
Yeah, the blue buff might be at risk here too because it's Shyvana. Very easy. Just pull it off and just kill it really quickly. Might come up with 2 blue buffs now. And the objective control in Ro4's favor. Big thing here is actually Heaven Time has Sightstone on Elise before he even completes his Ancient Golem.
Yeah, we've seen this actually. We saw that the first time as well in his Lee Sin. He went Sightstone really, really early. Watch this fight again. And notice they keep splitting their focus between the 2 champions.
Yeah, that's true. There's auto attacks onto either of them, but there's the Wild Growth. Ignite taking a Baby Eater just walks out of there. The Javelin's being dodged out. He doesn't dodge the later one, but the Glitterlance just barely making contact there. And then they trail the fight off. And good cocoon to keep Lod safe.
Did you know that for Braum's death animation, his shield falls on him?
Yes.
It's pretty cool.
Kind of like gasps for his last breath and then ugh.
It's less brutal than Trindamir's, where his sword impales him, but...
Oh, I think the one that makes me cringe every time is Aurelia's.
Oh, man.
Where it just explodes and...
That one's rough.
Gets her right in the gut. Yeah. Point. And her scream. Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
Death animations in LoL are pretty brutal, to be honest.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's cool. All right, Ward now into the jungle. You're actually seeing a few of these from Ro4, actually. Hanser, after he pushed that top wave, got one by the blue buff to spot things out. Lod watching the Wraith camp, though Sweeper's going to get rid of that one. But Ro4 making a very real effort to get ward control, one that Frank Fang Gaming really don't have. You can see, right, there's a scattering of wards. Of course, there's only 1 outer turret down, so you can't get super deep wards, but it's enough to know if they're getting stopped when they push things like this.
Look at that difference in ward control there. Ro4, they've taken this game,
Shockwave,
and they've decided to transition their lead into just more vision so they can create more of a lead for themselves. That Sightstone is actually coming up big on Heaven Time.
Working really, really nicely so far for these guys. Now the Ancient Golem is done. He's got an item lead thanks to the extra gold overall that Ro4's picked up, and it's a 1,000 gold difference so far between these teams. More wards coming in for Baby Eater and co, and that ward goes down as well. Wave clear pretty easy, though, for a Lucian and an Orianna, so they can hold this one for a while. Hook's going to land on a Hood Stomp. They could get the flay on the 2, but nothing else to follow up. Low is there to keep him alive. Actually, nice dissonance, but you've got a blue of Nidalee healing things up.
We see Captain Ziploc off on the side here. Niantanso has teleport once again. The status update of the fight, but Nidalee, he wants to go off to the side. Laud wants to poke them. He's actually looking for poke from behind.
This is nice. I like this choice. Ziploc loses a third of his health. And can they stay to defend the turret? Because Javelin's going to do some real damage. Ziploc's got to leave this. He's one Javelin from death. We have Niantanzo coming across now down the river to try to join this fight. They've got 20 seconds. He will be there in time for the minion wave.
And the priority that Frank Fan Gaming put on Lulu and Champion Select over Nidalee, and having that being picked up with Braum first round for LoLPro is showing here, because 2-0, 100% kill participation, both kills onto that Nidalee. Laud, a lot of CS on his side too. Yeah. He's just going to start chunking people down with the Needlessly Large, and even more later on.
I mean, that's the weird thing, right? It's like both first picks are working well for the team. Because Nian also, like, completely turned around the bot lane fight. No other champion.
He's 2-0-2.
Exactly, yeah. No other champion would have turned around the bot lane fight the way he did. The support to save one, to make the dive pad into the chase kills. But, yeah, unless that works against Nidalee by late game, like, an unanswered Nidalee does more than an unanswered Lulu. And that's really the key here is, unless someone stops Laud, that's going to take over the game.
Well, I don't know if it's going to be unanswered, because the thing that's unanswered right now is Hanser on that tier 2 turret. He's trying to rotate around now, because Niantanzo's made his way up.
Seeing him try for this one. They're going back and forth, dodging a few javelins there. Hook's going to land into LOH. They're going to land a Q. A little bit of damage. They're going towards Hanser as well. They group up. A little bit of burst comes through from the Graves, but now Low taking a whole bunch of pain. They're trying even harder. He's dropped dangerously low on the health bars. The poke that comes up from Frank Fan Gaming actually good enough to get some real damage down. The blue buff has timed out for Laud as well, so he doesn't have too many javelins left in the repertoire, but it's enough to keep him safe. Missed.
Not hitting anybody there. Now the back's coming out for LoLPro. Frank Fan Gaming have an opportunity to push up a little bit since it's a 3-on-5. And the thing here is there isn't a lot of wave clear for LoLPro. They really have to rely on the Graves buckshot. But the poke is what's really going to do it here. If they can get good javelins off, then Frank Fan Gaming,
they've gotten a few.
Gonna have to pull off.
Not enough to earn a turret, but they've gotten a few. Dragon has come back for some time, actually. And you're seeing the team now group up down to the bottom side to go pick this one up, see if they can do it. The health bars pretty decent on both sides, both a little injured, but enough to fight with, and we'll see if Frank Fan Gaming can make their way in. This Dragon still losing health, is dangerously low, and Ziploc will look for the steal.
Do it again.
Goes in, picks up the smite, and gets a lantern out. Beautifully done, but Hanser wants to battle, but this might not be the right choice. Hooked in onto Low, who does pop the ulti. Latman gets a bunch of heals to keep himself alive, and they will survive this, making it 0 for 0, but a great steal from Captain Ziploc.
Yeah, that puts them back in the game. Ziploc attempted that last time, and too many members of LoLPro pulled off of the Dragon. The fact that you can throw the Lee Sin in, you can dissonance off of the ball that he brought in with him, and smite at the same time is really big for bursting down objectives.
Exceptionally done. I gotta say, it's a very, very nice play by Frank Fan Gaming. That actually puts the game back to a 1,000 gold deficit. They've clawed that one back a little bit thanks to good smite skills. Now that Sightstone's done for Captain Ziploc as well, so he's managed to close to match his opposition here. But I question sort of the fact that neither team's making headway in this game and how hard it was for Frank Fan Gaming to make their way into the base. I know it's really early, but I'm almost saying who's got better late game already because of the way these games are being played between these two teams. And I gotta say, I like LoLPro in that case one more time.
Yeah, I definitely like the Nidalee pick for sure. A champion select, I thought it was going to be something that Frank Fan Gaming would prioritize, but LoLPro, they prioritize it over everything else for the most part. And there's good reason for that. Laud is doing a lot of work right now. They almost got an objective mid, and Nidalee's only going to get stronger and scarier, especially against your squishy members of your team. You're not going to have a magic resistance tank on this team either.
Yeah, by end game, javelins are like, so doing the quick explanation of this one, right? Like, end game javelins would do more damage than early game javelins, even if your opponents are at full build too. You can't reliably get two big MR items. Like, you can have like an Aegis on one guy and like a Banshees on everyone else, but that's not going to do as much as Deathcap, Void Staff, Zhonya's Hourglass, everything else. So the actual impact of those javelins relative to opponent health bars actually goes up over time. If you did buy more MR, then you died a Hood Stomp. So, and even beyond all that, I think Graves is better late game than Lucian in the first place. He's an attack speed steroid. So, This is a scary thing for Frank Fan Gaming if they can't make their way in against a poke comp here.
It's got to be the Orianna ball again. Baby Zeus, he's going to have to see if he can get that off.
Low takes some damage, but he just kind of takes all the champion damage in the skills. So that turret does finally fall, and Ro4 gets their way in a little bit farther. 2.4 thousand in the lead now. It's bigger than it was before. I think it's the biggest lead of the game. Captain Ziploc takes his stun, so he can't really easily follow the queue. Goes in now, actually, and kicks Heaven Time back. He's going to rappel into the air. Shockwave hits too. This could be the fight for Frank Fan Gaming. They pull in Hanser, and there's the ulti and 2-man hit from Low. And they're going to go in towards Baby, who's been stunned up. He's going to go down. That's a kill picked up, 2 actually, as the Javelin comes by, but they trade one back on Hanser. The chase still going. Low's going to get away from that one, and they pick up now Captain Ziploc as well. Baby just got to be real careful. They're going to find the AD carry as well. One more Javelin. Can they get it? The slow is there. Lod, can he land it? Quadra kill for Lod, and they break in.
The newest member of that team, Hoodstomp, coming up big. Lod moving from AD carry to mid, showing that he's got great prowess on that Cougar. 100% kill participation. They get themselves that tier 2 and an inhibitor turret. They crack the base so early on, pretty much about 37 minutes sooner than last game.
Yep, and this is looking pretty good for Ro4 now.
Captain Ziploc just got over-eager here. He had the flash kick backwards, which worked out pretty well for them. And then there was the shockwave onto 2. But here's the thing. Hoodstomp off on the side. He's doing so much damage, he gets the stun onto Baby Eater, procs it, and Lod is just poking the entire time. Just from the back line, jumps in, flashes in, gets all of this damage off. And the great flash Q here from Low to set up Lod for that final kill.
Yep. Lod hit 5 javelins in a row that fight. He actually went on like the side of the fight, tunneled it on Nien, killed him in 2 javelins, and then just kind of moved forward down the line. The fact that he's actually able to reach and kill the squishies in a fight like that is really important.
And a big thing too is it looks like Hoodstomp's going for a caster AD type build here. He's got the armor penetration, and last time we saw his Draven and he went full armor penetration, it's because he didn't want to be anywhere near the front line. He's like, I'm just going to be a caster. I remember hearing from him after that game where he played Draven. He's like, yeah, what am I going to do against this team composition? I'm playing a low-range AD carry that needs to stay in the back. I will just throw out my ultimate, hope it does as much damage as possible, throw out some abilities, and then clean up afterwards. Like, he just wants to get them low so that other people can start finishing it off, and then he'll come in later.
Well, it's interesting, though, because it's, you know, I mean, Ro4 doesn't necessarily have to play a very late-game sort of build, so if it pays off, then it's good for them. You know, he can just push people out of the stage of the game, and if they can close the game in 35 minutes and the build pays off, we'll see. And right now it is looking good for this team. They're going to push in now towards the mid inhibitor. They're showing no fear really at all. Smokescreen comes out, not a big deal. Doesn't land the slow, but this inhibitor taking some damage, and Frank Fan Gaming not able to make their way in. A couple shots from Dead. They've got to back off right now for the ball, but Hanser's still staying around. It's a good shockwave onto 3. Big burst comes through. There's the ulti in from Graves, and there's a jump in from Hanser. Can they get any kills? Not so far. And actually 1 for 0. Frank Fan Gaming firing back, forcing the heal, forcing the flash, forcing Ro4 to run away. The slow's coming out on all sides. Can they get any kills through? Low tries to keep his team alive best he can, forced to back off now. Frank Fan Gaming lose inhibitor, but they get a kill.
And they still have this Nidalee around. It's very dangerous to go out this far. Latman, not in safe territory.
He's got to be real careful. Going for Wolves to get some money back in, and looks like he'll be okay. No one's going to try to contest him on this one, even though we got Cian walking into the jungle. So it's going to give Ro4 some pause, while FFG will be able to sit inside their base and try to farm a little bit more. And now Dragon also picked up with FFG staying inside their base.
Now Frank Fan Gaming finding themselves in the same position that Ro4 was in last game, but they don't have a late game team composition aside from Orianna. Really, Graves is going to outscale, Nidalee's going to outscale, and now they're going for the Baron, but it looks like they were seeing a tiny bit.
Oh yeah, I mean, anytime you clear a pink ward on top of Baron, you always got to like look for it. Pink ward's coming down to make sure there's nothing spotted, but there's the wards over the wall. FFG forced to run away. Nice attempt, but it's not going to pay off here. Now Ro4, they've got minions starting to push in towards the mid lane that will eventually require attention by FFG, and they contest Baron instead.
Yeah, they just dumped about 300 gold in pink wards straight into that, and they're getting nothing for it in terms of objectives.
Yeah, Lod's taking the blue buff while mid lane's getting pushed while his team sweeps away wards. Like, how strong is Ro4? They're not even using the mid laner who's 6-0-1, and FFG is still scared.
Oh, Captain Ziploc goes in again.
All right, a little bit more fearless this time for Ziploc there, but again, they're not finding their way in. I mean, that was a literal 5-on-3, and FFG didn't try anything.
Well, their base is going to have super minions in it right now. Hanser 2 levels up on Nien Tanso. He can duel him right now.
It's going to look pretty good for him. Ruin King is available right now for Shyvana. If she turns this around, she can get a big burst on Nien. But they've got to be aware of everything else. Javelin not going to hit much. But Ward's being killed off. LawPro look real good. Javelin's in from the darkness. Minions look like they won't kill anything. So it looks like the respawning waves will be just enough here for FFG.
Oh, hit Batman. Ooh. That was very close.
There's a TP though in the middle of Team Nien. What are you doing? He's going to go down right away. 3-man Shockwave, but LawPro have complete control. The ulti, the burst coming in, and it's FFG being routed, trying to run away, but Latman's got nowhere to go. Doesn't reach the lantern in time. Double kill now for a lot. 8-0-1, and they're going to keep on pushing.
They're going to get this tier 2 inhibitor, tier 2 turret, possibly the inhibitor turret, but no, they're going to pull off and go for the Baron. That is the right call to get that off the map and make it so that Frank Fan Gaming can't contest it like they wanted to.
So now a big giant minion wave right in the middle of the base is going to mean all of FFG's attention is spent over there, and that will be an uncontested Baron now. Well earned.
Yeah, that TP right onto all of them right there, not communicated 100%. Instantaneously gets blown up. The Shockwave lands on a 3, but the spears coming across, the javelins doing so much damage from Lot, showing that their priority on Braum as well as the Nidalee is very well suited for the team.
Looking great so far. So Baron buff picked up, the mid lane was defended, and Hib coming up in the very, very near future, and Captain Ziploc going to go ahead and give red buff over to Latman. 2-item AD carry versus, I guess it's kind of 3 items for Hoodstomp. He hasn't actually bought in a long time, though. He's had that build for a while. He's just now back, picks up Yomu's.
Okay. So he's going for the penetration. He's going straight for, I'll just cast some spells as Graves.
Yeah.
Be the AD caster as opposed to a marksman.
Sure. Well, it's working out for him, to be fair. I mean, he's got a bunch of assists, which is fine when your teammates are getting kills with long-range javelins like that. Ian gets his shields don't really replenish the health.
Yeah, that was below 50% off of a single spear because it's an 8-0-1 Nidalee here from Laud. Baby Zeus didn't keep him down in lane at all. He's down about 30 CS, but he has been roaming around, got the quadra kill for himself earlier. Laud, his transition to the mid lane has been fantastic.
Absolutely has. I gotta say, LawPro look really scary. And this is a team that had a very mediocre spring run. Didn't even make it to the playoffs. They had no great scores overall, but this squad, just the changes here, they're about to make the finals.
Yes, from the addition of Hoodstomp and the move of Laud, coming up huge.
Think about all the teams that made the finals of Spring NA Challenger. Cloud9, Tempest, Complexity, and LMQ, 2 of which actually made it into the LCS. LawPro going to be the, I guess, the 4th team now to ever make the Challenger Finals if they can close this game out. Going to go for the mid inhibitor. 1-man Shockwave and a Hoodstomp. Captain Ziploc is going to kick him into the team, but is it going to be enough damage? Babies are being locked into the backline. Haunts are doing everything, and Hoodstomp finds the kill onto the jungler. There's the ulti coming in. Triple kill now for Hoodstomp, but they've made their way into the base inhibitor. Just now going down. They're going to keep chasing in. Baby Eater taking some damage. I mean, it's only 3 so far. They're into the fountain now at this point. Hoodstomp, the hook comes in. He's healing up in the fountain, and they are going to stay safe, but the buildings are not going to be. They cannot retreat. Inhibitor turret number 1 goes down. Inhibitor number 2 now under fire as well. And this is going to be the game 30.5 minutes in, and Team LawPro are headed to London for the Summer Series 1 Finals.
Very well played by them, ending the game in half the time this time.
Yeah.
The Nidalee getting the Braum. Hoodstomp played that perfectly as an AD caster when they got ahead. The triple kill coming out there just sprayed across multiple enemies there with the buckshot, collateral damage. Very well played there by all of LawPro across the board.
Yeah, I gotta say, that was a great game. And just to compare the differences too, right? How good and how aggressive and how decisive LawPro was, saying, we have the lead, we know how to play our comp, let's do that. They never even had to be worried about almost anything that entire game. Lee Sin tried some kickbacks, Ziploc had some good moves, but there was no follow-up. You had heals ready, you have Haunter ready to jump into the front lines and say, guys, hit me, I'm a tanky Shyvana, I'm going to pull your people around, right? Tank all the damage right there. That was so effective. LawPro played a great game from start to finish. I didn't see anything really wrong with them at all.
No, the only thing is that early dragon just went to Frank Fan Gaming, but that's just Frank Fan Gaming have to play that better after they get it. They have to reward the dragon and come back to it. The first dragon is the cheapest dragon. The second one is worth substantially more and just gets worth more and more after that. You have to get that first dragon, transition into a second one, which will transition into more items, and just keep snowballing it. Because the first one doesn't get you flat items. It gets you wards, so you can make plays.
It basically let Nian recall back and get a second Doran's ring and like a couple of potions. But yeah, it like you get this small little early game series. Maybe you can buy a couple of things there, but realistically, it's still up to your team to make plays and capitalize and kind of go further from there. And you're right, that really didn't happen for these guys. So, very well done by Ro4. Low, the shot caller there, doing a great job putting his team in the right spot. I thought Hoodstomp played a phenomenal series there. Game 1 put the team on his back. Took a while, but eventually you get to 6-item Kog'Maw, where you've sold a Static Shiv and Trinity Force to buy Phantom Dancers instead. That's when you know you've reached late game. Is when you sell 7,000 gold worth of items to buy new ones, and he did a great job with that game overall. This one, Hoodstomp still played really well, but I got to hand it to Lod 8-0-4. Perfect record. 100% kill participation. 2/3 of the kills were his, because he earned them with javelins. Again, Lod, new mid laner to the team, playing great.
Yeah. He is playing phenomenally well. I always liked the Lod-Low combination down bottom, but apparently it wasn't working out that well. And I always liked him as an AD carry. I always liked him way back in like October when I started watching him. But then his transition to mid lane, I'm a big fan because damn.
He's big.
That's pretty much all I got to say about that. I'd be like, damn, Lord of Damn. Lord of Damn, those spears. That was crazy. The quadra kill and getting him off of spears as a Nidalee, that's like stuff Bjergsen does in LCS.
Oh, Lod's is good. And it's great because he pulled a Cinder Band both games, right? He got all
he's got a deeper champion pool than that. You got to dig deep.
And even though he's a new mid laner, right? The fact that you have an impressive champion pool, you're beating up your peers as new to the role is so... Like, that's just ludicrously impressive. Well, and I don't know if he can sing his praises enough. Maybe we're overdoing it, to be fair.
I want to say, at the same time, people don't know his style yet. They don't know his champion pool yet. You're banning his Syndra, his Ziggs, and then they banned his Nidalee at first, and then they swapped it over for the Yasuo. Other way around. Sorry.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Other team. Totally they added the Kale ban away from Hanser, allowing Nidalee to come through, and that was even scarier, realistically.
They banned his Syndra away. They didn't want him to have that, but he's like, I got Lulu, I got Ziggs, I got Nidalee, I got all these other things that I can play around with. You can't ban me out.
Didn't happen.
Nope.
Did a great job. So congratulations there to that one. Now with that match now officially history, let's check out our bracketology and see how it got recorded. So even though they lost today, Frank Fan Gaming will be battling for 3rd place. And if they win that, automatic requalification into Summer Series 2 on Thursday, June 19th after the North American LCS.
And with their victory today, Team Ro4 has advanced to the Summer 1 Finals in London on Sunday, June 22nd, right before the EU LCS. They will face the winner of tomorrow's match between Team Coast and Curse Academy.
And before that series, the North American LCS wraps up Week 4. It all starts at 12 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, 9 p.m. Central European Summertime, when Curse takes on LMQ, then Complexity battles Team Solo Mid.
And after that, Counterlogic Gaming goes up against Evil Geniuses, and Cloud9 takes on Dignitas.
And so with that, we reach the end of our time together tonight. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, good night, and GG. There's the dive 3-on-2. They go right for Latman. Teleport coming in now. Is it going to be enough in time to save Baby Eater? Yes, it is. The Wild Growth comes in, and now Hoodstomp is not in the right spot. They're going to go in towards Baby Eater, who's been stunned up. He's going to go down. That's a kill picked up. 2, actually, as the Javelin comes by, but they trade one back on Hanser. The chase still going low. Is going to get away from that one, and they pick up now counter zip block as well. Baby Eater's got to be real careful. They're going to find the 80 carry as well. One more Javelin. Can they get it? The slow is there. Lod, can he land it? Quadra kill.
That was very close.
Here's the TP, though, in the middle of Team Nan. What are you doing? He's going to go down right away. 3-man Shockwave, but Ro4 have complete control. The ulti, the burst coming in, and it's FFG being routed, trying to run away, but Latman's got nowhere to go to ever make the Challenger Finals if they can close this game out. Going to go for the inhibitor. 1-man Shockwave and Hoodstomp. Captain Ziplock is going to kick him into the team, but is it going to be enough damage? Babies are being locked over the backline. Hanser doing everything, and Hoodstomp finds the kill onto the jungler. There's the ulti coming in. Triple kill now for Hoodstomp.
Yo, man, look Look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girl singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you